RESULT to 200-300. Text RESULT to 200-300.
Every day, helping, caring, supporting. Every day at APS, we're here to provide payment assistance programs to customers in need. We recognize how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. Our energy support program offers eligible customers discounts of up to 25 or 60% every month. Pay down your bill with crisis bill assistance and other programs and resources. Learn how you can get help with your bill at aps.com/brighter.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs dropped Game 1 of 3 in New York, 8-3 to the Mets, but will be back in action today at 4:10 with Corbin Burns on the mound as they look to even up the series, and you can listen on Arizona Sports 98.7. Some good news for the Diamondbacks. They have reinstated reliever Kevin Ginkel from the 15-day IL, and A.J. Puck is said to have avoided surgery after suffering an elbow injury. With moves still on the table for Monty Austinfort and the Cardinals, is the door totally shut on Will Hernandez and Kazir White? Find out more on arizonasports.com. It was an interesting night in the NBA. Boston cruised by Orlando for its spot in round 2. The Pistons shocked the Knicks in New York to force a Game 6. Jamal Murray and the Nuggets took care of the Clippers to go up 3-2. And tempers flared in Indiana after the Pacers sent Giannis and the Bucks home. There are 2 more highly anticipated NBA games tonight. The Rockets look to keep their season alive against Steph and the Warriors. And Luka, LeBron, and the Lakers look to stay in the fight against Ant and the T-Wolves. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Sweating the price of a new AC unit? Learn how to save up to 20% on your new AC unit installation at submittosave.com today. Your ticket to a sweat-free summer.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire! It's the greatest radio show ever. Good morning and welcome.
Dan Mickley.
Oh my God, he's from Chicago. That's amazing.
Vince Marotta.
Oh, wait, who's better than Vince?
And Jerry Carlin.
It can only be Chevy.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings. Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy. Him and Vince. Okay.
And away we go on a Wednesday. Good morning, everybody. Wake up, everybody. Hello, everybody.
Good morning, Bick. How are you?
I went down a rabbit hole trying to find an answer to the question: could 100 men take down one gorilla?
I was going to ask that this morning.
This was put out on Twitter, and now it has received 287.9 million views.
Million
Views.
Phenomenon this week.
100 men, one gorilla.
Look, of all the stuff that goes viral on social media, this one's actually not bad.
Not bad at all.
Because it's a thinker.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
It's funny because it's something that immediately your first instinct is, of course, 100 is a really big number. Of course. But then you see tons of people saying, absolutely not. A gorilla would swat everyone away. So I don't know what to say.
That's the thing. Like, I'm tempted to say 100 men would take down the gorilla, but you could not have 100 men attacking the gorilla all at the same time. It would have to come in waves. And when the number is reduced, what Jarrett said is true. The gorilla would just own the men.
It would take incredible coordination from the 100 men to pull this off. You would have to come at the gorilla from many different angles, and you'd have to have X amount of men corral a leg and then another leg. It'd be very difficult. There's media outlets that have actually talked to like primate specialists and entomologists, and the answer is I don't know.
Right.
I think it's all about the 100 people too. Like,
yeah.
If you collectively take and randomize 100 people, I think that gorilla's probably getting the job done.
Probably getting the job
But
done.
if I get to handpick my 100 people,
That's true too.
I think we got a chance.
You need some real sickos. If it was 100 me's, it's no
That's what I'm saying.
Right, no.
I saw the list. Some people were putting together their list of 100
Yeah,
men,
I saw that too.
And one was like John Jones, and like at 16 he had John Morant, parentheses, for the celebration.
I saw
right?
Joe Mazzulla, head coach.
That's it. That's it.
This is an excellent Mock My World topic for tomorrow. We put together our teams to take on a gorilla.
Or top 4
That's not
gorilla
bad, right?
takers.
All right, let's remember that.
But
To Sammy's point, a gorilla punch can generate force ranging from 1,300 to 2,700 pounds, which means that is strong enough to shatter a human skull with one swipe.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone thinks that a human or a dozen humans, the number 100 is so large that you could just overwhelm if you could, like you said, coordinate.
But you'd have to
the
coordinate.
attack.
You just can't have all these people because the gorilla would take care of wave upon wave upon wave. Then suddenly you're down to 13 of your homies.
Right. And the one thing I saw too is what's the mindset of these people? Because you're going to see a couple people.
Right.
The gorilla's going to handle some of them. And are you in the next 70 people going to be able to
That's a great point. Like
logically go in there?
First guy in gets his skull shattered with one punch.
What does it do?
What does it do to your mindset?
I'm going to run through a wall for you.
What does it do for morale?
It's like, what's at stake, really, too?
Yeah,
Like,
Now, of course,
so true.
Of course, your boy Mr. Beast is trying to put this together for real, and trying to get 100 men.
This should not happen.
How did
I'm sure there would be protection and stuff.
We don't have time for the whole origin story of Mr. Beast, but this guy is everywhere, and he is devoid of a personality. There's like nothing there.
His origin story is pretty wild.
It's I watched some of his game show, and it was I made it through like 30 minutes, and I had to shut it off. But PETA will step in. PETA probably wants to shut down the conversations about this.
I'm sure. I'm absolutely sure.
It's a thinker,
All
though.
All right, we'll get back to that. Start the show, Jarrett.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
The D-backs City Field struggles continued with an 8-3 loss to the Mets on Tuesday night. New York exploded for 8 runs on 9 hits against starter Eduardo Rodriguez. Francisco Lindor had a 2-run shot in the second. Starling Marte, 2-run blast of his own in the third. Pete Alonso solo shot in the fourth gave the Mets an 8-0 lead. They never looked back. New York starter David Peterson allowed just 1 run on 5 hits over 5 innings for the win. D-backs now 4-16 over their last 20 games at Citi Field, dating back to 2019. Series continues today in Queens. Kodai Senga, his ghost fork, and his 1.26 ERA on the mound for the Mets. Corbin Burns going for Arizona, still looking for his first win as a Diamondback in his 6th start. Game time, 4:10. Pregame coverage starts at 3:30 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. It was one of those games where both teams kind of did you if you had other stuff to do. It was like, there's not a whole lot of detail that's going to unfold in these last few innings. Just kind of.
I found that to be very alarming, actually.
It was alarming, but not totally unexpected. The Diamondbacks just do not play well there.
It's the worst loss of the season. It's not even close.
Yeah. Before last night's series opener in New York, the D-backs officially reinstated reliever Kevin Ginkel from injured reserve. Option right-hander Dre Jamison to AAA Reno. Reliever A.J. Puck will not need surgery after getting multiple opinions on the condition of his left elbow. Puck has been on the injured list since April 19th. Manager Tory Lavell said that Puck won't do any throwing or anything really for 2 to 3 weeks. Once he's asymptomatic, he and the team will take the next step. So at least good news on the A.J. Puck front. NBA playoffs saw 3 teams facing elimination on Tuesday, and 2 of those teams suffered that fate. The Indiana Pacers rallied from 20 down and then down 7 with 40 seconds left in overtime. They beat and eliminate the Milwaukee Bucks 119 to 118. Tyrese Halliburton made a driving layup with 1 second left for the winning margin. Indiana will move on to face the Cleveland Cavaliers. Boston gets a win over Orlando. They move on 120 to 89 at TD Garden. Celtics pulled away in the third. They outscored the Magic 36-13. Jason Tatum had 35 points to lead the Celts. The Detroit Pistons fought off elimination with a 106-103 win over the Knicks at Madison Square Garden. Cade Cunningham, 24 points, 8 boards, 8 assists for Detroit, which is where that series is headed for Game 6. And in the West, the Denver Nuggets got a pivotal 131-115 Game 5 win over the Clippers to take a 3-2 series lead. Jamal Murray, 43 points to lead the Nuggets. Tonight in the NBA postseason, 2 Western Conference teams have a chance to close out their respective series. First, it's Houston on its home floor at Toyota Center, trying to stay alive against Jimmy Butler and the Golden State Warriors in Game 5. TNT's got the television coverage there at 4:30. Then it's the Lakers trying to stay alive against the Minnesota Timberwolves, down 3-1 at Crypto.com Arena. That's also on TNT, 7 o'clock. Crazy night in the NBA last night.
Insane, but a lot of consequences out of last night's games as well.
Yes. The Sacramento Kings finalizing a deal for Doug Christie to become the team's permanent head coach. Sacramento went 27-24 under Christie after he took over for the fired Mike Brown in late December. The NBA also reportedly discussing a new international format for its annual All-Star Game. Byron Spruill, the NBA's president of league operations, said they're looking into, quote, formats that lean into this idea of international play, to some extent leaning a little bit on this idea of U.S. versus the rest of the world. The 2026 NBA All-Star Game will be played at Intuit Dome in Los Angeles. Cardinals made a couple of roster moves on Tuesday. They released offensive lineman Matthew Jones and tight end Bernhard Seikovits. Seikovits had been on the practice squad since 2021 after joining through the International Player Pathway Program. Former Cardinals offensive lineman DJ Humphries back in the NFC West. He signs a contract with the San Francisco 49ers. Drafted in the first round by the Cardinals in 2015, Humphries played with the Cards until 2023 when he suffered a torn ACL in Week 17, that road win over Philadelphia. After rehabbing, he signed with the Chiefs, started 2 games for them last year. And the Minnesota Vikings reached agreement with linebacker Andrew Van Ginkel, which I believe is Vanilla Ice's real name. No, that's a Jared fact. 1-year extension, $23 million. Van Ginkel made the Pro Bowl, racked 79 tackles up, 11.5 sacks, 2 pick sixes for the Vikings defense in 2024. That was his first year in Minnesota. There is your splash for this Wednesday, the final day of April already in this year of 2025. Coming up next, the draft may be over, but the NFL news never stops. We'll go through the latest fallout and offseason rumors next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Wednesday, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Tory Lavell. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and I'm a huge believer in your body's natural ability to heal itself. I'm a huge believer in what QC Kinetics can do for you if you're dealing with any kind of joint pain, and I say that because they helped me avoid knee surgery when I tore my meniscus 5 years ago, and I am not alone. For over 8 years, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical relief for joint pain, with over 50,000 satisfied patients, talking about people with knee and back pain, now living pain-free, shoulder and hip pain, gone. What QC Kinetics is doing, nothing short of remarkable. They are using regenerative cell therapy to restore tissue in your achy joints, and we're talking about biologic growth factors with robust healing properties that are carefully and strategically placed in your joints. Best part with QC Kinetics, no drugs, no surgery involved, no downtime. This is an all-natural option with lasting relief. Call for a free consultation. Learn what these cutting-edge treatments can do for you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, the Scratch Kitchen delivers lunch in the clutch. I mean, where else can you order a 29-degree draft beer and a quickie combo on your lunch break? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
May 5th through the 11th. Get close to the future legends in women's golf. The Carlisle, Arizona Women's Golf Classic returns to TPC Scottsdale's Champions Course. Brought to you by Carlisle Companies. The biggest purse on the Epson Tour means the best in women's golf will be here. May 5th through the 11th at TPC Scottsdale's Champions Course. Go to CarlisleLPGA.com for tickets. Be there for the best.
Okay, sometimes what was once in style just doesn't make any sense anymore. Like those outdated jeans. Oh, you know they look good at one point. But they no longer fit.
Hi, I'm Michael Halliday, attorney and partner at Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm. Just like fashion, your estate plan can become outdated over time. Whether it's new family members, changes in your financial situation, or shifts in your personal goals, your estate plan should reflect your current life. Think of it like spring cleaning. There's no point in keeping clothes that no longer fit. Much in the same way, key components of an estate plan can easily become outdated, like beneficiary designations, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives. These elements need to be periodically reviewed to ensure they align with your current circumstances. The attorneys at Morris Hall can help.
It's time to update your estate plan with Morris Hall. Schedule your complimentary consultation today at morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are two very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Is thinning hair or receding hairline making you self-conscious? Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
I just want to share with you what one NFL executive said to me. I believe Shadur approached these visits with teams as a recruiting trip versus a job interview. And there's a difference.
Because Shadur isn't a clear elite talent in the mind of many evaluators, right? Because this was a down quarterback class. We've had people on here that have said that. I've thought that. NFL coaches have told you they've thought that. It's just a weak class. The intangibles of the quarterback are magnified. And I think that's what cost him this weekend.
That was from the Scoop City podcast, Diana Rossini and company. On The Athletic, talking about more fallout from the Shadur Sanders fall to the 5th round, 144th. Overall, he ends up with the Cleveland Browns. All of those things that were said in there are true. This was a down quarterback class.
Yeah.
And normally speaking, Bick, when it's a down quarterback class, that kind of puts a little bit of a pall, a little bit of a cloud over the whole class. Yet, the first round of this draft on Thursday night was the second most watched in history. And there were record television ratings for day 3 of the draft when Shadur was still on the board.
Wow! So it was good for television. Put it that way. Get people on the hook, huh? People. Yeah. Listen,
is that the latest conspiracy? TV got involved.
I will say this: judging from the people that I heard from on Friday and Saturday, just emails and texts and that sort of thing. There's a lot of people who don't dig Deion Sanders and that brand of braggadocio. There were some people enjoying what happened to Shadur Sanders. No, I know you are. No, you are, and I know you weren't enjoying Shadur's slide, but there's a lot of people who didn't mind the comeuppance, if you will. I know that to be a fact. I heard from a lot of people who were very much enjoying it. And again, I think you know what it is. It's the difference if you're wealthy and you don't flaunt it versus you're wealthy and you do flaunt it. The people who are wealthy and flaunt it are often they lack self-awareness to understand how angry they're really making other people.
True.
By flaunting their wealth, by look at how much I have, look at my look at the Maybach car I'm driving. Look, you know what I mean? You got to be, you've got to have some self-awareness about that, or you're going to have to deal with the repercussions of that. And I think that's what's happening to Shadur Sanders.
Yeah, but treating the trips like recruiting visits as opposed to job interviews.
Meaning the team is there to impress me, not I'm there to impress the team.
What are you going to do to get me here?
Right.
It's about me, me, me.
Right.
Colin Cowherd on his national radio show, he had some more details, what he uncovered about what went down with Shadur, the red flags that were caused by it.
So a lot of times when you go to these combine meetings, teams give you things to challenge you. Teams will have a player's worst plays ready for him, and they'll show him his worst plays and say, hey, why don't you explain them? And Shadur apparently didn't take to it well. And at one point, one of the few teams that actually was interested in him said, well, what do you make of this really bad play? And Shadur said, maybe I'm not the guy for you. That's not the answer. Since there were only 3 or 4 teams in the first round that were going to consider it, now that Pittsburgh apparently has a deal with Aaron Rodgers, so take them out. Another moment, what they do during the film and the combine and the meetings is teams will install mistakes intentionally planted in the install, and they want you to catch them. Shadur didn't, and when a coach called him out, once again, it didn't sit well.
Moral of the story is, go through the process the correct way. Act professionally. It's been a long time since we've seen somebody display this reported diva behavior before they're even a professional player. A lot of players will become that once they get to the NFL, and I guess it's going to be more common now because, and this might be an extreme example because like you said, he is the son of Deion Sanders, who was flaunting wealth and bling and all that in the 90s before players could even get paid in college.
Oh yeah, and the stories that came up about how cocky Deion was when he would show up at these interviews before he got drafted. Like I said, the stories are basically if Deion didn't think you had a top 5 pick, he wasn't giving you the time of day. He could get away with that. But the problem is Shadur Sanders took the exact same approach, and Shadur Sanders is not Deion Sanders. Shadur Sanders, I feel bad for the kid because I think Deion has done a great job raising his boys, except for this. Shadur is the only coach Deion has ever had, and he was woefully ill-prepared as to what the draft process was all about.
Yeah, we have no idea how receptive Shadur will be to any head coach not named Deion.
I know. And that's what scares people. Yeah. That's exactly what scares people. And that's why these meetings were so important, because they didn't want to think, how do I coach this guy if the only coach he's listening to is his dad? And these are very real concerns, and NFL teams have very, very real reasons to ask these questions and to root out exactly who is this kid and what is he all about. And that's why I think when this thing began to feel personal, it's because it was. You said yesterday it was Boomer Esiason reported a few owners told their GMs, get him off the board. Crazy. It's just the lack of respect. We have seen this story played over and over and over again in so many different iterations from Johnny Manziel. From Johnny Manziel, we're going to wreck the league after he was drafted. If you start standing on what you're going to do to the NFL and you start acting like they're lucky to have you, man, you are going to get smacked in the face.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with what you're saying. And you could even throw Josh Rosen into that,
sure
too,
you can.
Counting the number of mistakes that were made ahead of him.
How many people still make fun of him to this day for that?
It comes up quite frequently. You can't get through a draft season without Josh Rosen's name coming up, and that was 7 years ago he was drafted. But
Josh Rosen,
I think those guys, they had to be more professional in the process leading up to the draft, because the red flags that existed and were then exposed at the pro level didn't scare anybody. I mean, Johnny Manziel fell a little bit. Well, he went 24 to the Browns.
Right.
What I'm pretty sure Jimmy Haslam called up and said, pick that guy. I want that guy. There was one Phoenix radio host that was all about the Cardinals taking him.
Yeah, that would have been me. Whoops. That would have been me.
The two things we don't know is how much of this is Shedeur and how much of this was him being guided by Deion and sort of telling him what to do and how to act and how to treat this.
Well, because Deion, even if you don't know the answers to those questions, you know Deion has been involved by his public statements on the matter. This is my son, I might pull an Eli Manning. He might not play there. You know what I mean? There was just too much of the I'm in control, not you guys.
And the other thing we don't know is if he would have nailed the interviews, he still might have fallen past the first and second round. Probably not to the fifth round, but he might. What was it? Kurt Warner told us that his talent was overrated because of his name in these mock drafts, and maybe he should have only ever been mocked to the third or fourth round.
Yeah,
it's
but
very possible.
Then. Look, I know Mel Kiper Jr. has been doing this for a really long time, but he put his reputation on Shadur Sanders and then tripled down on it. How could his evaluation be so wrong? And I know he was ranting and raving, and there was a near argument on stage with Reese Davis about Mel Kiper making the point that the NFL has been really terrible at quarterback evaluation for 50 years.
Unbelievable.
But then again, where was his evaluation had him as the top quarterback in the draft?
When Mel was going off on the NFL and how they wouldn't know a quarterback if it fell out of a barn and hit him on the head.
Yeah.
What kind of analogy was that? Fell out of a barn and hit him on the head? My synapses aren't really working yet. Yes, I was like, you're the one saying this? Your guy at number 3 has been sitting there for 3 days?
Yeah.
Yeah, listen.
Then followed it up by giving the Browns an A+ grade. And they, by all accounts, they had a good draft. They also drafted 2 quarterbacks who probably ultimately aren't going to play for them very long.
And the head coach and GM doesn't want the quarterback that was just force-fed to them from the owner. That can't. You've got to drop him down to a C+ just for that.
You would think.
And then it was also Deion coming out. And remember when people were supposing that maybe Jackson Dart might go before Deion, and Deion's like, I woke up this morning and turned on ESPN, and they're saying Jackson, oh, come on.
Yeah.
Acting incredulous
but
that Jackson Dart belonged in the same sentence, if not the same room, as Shadur Sanders.
But he also planted the seed then that it sounded like it was personal. Mm-hmm. And certainly it became personal for some teams. Mm-hmm. Coming up next, the D-backs went to New York, and they say if you can make it there, you can make it anywhere. Well, yesterday, the D-backs did not make it there. We'll get into it in D-backs Daily next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I don't know how you can do the coaching search until you have the front office stuff squared away. I continue to think that the James Jones is going to still be here in some capacity. So if you're going to bring in a new GM or president or whatever you want to call it, they need to be involved in it too.
How are we going to do it? You have to make that declaration. You have to have a clear understanding of how you're going to go about your business, and then you have to attack it. The fact that they have clarified what they need to do going forward has really got me jacked up.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
For a limited time only at Santan Ford. Santan Ford has employee pricing, saving you thousands. You can buy new 2025 Ford Explorers for as low as 2.9% APR, or take up to $8,700 off brand new 2025 Ford Escapes. And Santan Ford has hundreds of Escapes to choose from. Let's recap: employee pricing, financing options that are good for your wallet, and selection galore. It's all going on now. From America for America. See you at Tim Hovick Santan Ford in Gilbert.
Slim down this
summer and rock that swimsuit with Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get started today, and our expert doctors will help maximize your results from brand name medications like Wegovy and Zepbound. Red Mountain is the trusted leader in medical weight loss, helping over 1 million patients lose weight fast. Our doctors deliver safe, effective solutions tailored to your needs. Lose weight and look great just in time for summer at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Phoenix. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Hey, as homeowners, our closer is America Roofing. Yep, out of the bullpen, save 12% while it lasts with tax and tariff relief courtesy of Arizona's #1 roofing company, America Roofing. You know what? We had a leak in the garage. I'm like, it's all good. And then the monsoon hit, not good. Big leak in a bedroom. I should have gotten the free inspection right away, especially right now when you can save 12%. It's tax and tariff relief at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
ROC number 186438CR42.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs dropped Game 1 of 3 in New York, 8-3 to the Mets, but will be back in action today at 4:10 with Corbin Burns on the mound as they look to even up the series, and you can listen on Arizona Sports 98.7. Some good news for the Diamondbacks. They have reinstated reliever Kevin Ginkel from the 15-day IL, and A.J. Puck is said to have avoided surgery after suffering an elbow injury. Now, with some moves still on the table for Monty Ossenfort and the Cardinals, is the door totally shut on Will Hernandez and Kazir White? Find out more on ArizonaSports.com. And it was an interesting night in the NBA. Boston cruised by Orlando for its spot in the second round. The Pistons shocked the Knicks in New York to force a Game 6. Jamal Murray and the Nuggets took care of the Clippers to go up 3-2. And tempers flared in Indiana after the Pacers sent Giannis and the Bucks home. There are 2 more highly anticipated NBA games tonight. The Rockets look to keep their season alive against Steph and the Warriors, and LeBron, Luka, and the Lakers look to stay in the fight against Ant and the T-Wolves. This report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
That baby is gone! Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-backs Daily. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
D-backs starting a rough patch of schedule in New York for a 3-game series against the team with the best record in the major leagues, the Mets, at Citi Field. Eduardo Rodriguez on the hill against David Peterson in a matchup of lefties after a scoreless first inning. The Mets pounced in the second against Erod. 2 outs, runner on first. Tyrone Taylor, the hitter.
Right-handed hitter swings, ropes it inside the left field line. That's a fair ball going towards the corner. Acuna can fly. Gurriel picks it up, throws to Perdomo. Perdomo bobbles it. Acuna scores. Gurriel threw a one-hopper to his cutoff man who had a hard time getting the short pick. They might have had to play at the plate, but they couldn't get it done. The Mets take a 1-0 lead.
Just like that, 1-0 New York. Chris Garagiola on the call. Next hitter, Jose Azocar.
1-2. Ripped into right field, a base hit. Carroll's got it clean. Comes up firing to the plate. It is not going to be in time. Back-to-back two-out hits for the Mets, and they double the lead. It's 2-0.
Yeah, 3 pitches later, Francisco Lindor's turn to tack on.
Here's the pitch. Swung on, hit out to deep left field. Gurriel going back. It is gone. Off the top of the wall and hit the railing and bounced back onto the field of play. And C.B. Buckner saying that's a 2-run homer. 4-0 New York.
Yeah, 4 runs in the inning and an uphill battle facing the Diamondbacks. That hill would get more steep in the third. Rodriguez walked Pete Alonso leading off the inning, which brought up former D-back Starling Marte.
The 2-1. That's a swing and a high fly ball out to deep left field. Gurriel back, looks at the wall, and that one is out of here. It's the second 2-run homer allowed by Erod for Marte, his second of the year. And the Mets now lead by a half dozen.
Apropos of nothing, Bick, I've wondered about this since Starling Marte was here. Because
Okay.
it was a Marte parte, remember?
I do remember that.
Why do we pronounce Ketel Marte?
We had many conversations
and
about that.
Starling Marte's names differently.
There's a slight difference. Not. I would say there's less difference than ferret rhyming with Jarrett, but you two don't agree with me. But Ketel Marte and Starling Marte, there's a little difference.
They're different
There's
people.
a little more. They're different people.
They're very different people.
Well, I mean, they're not related to each other.
They're not.
Yeah. Maybe one of them has one of those deals over the thing.
No, they don't. They don't. It's like one guy being Williams and the other guy being Will.I.Ams.
Anyway.
Or Florida versus Flo Rida.
You can tell there's not going to be a lot of highlights in D-backs Daily today with that tangent.
Oh, yeah.
The New York ballooned to 6 after the Marte home run. Later in that inning, Taylor stepped in with Luis Angel Acuna on second base.
Now Erod's 1-2. Swung on, jam shot. That's going to dump into left field. Another dinker base hit. Acuna scores from second. It's old school D-back baseball. Get a guy on, steal second base, and get him in with a clutch 2-out hit.
Except it went against the D-backs there. 7-0. D-backs went in order in the fourth. Pete Alonso, a little bit of loud insurance in the bottom of the fourth.
Rodriguez home with a 3-2. Swung on and crushed. Left field, way back, and off the second deck home run. 7th of the year for Alonso, and it's 8-0 Mets.
Yeah, D-backs would finally get on the board in the fifth. Gabriel Moreno, Pavin Smith had back-to-back singles off of Peterson to start the inning. Later, with 1 out, Jorge Barrosa providing the obligatory Diamondbacks highlight.
There's a 2-1 pitch. Swung on. That's hit towards right center field. And Soto dives. It's off the heel of his glove and squirts out. Moreno will score. To third goes Tawa. Into second is Barrosa. It's an RBI double, and it's now 8-1 New York.
I don't know if you had the same thought on that play. The Mets were playing ridiculous defense, making every play.
Well,
and then their $765 million man didn't make that catch. The pressure that guy's under. I'm not even a Mets fan, and I really don't care.
Yeah.
But I'm like, $765 million. He's got to make that catch. D-backs on the board, still trailing 8-1. They'd get a single run in the 8th. Randall Grichuk scored on a throwing error by Mark Vientos, and one in the 9th on an RBI ground out by Barrosa, which scored Smith. But that's the way it would end. 8-3 in the opener. What went wrong with Erod, Tory Lavell?
Maybe some misguided pitches, mislocated pitches, and they're a good team. Good hitters took advantage of it. I think there was a cut fastball looked like in the middle of the zone to Marte. Lindor's digging out anything and just a good hitter. It was one of those situations, one of those nights where they never let him get into a rhythm. I just think it was a battle from that second inning on. But he's going to figure it out. That's what he does.
Yeah, during the splash, you used the word alarming, the way that went, because it looked like a varsity team against a team full of elementary schoolers for much of that game. It wasn't close. I mean, the Mets were flexing defensively, as I said. The Diamondbacks couldn't get anything going offensively. Again, 2 of their runs on ground outs or errors. And defensively, we've had so many conversations this year about the Diamondbacks' defense not being up to snuff. Here's what Tory Lavell said about the Mets' defense.
They're a good baseball team, and I give them all the credit in the world, right? It was 3 circus plays, but when you see it 3 times, it's something they expect to do, and that's who they are, and that's why they're a good team and in first place in their division. But when we're watching that happen, I think it should inspire our guys. It's very inspiring to see that type of baseball. And when you're looking across the diamond and you have your own internal standards that you live by, it helps you get better. When you're playing against the best and they operate like they're the best, it makes the team, our team, better. And that's how I want us to take this evening.
All right, so we need to explain that cut a little bit.
Yeah.
At the top of the fourth inning, the Diamondbacks were victimized by what some people are calling the greatest half inning of defense by a team in Major League Baseball history. All three Diamondback batters had exit velocities over 100 miles per hour. Gino Suarez, the last out of the inning, was at 118. First batter lines a ground ball that goes off the third baseman's glove right into the hands of Francisco Lindor, who fires to first. Wasn't even close.
No, it was 5 steps. I think
5 steps out.
Grichuk was a hitter there, I think.
Yeah, Grichuk was the hitter, and the pitcher looks out like, thanks, man, I appreciate that. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. comes up, gaps one. The Mets center fielder makes one of the greatest diving catches you'll ever see.
Tyrone Taylor,
Face first into the warning track, okay? So it's like, really? And then Gino Suarez destroys a one-hopper that Francisco Lindor just picks like it's nothing.
Oh,
and it was filthy defense.
And at other times of the game, I thought Keith Hernandez in his prime was playing first base.
Yep.
I mean, what happened to Pete Alonso? When did he become a vacuum over there?
Right, yeah.
Now, they did make an error late in the game that allowed a run to score. But that what you choose to be inspired by is interesting.
Yeah.
For me, I think if you're not living up to your standards defensively, you should be inspired by your failure more so than the success of others.
Well,
that's just me.
Yeah, and I think that's Tory Lavello's way of trying to motivate his team.
Yeah.
And again, I think maybe a little more force, maybe a little more direct anger might be a little more suited to get this team kind of locked in at a better level.
Yeah.
Look,
we've seen it. I didn't mean to cut you off there.
No.
We've seen Tory Lavell. He's got his style of managing, certainly, but he will veer from that style, and he will come down on some people when it's necessary.
Right. But sometimes he waits too long.
Yeah, and it's early in the season, but this looks like a team that needs a dressing down.
I totally agree.
Honestly.
Totally agree with you. He's been very, very coddly. He's been very emotional this year. Look, you know that there's no bigger fan of Tory's than mine, but sometimes teams need some tough love. And it feels like this team does. Through 28 games, they have pretty much been in most games that they have played. They were shut out by the Brewers, 7-0. They lost 8-2 to the Braves last Friday. Both of those games included late offensive spurts by the other team, which means the scores were not that bad for most of the game. Yesterday's was a blowout from start to finish.
Yeah.
And look, what can happen is we don't want it to be like the Sun season where they keep saying,
tipping the cap.
It's a long season. Things will be fine.
Credit to them.
Credit to them. So Eduardo Rodriguez, by some analytics, by some statistics, had been either, if not the best Diamondbacks pitcher, probably the second best. Wheels fell off for him last night.
We had our ranking of the most trusted Diamondback starters 1 to 5, and A-Rod was pretty high. I think he fell down a couple of notches after yesterday.
So yeah, listen, he has not allowed 8 or more runs in a game in 9 years.
Oof.
Since he was in year 2 with the Boston Red Sox. So yesterday's game kind of alarmed me because it's another one of those games where the other team has a giant party at our expense. Gino Suarez, 4 home runs, still lose. 10-run rally in the 8th in Wrigley, still lose. Then the other team puts that kind of a defensive half inning on you.
Mm-hmm.
They got to get this thing turned around. They got to get their vibe right.
Corbin Burns on the mound today in Game 2 of that series. 4:10 first pitch from New York, and you can hear it here on Arizona Sports. Coming up, the Suns still looking for a coach, but it looks like they can already scratch a fan favorite off their list of possible candidates. We'll get into that and more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to D-backs Daily, brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
D-backs at the Mets.
2 outs, the 2-2 pitch. Strike 3 called. The ball game is over. The Mets take the opener by a final score of 8-3. They got out in front 8-0, and they never looked back.
D-backs at the Mets. Coverage of Game 2 of the series this afternoon at 3:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour. From San Diego to Boston, I said hi. You started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. So whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
At Shane Company, we know getting engaged is a big decision. But once you know, you know. That's the way our customers feel when they choose a Shane Company engagement ring. They walk into a warm welcome and walk out with their dream ring, knowing they got it right. For almost 100 years, we've been offering personalized shopping experiences. And we're in it way past the honeymoon, with a free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, cleanings, repairs, and resizing for life. Shop with us at shaneco.com or at your neighborhood store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Chime. The little expenses add up, don't they? Maybe you have to pick up lunch real quick on the way back to work, or you meet a couple friends at a baseball game last second. That's life, and it's great, but you have to stay on top of it financially, too. And that's why your checking account should be helping you, not working against you by charging you fees. Well, that's where Chime comes in. A Chime checking account is going to help you manage your money better by offering no maintenance fees and fee-free overdraft up to $200 until your next deposit. That's big. They've spotted members over $32 billion to date, so just go to Chime.com to learn more. Move toward a better financial future with Chime. Open a Chime checking account in 2 minutes. Get started today at Chime.com. Chime. Feels like progress. Banking services and debit card provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Members FDIC. MyPay line of credit provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. MyPay eligibility requirements apply. Not available in all states. Credit limits range from $20 to $500. $2 fee applies to get funds instantly. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs. Bank ranking and number of ATMs according to U.S. News & World Report 2023.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta with some exciting news from Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, the Ford Motor Company from America for America employee pricing event. And this is a big deal, folks. This means you pay what they pay across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs with few exceptions. And if you're considering a new vehicle, you got to give Earnhardt Ford a chance to prove why they've been a trusted name in the Valley for over 73 years. They're a family-owned dealership that offers a no-bull way of doing business. That's why generation after generation of Arizonans return to Earnhardt. Stop in now at Earnhardt Ford and take advantage of employee pricing, or check out their fully digital shopping experience with No Bull Express at earnhardtford.com. Offers require approved credit and end June 2nd, 2025. That's earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. U.S. residents only. Available on select new 2024-2025 Ford vehicles only. Exclusions apply. Prior purchases. Traditional AXCD plan ineligible. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details.
Hey, it's Wolf. Steve Nash is reportedly joining Amazon's NBA coverage, so does that take him out of the running for Suns coach? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Hey, that's what we're going to talk about right now. You don't have to wait until 10.
That's right.
Don't get me started, Vic.
No, that's why I played it, to set up the segment.
I get that.
Perfect. Perfect setup.
In some people's minds, it's perfect. Mark Stein, NBA insider on his Substack, did report that very thing, that Steve Nash is going to be part of Amazon Prime's NBA coverage, an 11-year media rights deal with NBC and Disney. So that would indicate no interest in getting back in coaching, where he once coached the Brooklyn Nets. Suns have a coaching opening. This is a non-story story, don't you think?
Exactly. If I were to put together a list of my favorite candidates for the job, Steve Nash wouldn't make the list.
No, and for people pining for that, it's not based on Steve Nash's coaching acumen or record.
No, it's not. It's on who he once was as a basketball player.
And it's the Phoenix sports fan condition.
Yeah.
Come on home.
Home.
There's always room to come home.
Make things better. Make us feel good. Bring back the nostalgia because we don't have anything in the present to cheer about.
But
well, especially though, because Nash got like a role with the Warriors after he retired instead of the Suns, and people kind of didn't like the way that tasted.
Well, listen, I saw him coach basketball games in Brooklyn. He did not look like that impactful of a coach. It didn't look like it was something that came all that natural to him. Maybe I'm wrong, but how long did he last in Brooklyn?
Not long, and you've pointed this out too. Like during his tenure in Brooklyn, when he was coaching their version of the Big Three. One member of that Big Three said, "We don't need a coach.
We don't need a coach.
We're kind of our own coaches."
Yeah. What do we need him for?
Now, I do
what
think...
What can he tell us that we don't know?
I do think it's... I am still a Steve Nash fan, obviously.
Yeah, of course.
And I think with this new TV setup, getting some new blood in the broadcasting ranks for the NBA is cool. So I'm very curious to see what that's like for Steve Nash. So scratch his name off the list of coaching candidates.
Yeah. Well,
although we don't really even have a list now, do we?
No, we don't. But I would hope that the GM they hire will have a list. Isn't that the way you should be doing this?
Well,
the GM we think they're going to hire.
Who's on that list?
Well, who's on that list, Vinny? It's a great question.
There's a lot of lists.
There are.
Not a lot of set in stones.
Yeah, there are. So, listen, to me, the idea of Steve Nash as a basketball commentator, I'll be curious what he's like in that role as well. He wasn't exactly effusive with the media.
He wasn't.
Like Charles Barkley as a player, you knew that guy is going to be in front of a camera for the rest of his career. Never once had that thought about Steve Nash.
Isn't it funny, though, when, just kind of on a side note, players that aren't all that effusive with the media and then become media members? Like... Tom Chambers was not a happy, bubbly guy when he played basketball. He was a great player. Never saw him being the media personality that he's become. He's kind of a fun-loving media guy.
Well, and he's also kind of a badass who will tell hard truths.
That is true,
so
too.
I think that's kind of been his secret. Yeah, who is the one recently that got into media that there's been a couple guys in the NFL who have just hated the media until it was time to be part of the media. I guess Bill Belichick.
Bill Belichick for 1 year, yeah.
Fits the bill.
By the way, on another side note, more details that are coming out about this relationship between Belichick and this 24-year-old. Oh my! It's like, Bill, blink if you're in trouble. Let us know if you need help.
Yeah, this young girl seems to be power tripping a little bit, doesn't she?
Did you see the screenshot of the email? She screenshotted a private email and set it to a Taylor Swift song. Look what you made me do.
Oh, boy.
She's running the Belichick empire.
Oh, no. Well, she isn't with him for his good looks.
Her
or his
personality.
Conversational skills.
Charm.
Right, his charm. Yeah, she's cloud chasing.
On that story, too, they had pictures, like Instagram pictures of him posing with, like, mermaids. And the man is in his 70s. Let him have some dignity, for goodness sake.
Let him die, for goodness sakes. Some dignity.
And that's another fascinating thing is how North Carolina football is going to be this year, because I don't think there's a lot of people happy with all that superfluous stuff that's going on. Anyway, back to the Suns coaching.
Yeah.
Another guy you can scratch off the list, if he was on the list, Stan Van Gundy is also going to be part of the same NBA coverage for Amazon.
He's not the Van Gundy that interests me.
No, and I think that's an interesting possibility.
Jeff Van Gundy? I'd be interested in that.
Very quietly got back into the coaching ranks. He took an assistant's job on Ty Lue's staff with the Clippers. Apparently had quite an impact with that team. That team is still playing. I wonder when the Clippers are done, and I'm not convinced they're done, by the way, even though they're down 3-2 in that series now to Denver. When they are done with their playoff run, how much the Heat gets turned up. Because that's an intriguing name. And he's a guy that doesn't have a title, but he's got a wealth of experience.
And he's very direct, and he's a good communicator. I would be definitely interested in Jeff Van Gundy.
But has not been a head coach, though, in 18 years.
I mean, there is that.
It's like riding a bike, Jarrett. Just ask Roger Goodell.
But where I think it's interesting is that Jeff Van Gundy, if you would have plopped him in as a head coach last year with the group the Suns had, I think he has an impact there. We don't know what the Suns roster is going to look like next year. So that is what's making my head hurt in trying to even speculate who this could be or what qualities they should be looking for. You don't know what the roster is going to look like.
Yeah. No, you
Jeff
don't.
Van Gundy dealing with Kevin Durant, I think, would have been a pretty good thing.
Should the coach be the last thing that needs to happen for the Suns? Like, shouldn't it be front office and executive is the first thing dealt with?
Yes. Absolutely.
And then if you're going to trade Durant or make roster adjustments, wouldn't you do that and then hire the coach based on the team?
If you go out, if you're the Suns and you go out and hire the head coach first and then hire the GM, then you're really not empowering the GM at the level you need to. It's more of a shell game than anything.
And what he said, do you have to make the Durant/Beals moves before you hire the head coach too? Or should he be involved in that?
That's the GM's deal. The head coach has nothing to do with that.
No, but I do think.
I mean, you'd want input, but again, the lines of delineation. Who is responsible for what? There has to be a much clearer hierarchy with the Phoenix Suns.
Yes, but to Sammy's point, I don't think the coach is the last part. I think what we saw last year was such an extreme example of a bunch of players who don't fit with what a coach wants to do.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not talking about the guys at the top of the roster. I mean, Mike Budenholzer didn't have Mike Budenholzer players. That's why he's asking Bradley Beal to be Drew Holiday. Drew Holiday is a Mike Budenholzer player.
Mm-hmm.
I think the coach has to have some input on some of the ingredients in the players that he's looking for. And I don't think that happened last year at all.
But I think it's then a slippery slope of when the coach, if you hire the coach before making your roster decisions, then he comes in, he's like, we can still win with Durant and Booker and maybe Beal. And then what if in a week and a half they ship Durant off? Then it looks...
They can't do anything roster-wise until July 1st. You're not going to have a coach until July 1st? You want to talk about putting yourself behind the eight ball?
Yeah. No, listen. And again, I think when you're talking about the head coach approving of the type of player, that is why you let the GM pick the head coach, because then they truly are in alignment.
And alignment has been talked about as a very, very key component.
Heard that word a lot, Vinny.
Yes, setting the tone, alignment, all of these things. But it won't be Steve Nash. He's going to Amazon. Coming up next, last night, not only was it the Bucks versus the Pacers, it was the Greek Freak versus the Bad Dad. Is that his new nickname? We'll get into everything that happened in the NBA last night next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Look at what we're expecting to be great next year for the offense. It's another year of Kyler and Trey McBride. We're all expecting a massive leap out of Marvin Harrison Jr. And if it doesn't happen, frankly, we've got some big problems, right? But we think Trey Benson is going to take a big leap in terms of what he contributes offensively. There's one thing. It's not even the wide receiver position, Gambo. If there's one thing I would have liked to have seen the Cardinals do a little bit earlier in the draft, offensive lineman.
Mm-hmm. Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Two words we've been waiting for: employee pricing. Yep, employee pricing right now at our Desert Ford dealers. From America, for America. Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford has been part of our country's story for more than a century. That's why Ford is offering employee pricing. That means we pay what Ford employees pay, and we're talking the full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. Take that 2024 Ford F-150. If you're looking for a perfect work truck or a powerful weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. Besides, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get employee pricing plus 5.9% APR financing for 72 months and $3,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. But employee pricing won't last forever. Click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2024. Terms and conditions may apply. See your local Ford dealer for details.
Every day, savings, energy efficiency, rebates.
Every day at APS, you have ways to save energy and money. We know how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. That's why we offer programs to help you manage your energy use. Schedule a home energy checkup for savings recommendations tailored to your home. Find rebates on smart thermostats. Compare your rate plan options and switch to the plan that would have saved you the most money. Find ways to save at aps.com/brighter.
Need inspiration? Shop Fry's. For mouth-watering meals and appetizing ingredients. Our low prices add up to big savings. Plus, over $600 in digital coupons each week. And up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. At Fry's, you always get big flavors and big savings. Fry's. Fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
Right now, you can save on fresh medium avocados or delicious honey mangoes. They're 3 for just $2 with your card. Fry's. Fresh for everyone.
Hey there, I'm Jack.
And I'm Stag.
We're just two deer that want to make sure you know it's deer season at your authorized John Deere dealer. The deer season that saves bucks. You know, like us.
Yeah, you can get $3,000 off select John Deere machines. No early wake-up calls or tree stands required.
Just a trip to your authorized dealer before June 2nd.
If you ask us, it's the only deer season worth celebrating.
Visit johndeere.com/deer season to find an authorized dealer and for complete finance details.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
KMBP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks dropped Game 1 of 3 in New York, 8-3 to the Mets, but will be back in action today at 4:10 with Corbin Burns on the mound as he looks for his first win as a D-back. And you can listen on Arizona Sports 98.7. Some good news for the Diamondbacks. They have reinstated reliever Kevin Ginkel from the 15-day IL, and A.J. Puck is said to have avoided surgery after suffering an elbow injury. Now, with moves still on the table for general manager Monty Ossenfort and the Cardinals, is the door totally shut on Will Hernandez and Kazir White? Find out more on arizonasports.com. And it was an interesting night in the NBA. Boston cruised by Orlando for its spot in round 2. The Pistons shocked the Knicks in New York to force a Game 6. Jamal Murray and the Nuggets took care of the Clippers to go up 3-2. And tempers flared in Indiana after the Pacers sent Giannis and the Bucks home. There are 2 more NBA games tonight. The Rockets look to keep their season alive against the Warriors. And LeBron, Luka, and the Lakers look to stay alive against Ant and the T-Wolves. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall Estate Planning. Major estate tax increases are coming. Don't regret not planning ahead. The attorneys at Morris Hall can help you maximize what you leave behind to your loved ones. For a complimentary consultation, visit morristrust.com today.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
Here we go. Halliburton. 5 seconds. 4 seconds. Halliburton for the lead. 1.3 to go. Pacers by 1. Porter to inbound it. No. Giannis is going to take it now. Here's Gary Trent Jr. Lets it fly. And the Pacers are moving on.
That was the final seconds of overtime last night. A crazy basketball game. A massive choke job by the Milwaukee Bucks.
Yes.
not only to blow a 20-point lead in regulation to send it to overtime, they're up 7 points with 40 seconds to go.
Yeah.
Gary Trent Jr. was unbelievable in the shooting the basketball and inexplicably just dropped a pass on the sideline leading to a turnover that led to that Halliburton.
Horrible.
Just crazy. I don't think the Bucks are winning that series anyway, even if they win that game. Then it got crazier after the game. Giannis gets into it with Benedict Mathurin, and Giannis gets into it with John Halliburton, the father of Tyrese Halliburton. They are forehead to forehead, and that's Giannis being much taller than John Halliburton. This sparked all kinds of debate. And Giannis, in his own way, he's kind of one of the best things he does is his post-game press conferences because he gives great answers.
Yeah.
He was asked about the situation, and here's what Giannis had to say.
I've won the championship. They haven't. Losing a game, emotions run high. Having a fan, which at the moment I thought he was a fan, but then I realized he was Tyrese's son, which I love. Tyrese, I think he's a great competitor. He was his dad, sorry. Coming in the floor and showing me his son a towel with his face. This is what we do. This is what we effing do. This is the F we do. This. I feel like that's very, very disrespectful. You know, having somebody's dad, which I'm happy for him, and I'm happy for his son, and I'm happy that he's happy for his son. That's how you're supposed to feel. But coming to me and disrespecting me and cursing at me, I think is totally unacceptable. Totally unacceptable. Okay, and I'm not the guy that points fingers because in my neighborhood, snitches get stitches. So I don't want to say something, for him to say to get fined or anything. But it's not respectful. I talked with him at the end, and I think we're in a good place.
I think what Giannis said before that quote, leading up to what he said, I've won a championship, they haven't. What he said I thought was very impactful. He said a lot of people feel that victory gives you a license to talk all kinds of trash and to be disrespectful, and he doesn't believe in that. And it was so refreshing to hear an NBA player say that.
Yeah.
Because John Halliburton was way out of line.
Well, yeah, and when Giannis was forehead to forehead with John Halliburton, that was actually their second meeting on the court.
Yes.
The first happened afterwards when he was holding up the towel and he was barking at Giannis. Giannis walked away, but then kind of put it together that this was Tyrese's dad, turned around, they got face to face, and by the end of it, it looked like they were okay. But it still doesn't absolve the actions of Tyrese Halliburton's father. If that were a fan, like a normal fan, he'd be banned from the arena.
Yes.
So what is this? Why does the father of an NBA player feel like he has the entitlement to walk onto the court and yap at an opposing player?
I'll give Tyrese Halliburton credit that he at least seemed embarrassed by the whole thing. He wasn't like...
The emotions of the game just got excited there. But I talked with him. I'll talk with Giannis eventually about it. Just, I don't think that my pops was in the right at all there. And unfortunate, what happened in the end there. But, this series was a lot of war of words, a lot of war of antics, a lot of stuff going back and forth. And that's just part of this rivalry and what we've built here over the last couple of years, and it's unfortunate what happened there, but I think it's just competition. And as far as my pops, again, I don't agree with what happened there. We'll have a conversation. Everybody's grown men, and we'll just go from there.
John Halliburton on his Twitter account @PapaHalliburton posted last night for the first time and any original post since 2018. Said, I sincerely apologize to Giannis, the Milwaukee Bucks, and the Pacers organization for my actions following tonight's game. This was not a good reflection on our sport or my son, and I will not make that mistake again. So even he's admitting he's wrong.
I appreciate that.
One person that couldn't be swayed was Shaquille O'Neal.
This is insanity, Vinny. This is absolute insanity. I could not believe what I heard coming out of his mouth.
Here's the initial exchange between Shaq and the guys on TNT.
Giannis said something. No, because he's on the court in his face. So what? Everybody on the court. You can't do that. Yeah, you can. No, Everybody you cannot do that. Giannis said something to him. So you think his dad was correct? No, his dad was 100% wrong. Giannis was wrong? Bro, Giannis said something to him. No, he did not. Yes, he did. No, he not. Look, right there. No, his dad is coming up to him. What is his dad doing on the court? His dad is not supposed to be on the court. You can yell as much as you want to. He's an idiot. If you think that's right, you're an idiot too. Giannis said something. No, that's not true. No, I'm just telling you. That dad is an idiot, and if you think he's an idiot, you're an idiot too. I will say that no. His dad is always on the court.
I will say this. You don't have an entitlement because your son is playing to be on the court.
Hold on, time out. He's always on the court.
He should always on the court.
I don't care. He's always on the court.
He should not be on the court talking to other players.
Bro, Giannis said something to him. He didn't say nothing to Giannis. No, he did not.
No, that's not true. He couldn't have said anything
in the line behind something.
He said, what do you mean?
It's getting a little frustrating at this point.
I don't know why Shaq was dying on that hill.
But then they went back to it after they played Giannis's post-game press conference. And he said all of those things that were deeply impactful. Shaq doubled down on it. He's always on the court. But that's not the point.
That's not the point. He shouldn't be on the court.
Then he talked about how when he was playing, because it always goes back to when he was playing. We got swept by Houston. You don't think fans were hitting me? And he almost said the F word on the air, too. Hitting us with brooms on our way out. They weren't on the court. They weren't the parents of players.
Again, I don't know. Shaq has done this a couple of times, and he did this recently, and I cannot place the incident where he just stubbornly sticks to a really ludicrous position.
When he didn't know who the Detroit coach was, and then he said, like...
Oh, I don't watch Detroit. When he thought Chauncey Billups was the coach.
No. That's just stupid. There was a time when he was clinging to a belief that it doesn't matter. Maybe I'll remember it, maybe I won't. But it doesn't change the fact that once again the NBA. One thing Adam Silver has not done as well as David Stern. The NBA and this whole. The temperature courtside, the yapping at play. There's not enough accountability. It's getting to be a little bit wild out there. Mm-hmm. Dudes wilding out after games. Adam Silver better get his arms around this, because this kind of, and what Giannis said was so accurate. Why victory in this era of sports leads to more trolling rather than grace and victory.
See, and that confrontation with Halliburton's dad is the one that's being talked about the most. And I mentioned this before. He got into it with Benedict Mathurin, too. And there was a lot of still shots. And if you watch the video, it was loud on the court. Mm-hmm. And I think Giannis grabbed Mathurin's head kind of to get in close to exchange. And it looked like it was a sportsman-like exchange.
Right.
And then they had to be separated. I want to know what the gist of that was. Mm-hmm. And I know there was a lot of heat going back and forth during the game, but wow, these playoffs took a turn, because I thought the first weekend was about as boring as it got. And since then, pretty much every series has had some sort of dust-up.
Mm-hmm. We're just getting started. We're in round one.
It's still round one, and these teams don't like each other.
No.
And I think that makes for really entertaining playoffs.
No, listen, we're going to get into the Knicks and their choke job later. Giannis and how eloquent he was after the game was further proof that the NBA needs him out of Milwaukee and in a much bigger primary market. He brings so much to the table. Star power, great player, great sensibility, great personality. He's going to do great in Miami.
Yep. Catch the excitement of the Arizona Sports Half-Day Club on May 7th as the D-backs take on the first-place New York Mets. Snag lower-level tickets for only $9.87 by texting the word half to 620-620. That's half to 620-620 to secure your seats. Coming up next, what do recent comments from P2 tell us about K1? We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel to watch and listen to exclusive conversations and content. From Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
Reputations matter. They just do. Trust matters, especially when making a major purchase like buying an automobile. Reputation and trust, two pillar-like reasons you should shop at Chapman BMW, your premier destination for luxury and performance. Chapman BMW, great reputation for elite service and handling. Had many people reach back and thank me for pointing them towards Chapman BMW. In fact, one client said took him less time to buy a brand new BMW than it it did to buy a suit. Great reputation for making luxury attainable, as in buying a new BMW from Chapman BMW, not as out of reach as you might think. Plus, you have got a friend in the business. More on him in a minute. At Chapman BMW, you're dealing with a family-owned business for 58 years that does things differently. You feel it the moment you walk into either of their locations, and those two great locations give you the best selection you're going to find in the Valley. So take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. Great dude. He ensures that listeners of Arizona Sports are going to get the best deal you are going to find in Arizona. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. Two great locations, one great experience.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey there, I'm Jack.
And I'm Stag.
We're just two deer that want to make sure you know it's deer season at your authorized John Deere dealer. The deer season that saves bucks. You know, like us.
Yeah, you can get $3,000 off select John Deere machines. No early wake-up calls or tree stands required.
Just a trip to your authorized dealer before June 2nd.
If you ask us, it's the only deer season worth celebrating.
Visit johndeere.com/deer season to find an authorized dealer and for complete finance details.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did a ton of research on this. And why is it such a good value at Aria Dental Implant Center?
One of the things I liked about Aria Dental is their wide range of plans that you can choose from. So it doesn't matter what your range of income is or what your finances are, they can make it happen for you. And I didn't find that in other implant centers. That was a key game changer for me.
The pricing, they worked with our pricing because, you know, we all have bills. And everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they made it work.
You need to make one call to Aria Dental, and that's all you need to do. They will take care of the rest.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Hey, it's Luke. How important will it be for Corbin Burns to pitch like an ace against the Mets? We're talking D-backs Mets at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Is there a relationship there due to what's the relationship like?
Yeah, there's no relationship there, but there will be. You know, I know that I was a little bit outspoken when I did say certain things, and I was kind of in the wrong. But at the end of the day, I know I'm a man, and he's a man, and I definitely want to make, that better. Because at the end of the day, that was just talked out of frustration. That could have been something that me and him could have been able to, talk about. And, he'll tell you, I left a note in his locker room when I left. You know what I mean? Just telling him, just telling him how the team is going to be as successful as he leads them to. And, and I just saw some things from afar that I seen in the locker room, and that's just where that came from. But he has been doing a much better job of his body language, his leadership, and it's just going to continue to make that team that much better because they follow his every move, and he just have to understand that.
So you see a bit of a
That's Patrick Peterson on with Kay Adams on Up and Adams yesterday. The question about, is there a relationship between you and Kyler Murray? Kyler Murray was not at Patrick Peterson's press conference announcing his retirement. And this all dates back to 2022. After Patrick Peterson left the Arizona Cardinals as a member of the Minnesota Vikings, he had his podcast. His podcast, All Things Covered, his co-host Bryant McFadden at the time, they're having a conversation about something that Kyler Murray was doing, and Brian McFadden said, schematically, bleep was how he described a play and kind of pinned it on Kyler Murray. And McFadden said, quote, I don't like how he's doing that. I think he should do it privately, but it tells me he doesn't care about his head coach, end quote. Patrick Peterson responded with, Kyler Murray doesn't care about nobody but Kyler Murray. That's just a matter of fact.
Right.
Kyler Murray responded to it. He said a teammate, Hollywood Brown, actually sent him the quote. He said, I was shocked. I know who I am. It'll never not be me. He said, we have had a great relationship. Every picture I got with Pat, he's cheesing ear to ear. I'm cheesing. I saw him last year, so again, I don't know where any of that is coming from.
Yeah, and he basically said, listen, man, if you do care about me and you care about this team, tell me. Advise me. Don't use it as podcast material. Look, I think Patrick Peterson, the fact that he is going all in on restoring and building back every bridge he burned, I'm very happy to see it. He's got a great personality. It leads me to believe this dude has to be in the running for Ron Wolfley's job, doesn't he? Doesn't he?
I don't know. I mean,
put it this way:
you were gone.
Former Cardinal player with a great personality, the gift of gab, who at one point in time was as popular as anybody who has ever played for this franchise, save Kurt Warner and Larry Fitzgerald. And now you've got an opening as a color commentator. He'd be perfect.
It was one of the possibilities we mentioned when he came back into the fold.
But to do
and
it,
he mentioned he wanted to get into media.
Yeah, but to do it, you've got to kind of take care of business here. You've got to restore these relationships and
rebuild the bridges.
He did it with Michael Bidwill, and now I'm sure Kyler Murray will be receptive to this. I don't think Kyler will be like, sorry, dog, you had your chance. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think Kyler's built like that. And I don't think Patrick Peterson was all that wrong when he said it. Patrick Peterson was here for the petulant stage of Kyler Murray's career.
That's what one of my takeaways was. Patrick Peterson didn't say anything that the media hadn't been saying at that point about Kyler Murray. But on the flip side of it, if I'm Kyler Murray, I'm pissed. Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, you're talking out of school about a teammate, first of all.
Yes.
And the fact that Patrick left a note for him, that's what you do. Listen, dude, you and I didn't get along, but I'm wishing you the best, and here's what I think you need to do. Catch you down the road. But to use him on the podcast and come at him as hard as he did, Kyler Murray had every right to clap back the way that he did. So, I find it fascinating. I really do. On that same podcast, by the way, he's kind of gotten into the 49ers business. He said that Brock Purdy's not worth $50 million a year, and it's all over San Francisco media this morning. All over San Francisco media. Call Brock Purdy a very efficient quarterback, likes the kid, but nope, not worth $50 million a year. So, listen, that's what Patrick did. Patrick, people listen when he talks.
The whole campaign of mending burned bridges, it is commendable. But then you go back to, why'd you burn the bridges in the first place?
He was very, very angry at everyone and everything in this organization. He was angry at Steve Keim for lying to him. He was angry at the organization for not having his back during the PED deal. He was, I don't know.
And I'm not typically one, I don't consistently hold grudges. There's a couple I've got that I'm holding on to that I'll never let go of.
Yeah.
But for the most part, I'm not a grudge holder. But I would understand Kyler Murray being standoffish here. I honestly would. Now, do you want to see them patch up for the good of the organization? Again, we don't know what role Patrick Peterson is playing here. He wanted to retire as a Cardinal. The Ring of Honor debate is up. That's going to happen at some point. In fact, that came up with Kay Adams yesterday, too.
It's not even a thought to you to go into the Ring of Honor before Larry Fitzgerald. Why is Larry not in the Ring of Honor?
Yeah. I have no idea. I don't think he officially retired yet. I think that's the issue.
Really?
Yeah, I haven't seen anything that said Larry has officially retired. So I don't think he officially retired yet.
So what's this conversation? Because you want him to go in before you, but we have to get the Cardinals have not put someone into the Ring of Honor in a long time.
Not true.
No, I know it's a couple people going in this year. That's what I heard.
Okay.
I don't know who, but yeah, I don't think Fitzy officially retired just yet.
Patrick Peterson breaking news too. That's not true. Kurt Warner went in somewhat recently.
Carson Palmer went in.
They put Jim Hart in the Ring of Honor from his St. Louis days. So breaking news. So there was a lot of takeaways there. One of my takeaways from watching those video clips, Pick, and this is completely superficial. Every time I see Kay Adams, she looks like a different person.
I don't watch her, so I don't know. I'll trust you on that.
Back when she was with Good Morning Football, not that we watched the show because we're doing a show while that was on, but it was always on the TV. She looks like a completely different person now from when she did then.
It's a glow up, as they say.
I don't think so.
It's a glow down.
That's what I think. Can you glow down?
What's a glow up, Jared? I'm not familiar with this term. Enlighten me.
It's like when you
go from not hot to hot.
Yes, essentially like when you move up in the world, you start to
look a little more refined.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So who would be these two people going up and a couple of people going in the Ring of Honor? Think Wolf's getting in already? I mean, Wolf's got to get in at some point in time.
He does.
Anquan Bolden, he really deserves to be on. Maybe you put Fitz and Anquan in at the same time. Wouldn't that be cool?
Larry Centers, is he not in?
Larry Centers
is not in
is not in.
He's always brought up when we could do these.
He certainly needs to be in.
You couldn't put Fitz and Bolden in at the same time.
Because I guess you couldn't.
You might be able to do it the same year.
But not the same day. Fitz has got to be by himself.
The
You're right.
Suns
That's
did
true.
Stoudemire and Marion in the same year, but not on the same day.
That's true. Yeah, you're right. Fitz is going to be, that's the ground shaker. Yeah. Larry.
I don't care that he's not officially retired. He's got to be the next one to go in.
That is funny, though, that Patrick also noticed that we always talk about jokingly that he never officially retired.
And Kay Adams like, really?
But that does not stop his Hall of Fame clock from ticking. He'll still be eligible from year 5 after he last played. You don't have to officially retire.
Yeah, you don't have to file the papers.
Yeah. Who knows? Maybe he's coming back.
That's why they didn't draft a receiver or sign one.
Come on now.
Okay.
Yeah, right. Yeah. And that's where Kay Adams and her naivete, that's where that really came from. She thought for a minute, he's coming back?
Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the big stories on this Wednesday in the Rush Hour reboot. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I don't think the playoffs were a realistic goal in 2023.
Yeah.
The thing that's different now is the schedule, if you keep on that current trajectory, is you're a playoff team in 2025. And that's a barrier. You got to break in and be one of the top teams in your conference and actually make the playoffs. And we're not going to know if they can do it until they do it.
This is the year. This is it. They've been building for this year. Year 1, year 2, and here it is, year 3. This is a playoff season for the Arizona Cardinals. This is a playoff season or bust.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated. But your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
At Shane Company, we love a spring engagement, but you might be wondering, how do I find the perfect engagement ring? As a trusted family jeweler since 1929, we get asked this a lot. We have a wide selection of ring settings, like vintage designs with romantic details, floral settings inspired by nature, and classic styles with clean lines and sleek metals. Dreaming of the most beautiful diamond you've ever seen? At Shane Company, we handpick only the sparkliest center stones in all shapes and sizes, from oval to round to marquise, and more. We have gorgeous natural and lab-grown diamonds at competitive prices, in-store, ready to compare side by side. Drawn to certain colors? We're known for our rainbow of vivid natural sapphires, including shades of blue, straight out of a fairy tale, handpicked by our owner, Tom Shane. At Shane Company, we have the best free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, plus resizing, repairs, and cleanings for life. Visit us at shaneco.com or in store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Spring is in the air, my Kronk brothers, and so is the Brooklyn Bedding Spring Sale going on now through May 6th. Everything, and I mean everything, both in-store and online, is 25% off. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you. There's no pushy salespeople, just knowledgeable sleep experts that will help you find the perfect sleep solution. And just for you, Basinonians, shipping is always free. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, your local GM dealer. And folks, there has never been a better time to get in a new GMC truck or SUV. Take advantage of low 0.9% APR financing on a 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 Turbo Max full-size truck. Or electrify your savings with an even lower 0% APR for 60 months on 2024 Hummer SUVs or Sierra EV Denali's. All offers require approved credit and end soon. So hurry into Earnhardt Buick GMC or find it all online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited to GM Financial. 0% for 60 months is $16.67 per month per $1,000 financed. Based on approved credit, not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 4/30/25.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs dropped game 1 of 3 in New York, and they will be back in action today at 4:10 with Corbin Burns on the mound as they look to even up the series. And you can listen on Arizona Sports 98.7. Some good news for the Diamondbacks. They have reinstated reliever Kevin Ginkel from the 15-day IL, and A.J. Puck is said to have avoided surgery after suffering an elbow injury. With moves still on the table for general manager Monty Ossenfort and the Cards, is the door totally shut on Will Hernandez and Kazir White? Find out more on ArizonaSports.com. It was an interesting night in the NBA. Boston cruised by Orlando for a spot in round 2. The Pistons stunned the Knicks in New York to force a Game 6. Jamal Murray and the Nuggets took care of the Clippers to go up 3-2. And tempers flared in Indiana after the Pacers sent home Giannis and the Bucks. There are 2 more highly anticipated games tonight, the Rockets and Warriors, and the Lakers and the T-Wolves, both elimination games. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Does your portfolio match your personal comfort level for risk? Visit AssetPreservationWealth.com for a free portfolio review to make sure.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Good morning. It is 7:32 on this hump day this week. We are almost to the back end of the weekend, eyes on the weekend. But for now, we have to talk about the Diamondbacks' continued struggles in Citi Field. They lost 8-3 last night and was maybe their worst loss of the season. But hopefully Ketel Marte is coming back soon. Kevin Ginkel's on his way back. News yesterday, A.J. Puck will not need elbow surgery. And Lourdes Gurriel and Gabriel Moreno can't be this bad for this much longer. Am I right? So my question is, and it's one that fans never love to hear, but is continued patience just the fix for this team? Like, do they just need to be patient a little bit longer?
Oh. I don't think they have a choice, really, but to be patient, but they can also up the urgency, too.
Listen,
does that make sense?
Yeah. Look, the team, what bothers me is that there's two things that have kind of run concurrently with the Diamondbacks season: coddling and sloppy baseball. And the coddling is in the rest and let's not push these guys, and there's no real forceful leadership, lack of urgency. If it were resulting in good baseball, I wouldn't say a word. But this team is not locked in.
This is not a connected team. Therefore, it's not a dangerous team.
Well, listen, I keep drawing on these examples, these nights when magical things are happening to the team the Diamondbacks are playing, and it just feels ominous to me. Feels ominous to rally for 10 runs in the 8th inning in Wrigley and lose that game. Feels ominous for Gino Suarez to hit 4 homers in a game and lose that game.
I agree. And on the subject of magic, not only are magical things happening for other teams, but the Diamondbacks, to your point, not capitalizing on their own magic.
That's it. That's it.
Those are historic accomplishments that should never end in losses.
Never. And so you just wonder, it gets me a little nervous.
And you mentioned last night that an inning where 3 consecutive plays were unbelievable highlights against them.
Yeah.
And you're like, you're right. Maybe everything's against them. The curse is on them.
That's just how it feels. And so maybe the head says patience is the play because you have no other thing to do but hope that this pitching staff is all that.
I know.
And that these struggling hitters get their acts together. But it's like, come on now, man. You got a lot of teams in baseball kind of staking a claim. This is our year. Yeah. And the Diamondbacks don't feel like one of those teams.
And it's okay to be patient because most of these problems are injury-based, but to both your guys' point, a sense of urgency as a fan would be really nice to see.
Or even some sort of just correction of a problem. I mean, they continue to make outs on the base paths that's not, characteristic of this team. Happened again last night. Just a sustained correction of some of those issues. Playing better defense, running the bases better. Or to your point, Sammy, a couple of these bats that have been absent getting hot.
Exactly. Yesterday, general manager of the Arizona Cardinals, Monty Ossenfort, he talked about if there's still a relationship between some Cardinals that are still unsigned in Will Hernandez and Kazir White.
Yeah, Wolf, I think we keep lines of communication open with a lot of players, and so, that's constant checking in and seeing where everybody is, and so I think those are conversations that continue to take place, and we got to see how it goes here. We got to see once we get our own guys out on the field and see how that goes, and just check in and see. Everybody's got, those 2 guys are still free agents. And
so we've been talking a little bit about that there's still moves for this Cardinals roster. Does one of those moves involve either Kazir White or Will Hernandez, do you think?
Kazir White, I think, is a player that I would love to get back. I don't quite understand where those two, where the parties are in this. If Kazir White was so certain that there was better, bigger money to be had, why hasn't he found it yet?
It's a great question. But I also you have to wonder about the interest level on the Cardinals because he did seem so important to the culture of the team the 2 years that he was here. Even the first year, they didn't win a lot of games, but he kind of set the tone in that first game. Was more healthy in year 2. I don't know if the Cardinals wanted to move to somebody with better coverage skills in that middle linebacker position. But I was overall I am pretty surprised that he's not on the roster right now. Will Hernandez, I think they have a lot of the same characteristics in terms of importance to the culture and the locker room. But Hernandez is coming off a major injury, so that makes more sense right now.
Exactly.
Gotcha. ESPN and TNT, funny, they've drawn their largest NBA playoff TV audience through the first 11 games ever.
Nobody watches the NBA.
Remember when the NBA was having a ratings problem? And then Luka got traded to the Lakers.
Yeah,
It's just 3-pointers. It's all they do.
Why do you think through 11
They're
games?
so woke.
Nobody plays hard. Why is it, do you think, through the first 11 games of this postseason, people are turning on their TV to watch?
I think the Heat in the series. I mean, we talked about
The
it
Heat
a
were
little bit.
terrible in their series. What are you talking about? They were the worst.
Well, they're gone now. Heat culture has been extinguished. Just like people like to see intense competition, and this has bled over into some situations that have been near brawls. I think people love to watch that stuff.
Playoff basketball is fantastic. The rise between regular season and postseason, not as dramatic as the NHL enjoys, but it's pretty close. When you watch playoff basketball, you realize how many guys are half-assing it on defense during the regular season. When you see real defense being played for 45, 47, 48 minutes, like the T-Wolves, it's remarkable. And then like tonight, you've got Luka and LeBron on the brink of elimination.
Yep.
And
how many free throws are they going to shoot tonight,
man,
Vinny?
you're right about that. What Sammy said, though, at the end as a joke is actually true, saying, oh, they don't play hard. Well, they don't really play that hard in the regular season, but they do in the playoffs, and it is a big difference to the people.
It's a big difference.
And it doesn't hurt that the Warriors, the Lakers, the Celtics, the Knicks all have prominent teams this year.
Yeah, I mean, that helps, too.
And speaking of, we talked about the Lakers on the brink down 3-1 and the Rockets down 3-1. Do both these teams with their back against the wall, do they give themselves another game tonight? Or I think we maybe think the Lakers win tonight, but do the Rockets force a game 6?
I don't see it. I should have gone with my gut. On the way out, I agreed that all the East were going to end last night, and I just didn't have any faith in the Knicks getting it done, and they didn't. I just don't know if the Rockets have the pieces to beat the Warriors the way the Warriors, as long as Jimmy Butler is playing.
In Houston.
As long as he can move for one quarter, apparently they're pretty good. Yeah, I don't have faith in the Rockets to extend it. I do think the Lakers extend the series.
So do I.
So then maybe tomorrow we're already firing up the trade machine again. The last thing and the best thing that I saw yesterday. Did you guys see Dalton Varshaw's catch?
Oh, my goodness.
I think we have to just.
Oh, my goodness.
The fact that he got turned around, fell down, and then it was one of the best catches I've seen for no reason.
Yeah.
Last night.
Right.
And if you haven't seen it, he was the next Diamondback.
On his way back up, put his glove in the perfect spot and caught the baseball.
Yes, it was an unintentionally great catch.
It was, yeah.
If he didn't catch that, it would have been one of the dumbest looking plays you've seen.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it would have been.
Here's a tentacle on that story. Are we certain today on April 30th, 2025, the Diamondbacks won that trade?
Yes, still yes, but
ooh.
Talk to me.
I've been predicting
80 more games.
All-star birds for Gabby Moreno for 2 years.
I don't know what happened to him after his rookie year.
Well, he won a gold.
He's great defensively, but the offense is supposed to be further advanced
at
this point.
Yeah. Lourdes Gurriel's been, aside from 30 games this season, he's been really, really good for this team.
And real quickly, one of our listeners came through. The other Shaq really ridiculous take was when he was absolving Jimmy Butler. When Jimmy Butler was holding out on the Heat. Remember that? And he found nothing at all wrong with it.
Get your money.
Yeah, right.
that is true.
That's
Get
what it
your
was.
Money. Shaq against the world.
Oh, boy. Shaq and the Fool. Yeah.
Thanks, Sammy. Rush Hour Reboot. Big stories every morning at 7:30. Coming up next, we will dive back into the NFL draft, get some recap. ESPN NFL draft analyst Field Yates joins us straight ahead on Bickley Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs at the Mets.
2 outs, the 2-2 pitch. Strike 3 called. The ball game is over. The Mets take the opener by a final score of 8-3. They got out in front 8-0, and they never looked back.
D-backs at the Mets. Coverage of Game 2 of the series this afternoon at 3:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-837-5050. That's 800-837-5050. 800-837-5050.
Whether you're shaping up a small yard or tackling serious acreage, Steel walk-behind zero-turn and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel, let's go mow. Available at participating dealers.
Okay, sometimes what was once in style just doesn't make any sense anymore. Like those outdated jeans. Oh, you know they look good at one point. But they no longer fit.
Hi, I'm Michael Halliday, attorney and partner at Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm. Just like fashion, your estate plan can become outdated over time. Whether it's new family members, changes in your financial situation, or shifts in your personal goals, your estate plan should reflect your current life. Think of it like spring cleaning. There's no point in keeping clothes that no longer fit. Much in the same way, key components of an estate plan can easily become outdated, like beneficiary designations, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives. These elements need to be periodically reviewed to ensure they align with your current circumstances. The attorneys at Morris Hall can help.
It's time to update your estate plan with Morris Hall. Schedule your complimentary consultation today at morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
Slim down this summer and rock that swimsuit with Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get started today, and our expert doctors will help maximize your results from brand name medications like Wegovy and Zepbound. Red Mountain is the trusted leader in medical weight loss, helping over 1 million patients lose weight fast. Our doctors deliver safe, effective solutions tailored to your needs. Lose weight and look great just in time for summer at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey there, I'm Jack.
And I'm Stag.
We're just two deer that want to make sure you know it's deer season at your authorized John Deere dealer. The deer season that saves bucks. You know, like us.
Yeah, you can get $3,000 off select John Deere machines. No early wake-up calls or tree stands required.
Just a trip to your authorized dealer before June 2nd.
If you ask us, it's the only deer season worth celebrating.
Visit johndeere.com/deer season to find an authorized dealer and for complete finance details.
On Friday, May 9th, enjoy a free post-game concert featuring La Original Banda El Limon. Go to dbacks.com/Mex for tickets and field passes.
Hey, it's Gambo. Which member of the Diamondbacks has been the most valuable through the first month of the season? Plus, we'll get you ready for D-backs Mets Game 2, starting at 2 o'clock on Arizona Sports.
NFL draft in the rear view mirror. By all accounts, a pretty good draft for the Arizona Cardinals. Here to give us some recap from ESPN NFL draft analyst, fantasy football expert, Field Yates, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Field, thanks so much for the time today. We appreciate it.
No problem. Glad to do it.
Good. Read your piece on a lot of the picks that you really loved during the draft, and you had 2 Cardinals picks, but I want to start with the Cardinals' first pick and Walter Nolan at 16 overall. Seems to be different thoughts on him in terms of his motor. I mean, what was your stance on Walter Nolan going into the draft, and how do you think he fits with the Cardinals?
Yeah, Walter can be as good as he wants to be. He's an excellent, excellent player. The guy has tremendous upfield penetration skills. He's extremely forceful at the point of attack. He's a terrific pass rusher. Had a breakthrough season, or really his best season of his college career this past year. He's been on the radar since he was in high school. He was not a 5-star recruit. He was the #1 recruit in the country coming out of high school and eventually landing at A&M before finishing up at Ole Miss. And he is a value in what today's NFL prioritizes, which is getting as many pass rushers on the field regardless of what angles they attack from. So defensive tackles have really seen their value go up in recent years, and wasn't a surprise for me to see Walt have his name called that high. And all of a sudden this front seven, which dealt with some injuries last year and some depth concerns, now all of a sudden feels like it's in a very, very good spot.
It seems like Will Johnson was very surprised that the medical concerns about his knee caused him to slip the way he did. What do you think of that pick for the Cardinals?
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's a home run at that stage, regardless of how things turn out, because he's just too talented of a player to slide any further than he did. Will really had great tape for 2.5 seasons at Michigan. He's got awesome size, great ball skills, very instinctual. Guy who made some huge plays and big moments for Michigan during their national championship season. But, I'm not a doctor, and each team's tolerance on where a guy is worth going based off of whatever he is dealing with is different. But I really have a hard time thinking that even if he's not a great player, even if he just makes the roster and plays for you, to get a guy who has that much potential upside at that point in the draft, to me, is just too good to ignore.
Field Yates of ESPN, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. I know you also singled out the pick of Cody Simon at 115, the linebacker from Ohio State, as a pick that you really liked. But as a whole, when you look at this 7-member draft class for the Cardinals, is there anything that you didn't like as much, Field?
I don't know if there's something that comes to mind that I would say, no, I don't like where that one landed for this team. I feel like they did a good job on sort of attacking all different levels. I think the defensive focus was really good as well. So, I don't know. What's the local tenor? Is the local tenor that they screwed up on something? Because I'm having a hard time from afar saying, oh, my gosh, why didn't the Cardinals do that?
I think there was some thought maybe that they needed to maybe address the wide receiver room at some point during the draft. And, the fans weren't necessarily as vocal as some radio shows in Buffalo were about that same subject. But, 6 out of 7 on the defense wasn't the plan for Monty Ossenfort. But, I think overall the local tenor has been a positive one.
Yeah, I'd say so, too. And here's what I would say is that, people always ask around the draft time each year, like, how do the Philadelphia Eagles get away with it again? And how do the Baltimore Ravens get away with it again, where they end up taking players who everybody says is really well rated, but they somehow make it a pick, whether it's 32 or whatever it was for Philadelphia, 31 or 28 for Baltimore. They say, how does this happen? And I always tell people the reality of what those two teams do, amongst others, is they just draft for value. They don't worry about need as much. And the reality about drafting for value is at some point early on in the process, before you're this well-oiled machine who just does it every single year out of muscle memory, is that it may come with the concession that earlier in your drafts, you're doing things like maybe not addressing offensive roster holes that may be perceived at that time. So the Cardinals are one of those teams that I felt like got some really strong values. Does it mean that they don't have work to do right now for the rest of the offseason? It doesn't, but I remember walking that. I don't do the draft grades like Kuiper does, but I didn't walk away from that draft thinking to myself, I just wish they had gone these 3 other directions. They did not do. I thought it was another solid draft after a class that I really liked last year.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. Well, and poor Mel Kiper, I thought his head was going to explode because the Shadur Sanders thing by the end of the NFL draft. Cam Ward at number 1 received less fanfare for a quarterback selected number 1 overall that I can ever remember. But I want to ask you about Travis Hunter, because for Jacksonville to move up the way they did strongly suggests they are going to roll with this idea of him as a full-time two-way player. Do you like Travis's chances, and do you think Jacksonville has got kind of the savvy, the front office savvy and the coaching savvy to know what to do with this situation?
I don't think he'll be a full-time player on both sides of the ball. I do think he will play both sides of the ball. I don't think he'll be full-time, though. I think the mindset for Jacksonville, and this was something that I thought was consistent throughout the pre-draft process and conversations I had with people around the NFL, and it was especially prevalent when I went out and covered the Colorado Pro Day for ESPN, is we on the outside, and this is part of our job, are trying to figure out exactly how many snaps Travis Hunter is going to play on one side of the ball versus the other, where the consistent feedback I got from NFL teams was our mindset is so much more focused on this guy has the goods to play both ways. We're going to learn about how much he can handle at each spot once we have him in the program. And if we say to ourselves, our lean is wide receiver, and next thing you know, we're 3 weeks into training camp, and, Travis Hunter hasn't allowed a single touchdown catch to Brian Thomas Jr., and he's just been smothering him for the Jaguars. They might say, all right, maybe we'll play a little bit more on defense. But the mindset seemed to be, rather than putting limitations or boundaries or expectations on what the number of snaps will look like, let's just be more open-minded, because the skill set is, I feel like we're sort of, we're at the point now where we end up doing a lot of hyperbole, but it's one of the more unique circumstances that I think, more unique skill sets that I think we have seen in probably, at least a couple of decades.
Yeah, in terms of circumstances being unique, my partner mentioned the Shadur Sanders saga over the weekend. He ends up with the Browns in the 5th round after being a highly projected pick. It is what it is, and there's all these reports, as you know, Field, coming out now about how maybe Shadur and his camp handled things going into the draft. I think he's handled the reaction very well, but how do you think he fits in year one in that Cleveland Browns quarterback room or offense?
I'm going to temper expectations here, because it's clear that if the Browns felt he was a strong bet to win their starting quarterback job, he would have gone much sooner to them than 144th overall. That's just a fact. It's a wide open quarterback room right now in Cleveland, so he definitely has a chance to start. But to me, to sort of handicap him as the favorite would be a bit of a reach based off of how the draft unfolded. I think that there are some ways in which I feel as though the quarterback location for Shadur Sanders was really strong, because if he had gone to, and I'm just making this up here, Philadelphia, because the Eagles said, hey, he's a good value as a backup, then obviously he would have no chance to start. In other ways, I wonder if the fact that the Browns have 4 quarterbacks plus Deshaun Watson, who I'm not counting because I don't think he's going to play this year, and we'll see whether he ever plays again for the Browns. But on top of that, they now have 2 first-round picks next year in what, on paper, and it's extremely early, but on paper looks to be a stronger draft class for quarterbacks next year. Part of me wonders if what Cleveland really was signaling to us is by taking 2 quarterbacks, none sooner than pick number 94 overall, and adding 2 other quarterbacks this offseason, they're really just thinking about next year. So I don't want to miss the forest through the trees, where the Browns' most important quarterback message of the weekend was not necessarily taking Dylan Gabriel 94th or taking Shadur Sanders 144th or taking them together, but rather that the quarterback market they're really focused on is the one a year from right now.
Field, great stuff. Thanks so much for joining us today. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Thank you. Field Yates, ESPN NFL draft analyst, fantasy football expert. He joined us on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, the second half of the Wednesday show.
Fire!
Gets underway with the blast. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Why Refi. I'm Tyler Drake. Another recent rule change is hurting these new Suns. Diamondbacks reliever A.J. Puck avoids surgery after suffering elbow injury, and Mets robbed D-backs of several hits. Eduardo Rodriguez knocked around in loss. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Why Refi.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Building wealth from scratch, very hard to do, if not impossible, but the smart people tell you the best way to do it is to reduce your debt. And if you're in the market for a new home, if you're looking to refinance, you can save a ton of money with Life Changer Loan. Life Changer Loan, an innovative program where you do your banking inside your mortgage. Every deposit you make into the account pays the principal of your home. You're going to wake up down the road, that home payment is going to be gone. In fact, 5 years, the average length of time it takes a Life Changer Loan client to pay off that home, which now gives you decades to build personal wealth, and that is how you get ahead. You also get 24/7 access to your equity, which is really a good deal. It means if you need or have expenses, if you need to get your home repaired, if you're struggling with college tuition, you literally borrow the money from yourself. Lots of great things with the Life Changer Loan, but it is not for everybody. You've got to be a right fit. You've got to have the right financials, a really good credit score, but I'll guarantee you this. If you are a good fit, you are going to love the results. Find out more at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave.
Oh, what a beautiful day.
This is regular deodorant.
Ugh, I can't.
Secret Clinical with workout sweat.
Let's run another marathon.
And regular deodorant.
How much more?
Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better.
Stay fresher under pressure.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Lab-grown diamonds might be new to retail, but not to Desert Wholesale Diamond. Hi, Diamond Dave Cantor of Desert Wholesale Diamond. And even though I'm a 4th-generation natural diamond importer, I was the first to import these gorgeous, eco-friendly, low-carbon footprint, conflict-free, real and genuine diamonds to the West Coast. And unlike everyone who's recently gotten on the lab-grown bandwagon, we work with the largest growers in the world to bring you the best possible diamonds at the lowest possible price. We know what to import and what to reject. And because we're importing direct, working in our low-overhead wholesale offices, and making our own rings, bracelets, and earrings in our own facility, we can offer better pricing than anyone. So work with the leader, not the followers, and let us find you the perfect cultivated diamond for less. A lot less.
Call 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow Dave on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
Hey, it's Wolf. The valley's heating up, and if you're tired of battling that Arizona sun, call my friends at All Pro Shade Concepts. Their roll-down patio shades and retractable awnings are the real deal. Cooler patios, no glare, and total privacy. Now through Memorial Day, for every shade order, All Pro Shade will donate a pair of running shoes to a service member through their partnership with Shoes for Soldiers. So cool down your patio and support our heroes. Go to allproshade.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta with some exciting news from Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, the Ford Motor Company from America for America employee pricing event. And this is a big deal, folks. This means you pay what they pay across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs with few exceptions. And if you're considering a new vehicle, you got to give Earnhardt Ford a chance to prove why they've been a trusted name in the Valley for over 73 years. They're a family-owned dealership that offers a no-bull way of doing business. That's why generation after generation of Arizonans return to Earnhardt. Stop in now at Earnhardt Ford and take advantage of employee pricing, or check out their fully digital shopping experience with No Bull Express at earnhardtford.com. Offers require approved credit and end June 2nd, 2025. That's earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. U.S. residents only. Available on select new 2024-2025 Ford vehicles only. Exclusions apply. Prior purchases. Traditional AXCD plan ineligible. Plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 doc fee. See dealer for details.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Savolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs dropped Game 1 of 3 in New York, 8-3 to the Mets, but will be back in action today at 4:10 with Corbin Burns on the mound, and you can listen on Arizona Sports 98.7. Some good news for the Diamondbacks. They have reinstated reliever Kevin Ginkel from the 15-day IL, and A.J. Puck is said to have avoided surgery after suffering an elbow injury. Now, with moves still on the table for general manager Monty Austin-Fort and the Cardinals, is the door totally shut on Will Hernandez and Kazir White? Find out more on arizonasports.com. And it was an interesting night in the NBA. Boston cruised by Orlando for its spot in round 2. The Pistons shocked the Knicks in New York to force a Game 6. Jamal Murray and the Nuggets took care of the Clippers to go up 3-2. And tempers flared in Indiana after the Pacers sent Giannis and the Bucks home. There are 2 more NBA games tonight. The Rockets look to keep their season alive against Steph and the Warriors. Luka, LeBron, and the Lakers look to stay in the fight against and the T-Wolves. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
It has become the most important question on the internet. So, who are you taking, the 100 humans or the gorilla? Or more locally, who are you taking, the 100 Diamondbacks or the 1 New York Met? Doesn't seem so absurd now after the loss last night, the worst loss of the season, a game in which Eduardo Rodriguez gave up 8 runs in the first 4 innings, a night when the Diamondbacks were never in the game, blown away from start to finish, which is usually the case whenever they play the Mets in Citi Field. By the way, it's the first time Erod has allowed 8 or more runs in 9 years. It's the first hammer and nail loss of the season, and I'm starting to get a little worried about the vibe of this team. After all, the Diamondbacks seem to be bringing out the magic in everyone else. Gino Suarez, 4 home runs in a game, and they still lose. 10-run rally in the 8th inning of Wrigley, and they still lose. And last night, the Mets put together one of the best half innings of defense in history, flexing on us, the team that was supposed to be the Kings of Leather. Now, after the game, Tory Lavell said the Diamondbacks should be inspired by the Mets' level of defense, but personally, I think it's time for the manager to flip a table or two because all of this coddling is not working, and this idea of slow rolling your way into baseball season is getting very old very fast. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW. Make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
They're a good baseball team, and I give them all the credit in the world, right? It was 3 circus plays, but when you see it 3 times, it's something they expect to do, and that's who they are, and that's why they're a good team and in first place in their division. But when we're watching that happen, I think it should inspire our guys. It's very inspiring to see that type of baseball. When you're looking across the diamond and you have your own internal standards that you live by, it helps you get better. When you're playing against the best and they operate like they're the best, it makes the team, our team, better. And that's how I want us to take this evening.
That's Tory Lavell, inspired by the Mets' amazing defense is what his team should be. I'm kind of leaning towards you, Bick. Great time to flip a table, especially when you do it in somebody else's ballpark, too.
Oh, absolutely. That's funny. That's pretty good. All right, there's no real damage to your facility when that happens.
Yeah, we saw, you mentioned it, too, maybe the best half inning of defense we've seen in quite some time. I mean, it was the polar opposite of what we saw in the 5th inning of Game 5 of the World Series last year.
That's right.
From the Yankees, who were put forth the worst defensive half inning I've ever seen.
When Aaron Judge couldn't catch a fly ball.
But it was remarkable. And those kind of plays are contagious. And the Diamondbacks don't typically make those plays right now, or at least they're not. And we've seen them be capable of that. Their defense has been incredibly disappointing so far this year.
Very much so. And again, this idea, how many times have we heard Tory Lavell talk about not going from 0 to 60, about you're not going to blow guys out. I can't do that. I've got to worry about their health. Listen, in a perfect world, I agree with Tory Lavell, but this isn't a perfect world, and this hasn't been a perfect start to the season. And by contrast, Corbin Carroll, the stories that have come out now, and remember when he was asked, did you work out on Christmas Eve? And his answer was, if it was a Monday through a Saturday, then yes. Remember that?
Yeah.
So there's nothing slow rolling about Corbin Carroll, and he's one of the best players in baseball. So with all due respect to Tory Lavell, when I look at this baseball team, I'm going to side with the hit the ground running. I'm not siding with we just need to slow these. We need to keep everyone healthy. We just need. No.
You can't be cautious and wait for games later in the season that might not be meaningful.
Not when I'm seeing Corbin Carroll do exactly the opposite of what Tory Lavell is saying and having incredible success at it.
Yeah, he's arguably been the best player in baseball so far this year.
So this is. And maybe it's just my blood pressure spiking watching this team yesterday, but it was a non-competitive loss.
Yeah.
After the 3rd inning, the Diamondbacks had a 3% chance of winning that game. We've not had games like that this year.
No, you're right. It was start to finish domination. But also to your point about easing into things too. I mean, a lot of that lines up with schedule. And the schedule, they're in the tough part of their schedule right now. Their next 5 series are all monsters. And, that's where it didn't jive with maybe easing guys in because they didn't take advantage of softer spots on their schedule. The most recent homestand is a perfect example. Tampa Bay, they're kind of a pest of a team. You should beat them 2 out of 3. The Atlanta Braves were playing better baseball, but You got to win that series.
Yes, you do. And now you're in the thick of it, and you're playing a team that's very, very hot. And last night, the difference in the teams showed. It's and again, if you haven't seen the inning of defense the Mets put on the field, top of the fourth inning, it was one incredible play after another. Right? So first up, Randall Grichuk hits a shot off the third baseman's glove. It goes right to Francisco Lindor, who throws in one motion to first base, and he gets Grichuk out by about 5 steps. So in 1 minute, it looked like, okay, that's going into left field, and then he's out like a half a second later.
Yeah.
Then the next batter, Lourdes Gurriel Jr., gaps one, and the Mets center fielder, what's his name again?
Tyrone Taylor.
Tyrone Taylor. Incredible diving catch going face first into the warning track, which is not fun surface to slide on. Makes an incredible grab. And then the next hitter, Gino Suarez, 118 mile per hour exit velocity, one hopper, Francisco Lindor. It was like nothing. It was like he was playing softball.
Yeah.
And he just picked it, threw it, and it was like that's elite level defense.
And it's not just the defense that has plagued the Diamondbacks. I mean, certainly yesterday the biggest storyline was starting pitching.
Mm-hmm.
Eduardo Rodriguez was just not good. Didn't give his team a chance to win the game, which, as you pointed out, has been rare. So that gets washed over. Offensively, and maybe Rodriguez's performance puts a Band-Aid on on the offensive struggles that some players are having. But Sammy asked it earlier. Lourdes Gurriel Jr., his last 6, I mean, he hasn't been really productive all year, but his last 6 games, he's 3 for 22. He's putting the ball in play. He's only struck out once in that time span. That's a 136 average. And if he's not hitting, with the lack of offense and pop you're going to get from your center field position, which is either going to be Thomas McCarthy or now Barrosa's in the mix, not a whole lot of offensive production coming from those guys either. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. really needs to pick it up at the plate.
Totally agree with that. The one bright spot out of last night was Ryan Nelson came in and gave the team a handful of really, really good innings. I hope we don't get to the point in time where we need to start thinking, do they need to sub out one member of the starting rotation? But they're doing their best to keep Ryan Nelson stretched out enough to the point where if there's an injury that he's going to be able to do it. It was just good to see him be that effective last night.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Yeah, and I had to look pretty hard for a bright spot last night. That would probably be it because he threw almost the exact same number of pitches that Rodriguez threw over 4 innings, scoreless innings. But how much of that was Mets in coasting mode? I mean, they were up 8-0. So
a good point.
I mean, I think there's a little psychology
involved
there.
That's a very good point.
Now, that doesn't mean it wasn't a valuable situation for Ryan Nelson to get that success over 4 innings. And certainly it was valuable for the Diamondbacks, who were in the efforts, as you mentioned, to keep Ryan Nelson stretched out in case something happens. So they checked a couple boxes there, but I think the Mets were pretty satisfied by the time Ryan Nelson got into the game.
I think you're right. The other bit of good news, and Sammy has used this in the trending, in what's trending, is that A.J. Puck is not going to have surgery, so he will be back at some point this season. When that is up for grabs. So,
yeah, I mean,
I guess there's that.
That is good news. Kevin Ginkel didn't get to use him last night, but having him back is a big piece for that bullpen too.
And meanwhile, Justin Martinez claims his arm is fine.
Yeah.
So I don't know what happened to his fastball, but he claims he's okay. So we'll see. Weird season so far.
You could say that again. Diamondbacks and Mets continue that series today at Citi Field in New York, and you can hear it here on Arizona Sports 98.7, beginning with pregame coverage at 3:30. Coming up next, will Kevin Durant's future be a little bit more clear after tonight's NBA playoff games? We'll get into some possibilities, some rumors next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I don't know how you can do the coaching search until you have the front office stuff squared away. I continue to think that the James Jones is going to still be here in some capacity. So if you're going to bring in a new GM or president or whatever you want to call it, they need to be involved in it too.
How are we going to do it? You have to make that declaration. You have to have a clear understanding of how you're going to go about your business, and then you have to attack it. The fact that they have clarified what they need to do going forward has really got me jacked up.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
By now, you know that Sweet James is the official accident attorney of your Phoenix Suns. You've probably seen the commercial of him dunking a basketball. I do not know whether those hops are real or artificially enhanced, but I do know this. Sweet James and his stable of attorneys are great at dunking on the opposition, primarily the insurance companies you're going to be battling if you're ever injured in an accident. Here's what Sweet James will do for you. They're going to get you the medical treatment you need so you can heal. They'll get your car fixed. Then they're going to get you the most amount of money possible and the justice you deserve, and they're going to treat you with compassion every step of the way. Their attorneys have extensive trial experience. They are not afraid to litigate, and that gives them incredible leverage when dealing with the insurance companies. When those insurance companies get the demand letter from Sweet James, they know they can't play games or nickel and dime Sweet James, not when they're willing to tell your story in a court of law. It's why they not only win 98% of the time, they win big. They recover more in a year than most firms do in a lifetime. And remember, your consultation is free, and you will pay nothing until they win your case. 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION online at sweetjames.com.
Celebrate the baseball season with Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing, the official beer partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for a shot at 4 tickets to the May 9th D-backs game against the Dodgers, courtesy of Four Peaks Brewing.
Message and data rates may apply.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
That pause was 2 seconds, far too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
Hi, I'm Jay Arthur, the current president of Drowning Prevention Coalition of Arizona and a retired captain with the Phoenix Fire Department. We had a devastating 2024 with 19 children under the age of 5 die in water-related incidents. It was the most in the last 10 years. The majority of these children at the time were not involved in swimming-related activity, but still made it to an unsecured body of water from inside the home in just seconds. One way to keep our children alive in 2025 is to install high, hard-to-reach approved locks and audible alarms on doors and windows that lead to the pool and spa area. It's a very inexpensive way to protect your most prized possession, your child.
KTAR News. Arizona Sports and Fulton Homes want to remind you that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off of kids near water. To learn more, visit Fulton2seconds.com.
May 5th through the 11th. Get close to the future legends in women's golf. The Carlisle Arizona Women's Golf Classic returns to TPC Scottsdale's Champions Course. Brought to you by Carlisle Companies. The biggest purse on the Epson Tour means the best in women's golf will be here. May 5th through the 11th at TPC Scottsdale's Champions Course. Go to CarlisleLPGA.com for tickets. Be there for the best.
Good credit, bad credit, no credit? Desert Wayne Harley is accepting all credit applications. Bankrupt's on speed dial to help get you approved. Bankruptcy, divorce, even repos. Let Desert Wayne Harley Davidson get you financed on the new Harley today. Visit DesertWayneHarley.com.
On approved credit.
Hey, it's Wolf. Steve Nash is reportedly joining Amazon's NBA coverage, so does that take him out of the running for Suns coach? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
This is a moment where you look at their team and you say, okay, we're right here. We're a good team. We got some quality pieces. Do we need Kevin Durant?
Yeah.
Do we need somebody that we can go to in the late game?
Late game scorer, bro. They need.
Well, we know in the fourth quarter that he can get us 10 points. So now you look at it, it's like, damn, I might need Kevin Durant.
That is Jeff Teague, former NBA guard, on the 520 in the Morning podcast, talking about the Houston Rockets and What has been what was projected for the Rockets, I think, has come to fruition so far in this playoff series against Golden State.
Yeah.
They're quote unquote one of their go-to guys in Jalen Green. Admitted during the playoff series that the playoff court was a little big for him when he started. Legs were wobbly, he admitted in a piece that came out this morning on ESPN.com, written by Tim McMahon. Do the Houston Rockets need Kevin Durant? There seems to be growing speculation and growing support along those lines. And it's not new. We were talking about this when the Suns made a couple trips to Houston during the season. Mm-hmm. Is Kevin Durant playing for his future team tonight in a Suns uniform? He was more from Jeff Teague on that podcast and kind of the leverage he thinks the Rockets could have in all of this if it does go down that road.
So on this roster, who would you offer up? Obviously, Phoenix needs picks, right?
I'm not offering really because they got to move KD.
Okay.
They can't run it back with that squad.
That is a fact.
It doesn't work. So I got picks, and I might have a young player, but it sounds crazy, but you can lowball Phoenix right now.
Yeah.
Because they can't run it back.
And everybody knows it.
That's scary.
Now there's these stories coming out. Like there was a story last week that circulated. If the Suns find the right respected coach around the league, maybe Kevin Durant could stay. If Bob Myers is heading up basketball operations, maybe he could convince Kevin Durant to stay. I think Jeff Teague has it right. The whole league knows you can't do this again with a third different coach.
You can't run this back.
No. So does that look? The Suns are not in a position of strength anyway, but somebody suggesting, they're going to get. I don't think they want draft picks either.
They've made that pretty clear.
Yes,
they've made that pretty clear.
You can't pivot immediately from just completely punting on the draft to being all invested in the draft. There has to be an interim.
A little step in between.
Especially when you're not willing to, quote, unquote, tear it all down.
Yeah, but again, this also speaks to why this next move, this front office piece is so important. If the Suns say the Suns don't add anybody at all to the front office, let's just say they reshuffle things. Then that desperation is going to be very, very real. Then 29 other NBA teams is going to know this is the team that took on Bradley Beal's contract. This is the team that did this. This is the team that thought they could win with that. This team is vulnerable. If you bring in, say, theoretically, a Bob Myers or a respected GM, that respected GM will tell the other team, stop BSing with me. Do you want Kevin Durant or not?
Mm-hmm. That's a great point because if nothing changes – now, if it's James Jones or whoever is running the show, they feel like they have to get off Durant. Mm-hmm. And they have to just get whatever. It may not be the first offer, but if someone comes in, they establish themselves as like, okay, we have this valuable asset.
That's right.
That many teams would be lucky to have in Kevin Durant.
And there's a new sheriff in town, and it's me, and you're dealing with me. You're not going through the owner, you're going through me.
You're not talking to Matt Ishbia and James Jones. You're talking to myself.
That's right. And so I think that's what's going to make that very, very important. Now, the New York Knicks were thought to be maybe a suitor if the playoffs don't work out well for them. Well, last night did not work out well for them. They had a chance to clinch a game at Madison Square Garden, to clinch a series at Madison Square Garden for the first time in 26 years, and they coughed up a hairball.
With Stephen A. Smith in the front row.
And Tom Thibodeau is getting destroyed this morning. Jalen Brunson and Josh Hart basically got hurt on the same play. It was the continuation of one long play, and both had to come out of the game. And at the time, Tom Thibodeau had to burn a timeout, and he had one in his back pocket. By the time those guys were ready to come back in the game, they went to the scorer's table. But Tom Thibodeau would not burn his timeout because he only had one left, and I understand that. And then another minute plus went off the clock without those guys being in the game.
Brunson wasn't in the game in the most important possessions.
Right. And so he's getting destroyed again this morning.
You lost the game. You kept your timeout. How'd that work out for you?
That work out for you.
Yeah. But that's another team. And it's not just about Houston. Here's Bobby Marks from ESPN, another team that's just been recently eliminated from the playoffs. how they could factor into things. The Miami Heat.
I think either player is going to be a challenge. I think they're going to probably be in the back of the line of teams that have more available. Certainly we're talking about maybe Houston as one of those teams that have young players and draft picks here. I think the big question in Miami, and this is not their DNA, would they ever use the R word, which is rebuild? I think that's something that it's very hard threading the needle. They've been a play-in team consistently the last few years. Would they ever consider taking a step back, potentially taking the Oklahoma City approach? And I know that was a lot of pain doing so, and basically build this roster through maybe you get a core player back and draft picks and going in that direction here, because it's going to be hard. Basically, they're going to be where they are right now a year from now if there are no changes here. So it might have to be taking a step back and not have to go and star chasing.
Yeah, but I mean, Kevin Durant's been linked to Miami in the past. That was one of the teams that showed up on that list at midseason. Jake Fisher from Bleacher Report said San Antonio could be a possibility moving forward. You said something, though, that's really got me thinking earlier in this segment.
Okay.
When you laid out the possibility, let's say the Suns don't make any changes to the front office.
All right.
And it just dawned on me how actually possible that is. Because and Bobby Marks just hit on it. The Miami Heat don't believe in the rebuild thing. Matt Ishbia has been very, very open. I don't understand rebuilds. That was his quote. I don't understand that.
Why do people care about draft picks? What good are they going to do me?
One of the draws of this job from a front office standpoint would be somebody from the outside coming in and saying, okay, this has been mismanaged. I have a chance and some time and some runway to get it in the right direction. But if your owner doesn't believe in a rebuild, I think that affects the attractive.
That's a great point.
The attractive level of this job.
That's a great point.
You're going to come in and say, all right, I'm the GM of the Phoenix Suns now, but I'm still hamstrung because I can't do what I want.
Because that GM candidate is going to go, okay, so you want me to win and turn this over in 1 year and win? And no security, no build out? That's a great point. There's not a lot of candidates who would go into something like this without knowing I've got some time to do this.
Yeah.
That's a great point.
It's like, who wants to buy a house when it's on fire? Nobody.
I don't think that's ever been a transaction that's happened. There are some pretty
Look at
gullible
that wood
people.
burning. That is some quality.
That might be something I would do.
Looks like it'll be nice and warm in the winter.
When the fire goes out, that place is going to be really cool. All things to think about. But, still one eye on the Houston Rockets as they try to stay alive in the NBA playoffs. Coming up next, how much did the most expensive prank call of all time just cost the Atlanta Falcons? That and more NFL talk next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs at the Mets.
2 outs, the 2-2 pitch. Strike 3 called. The ball game is over. The Mets take the opener by a final score of 8-3. They got out in front 8-0, and they never looked back.
D-backs at the Mets. Coverage of Game 2 of the series this afternoon at 3:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
May 5th through the 11th, get close to the future legends in women's golf. The Carlisle, Arizona Women's Golf Classic returns to TPC Scottsdale's Champions Course. Brought to you by Carlisle Companies. The biggest purse on the Epson Tour means the best in women's golf will be here. May 5th through the 11th at TPC Scottsdale's Champions Course. Go to CarlisleLPGA.com for tickets. Be there for the best.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Good credit, bad credit, no credit? Desert Wayne Harley is accepting all credit applications. Bankrupt's on speed dial to help get you approved. Bankruptcy, divorce, even repos. Let Desert Wayne Harley Davidson get you financed on a new Harley today. Visit DesertWayneHarley.com.
On approved credit.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs dropped Game 1 of 3 in New York, 8-3 to the Mets, but we'll be back in action today at 4:10 with Corbin Burns on the mound, and you can listen on Arizona Sports 98.7. Some good news for the Diamondbacks. They will have relief pitcher Kevin Ginkel back as he's been reinstated from the 15-day IL, and A.J. Puck is said to have avoided surgery after suffering an elbow injury. Now, with moves still on the table for general manager Monty Ossenfort and the Cardinals, is the door totally shut on Will Hernandez and Kazir White? Find out more on ArizonaSports.com. There are 2 highly anticipated NBA games tonight. The Rockets will look to keep their season alive against Steph and the Golden State Warriors, and Luka, LeBron, and the Lakers look to stay in the fight against Ant and the T-Wolves. This report is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Spring is in the air, and that means home improvement projects need a roll-off to haul that trash and debris away. WasteConnections.com/Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
Hey, is this Shadur? Hey, this is Mickey Loomis here, the GM of the New Orleans Saints. How you doing? This is Mickey Loomis here, GM of the Saints.
How you doing?
Good, how are you, man?
Good, been waiting on you.
Yeah, we have. It's been a long wait, man. We're going to take you with our next pick right here, man.
It's going to be legendary.
Hey, but you're going to have to wait a little bit longer, man. Sorry about that.
That transpired Friday night. We now know the identity of Jax Ulbrich.
Yeah.
Is the man who placed that prank call during the draft to Shadur Sanders.
Just wait till his next potential boss Googles his name.
Whoops. Also, it wasn't even a very well executed prank call.
I was going to say the same thing. No, I don't like prank calls. It was really terribly done.
Like, the setup was good, and the punchline, he totally got out of order from, it's been a long wait, and it's going to be a longer wait. That's what he should have said. But he goes, it's a long wait, and we're going to take you with the next pick.
Next time, Jax, you got to hire Jarrett Carlin to write your jokes for you. Well, the NFL has already ruled on this pick. That phone call, 40 seconds long.
Yeah.
$350,000 price tag. The Atlanta Falcons got fined $250,000, and Jeff Ulbrich $100,000. The NFL said the fines were failing to prevent the disclosure of confidential information distributed to the club in advance of the NFL draft. So apparently there was an unlocked iPad that had all the draftees' phone numbers. And it was left in front of Jack's. And I've said this for a million years. You can't trust that Jax Ulbrich kid.
No,
you
have been saying that for years. Yeah, if you've been consistent in that's for sure.
So I think the fine should have been steeper because of what Jared said. The lack of quality of the call. It wasn't clever. It was just cruel.
It was just
You make somebody feel sorry for Shadur Sanders. You really failed. But could you imagine? I mean, I can't imagine the conversations between father and son.
No. That's
and also it's
painful.
The generational thing that Gen Z and Gen Alpha, everything has to be filmed. So even though this is what got him in trouble, what cost him the $100,000 was him filming it and posting it. Because they're so proud of everything and nobody has any embarrassment or shame anymore.
Nobody has any shame. You're exactly right.
Everybody just wants to be famous. Everybody just wants clout.
Everyone wants to go viral.
Everyone wants to go viral.
That's all it is. It's sickness. I'm telling you, man, the more I read about social media, the more you realize it has just destroyed so much.
You see people that are like committing crime. They film themselves committing crimes and post it on the internet so that they could become famous, and then they get caught because of that.
The appeal of going viral overshadows their legal jeopardy. Yeah, it's insane. It's really, really insane.
I don't understand it. I never will.
Sammy, explain it to us. This what you do with your friends?
No, in my free time, I don't commit crimes.
Sammy's doing productive stuff. He's out there running marathons. He's playing golf. He's working 2 jobs. This Jax Ulbrich kid, what a loser. What a hump.
What a hump.
Stupid name, too.
Elsewhere in the NFL, teams look, the Aaron Rodgers thing is still looming over certain teams. The Minnesota Vikings, one of those teams, possibly. There's been a lot of quiet. That talk is kind of quieted on that front. J.J. McCarthy spoke to the local media for the first time since last year. Of course, he missed his rookie season after getting injured in the preseason, but he said this.
I know I'm ready to start because all the work I put in and just the confidence in my skills and abilities and just being able to do my job and simplify things to, the best of my ability every single day and, just take it one day at a time, one play at a time. And, I have a tremendous coaching staff, a tremendous group of guys around me that I can lean on and they can lean on me.
Yeah, I mean, the Minnesota Vikings last year were in the position to hand the reins to J.J. McCarthy. He got hurt. They went and had a great season, but the quarterback who engineered that season is not even on the roster anymore. Injuries change thinking a little bit, but I can't see the Vikings not giving that opportunity this year to J.J. McCarthy. He's done all the right things. He said all the right things.
Yeah.
So
no,
I think the Rodgers to Minnesota thing is dead.
That's my take on it as well. I think that if the Vikings were concerned, they are no longer concerned, and maybe it was just having to see J.J. McCarthy move, and maybe they were going to wait until they were sure of that. Either way, it's their time to give him that gig. It's the only move that makes sense if you're Minnesota. You've got a head coach with a track record of taking a lump of clay as a quarterback and molding it into something really good. And you've got the downside of Aaron Rodgers, and I don't know why you'd subject such a good team to that. Again, it's the ice cream and the hot sauce.
Yeah. But also, again, if you're the Vikings or really any team, and you have trepidation, overcome the trepidation, give the opportunity, and if the quarterback fails, at least you failed fast. And there's teams that are more willing to fail fast at quarterback than ever before, and I think that's a trend that's going to continue.
Agree with that.
So where does Aaron Rodgers go? Ian Rappaport?
What Art Rooney sounded like, he was like, I think we're getting closer to a decision. We are confident that Rodgers is coming, I believe was the way he phrased it. So they think Rodgers is coming. I think Rodgers is going to be a member of the Steelers.
All right. So all this talk, and I still have trouble connecting the individual to the institution.
So do I. Very much so. And if this were a done deal, what's holding them back from making it public?
Maybe it's.
I think it's ultimately Aaron Rodgers and what he's dealing with. He didn't give any details on his personal things, personal life issues that were, affecting this timetable.
Right.
But it's got to be on him, doesn't it?
I would think.
And maybe he told them as simple as, if I play football next year, I will play with the Steelers. But I just don't know if I'm going to play football next year. Could he have told them that? Would they accept that as an answer?
I mean, that would be. It's Aaron Rodgers we're talking about. I don't think that's enough to alter your draft plans or your free agent plans or trade plans at the quarterback position. He is something else.
Look, and again, I think that the Steelers, listen, there's still a standard associated with the Rooney ownership brand. And Aaron Rodgers doesn't slide seamlessly into that franchise. So when you're saying the mix of player and the uniform he's going to wear, it's not real and natural fit, I completely agree with that. And so it would seem to me that there has to be some concessions, probably on both sides. I don't know. It's either that or the Steelers are going to have to go into a year as with Mason Rudolph as their quarterback and just go lose 13 games. But that doesn't make any sense either. Because Mike Tomlin would never survive that.
Especially considering what they just did at the wide receiver position.
That's it. Yeah.
I know what's going to happen. Whether it's Rodgers or Rudolph or Hank Gudgley, the Steelers are going to go 9-8.
No matter what. That's right.
And going into the draft last week, we weren't bracing for it, but brought it up as a possibility. You brought it up as a possibility. Hey, does Kirk Cousins finally get moved this weekend? And there was even speculation during the draft. Is it Friday? Is it Thursday? Is it Friday? Is it Saturday? Well, he's still a member of the Atlanta Falcons, and Adam Schefter updated this situation on Kirk Cousins.
Who knows what happens during the offseason, whether somebody gets hurt, whether somebody has a contract issue, whatever it may be, that leads some team into some circumstance where all of a sudden they're looking for another quarterback. Right now, in my mind, there's only really one team that's looking to fill the quarterback position, and that's the Pittsburgh Steelers. And the Pittsburgh Steelers have their sights set on getting a deal done with Aaron Rodgers, and I think that they believe ultimately at some point, whenever it is, that'll get done. But unless that deal doesn't get done, then Kirk Cousins would have a lack of options right now and would be stuck in Atlanta for the time being. Now, again, we'll see if anything changes, but the draft didn't give him more options and more clarity. It gave him less.
Yeah, so that possibility, okay, if he's stuck, to use that term, with Atlanta as their backup quarterback, I think Kirk Cousins probably would prefer a situation where he could hook on with the team and get more acclimated as opposed to waiting till the season starts. Let's say somebody goes down J.J. McCarthy style in the preseason, and all of a sudden there's a need for a quarterback. That's a much more pressure-packed situation for any quarterback to go into.
It just seems to me like there have been a lot of football people who say the Falcons cannot be serious in saying they're going to keep Kirk Cousins as a backup this year, that eventually a trade is going to happen. But they were saying that going into the draft, and it didn't happen. And so maybe the Falcons are convinced that they can do things a bit differently in terms of this. If I were the Pittsburgh Steelers, that would seem to be a much better solution than Aaron Rodgers. Because it's not going to cost you a ton to get him. It'll cost you a very late draft pick to get Kirk Cousins. And then, I don't know what the money is, whatever, but it seems to me that would be a much more natural fit. Steelers brand and Kirk Cousins versus Steelers brand and Aaron Rodgers.
Join Kyler Murray and friends for the first annual Kyler Murray Foundation Celebrity Softball Game. It's happening May 17th at Salt River Fields. If you want to be there, you can register now for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets. Just head to the contest page at arizonasports.com for all the details and for your shot at winning. Coming up next, did Giannis' career with the Bucks just end with a playoff loss and a fight with an opposing player's dad? We'll get into those possibilities next. More NBA playoff talk here on Bickley Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play.
3-2 swung on. That's it high. Deep to left.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
In 2012, I said, hey, let's restart this moving company under a different name. It's got to be something with veterans. My dad's a veteran, my sister, my uncles, aunt, everybody in my family. And so we came up with Moving Team 6.
Tim Lee, founder of Moving Team 6.
As a family, we've kind of all joined in ranks, and we love what we do. Giving back, that's, to me, that's the most important thing when you're running a business. That's important. We're passionate about it.
Contact us at movingteam6.com. Your move is our mission.
Life can be stressful, but selling your home doesn't have to be. I'm Carol Rice with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty, and I make home selling easy by properly pricing your home and getting it in front of thousands of my exclusive qualified buyers. Do what Jackie and Mark did, selling in just 5 days for full market value. Call me, Carol Royce, and ask about my 100% of market value or I'll pay the difference guarantee. Or visit carolhasthebuyers.com.
Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Phoenix spring means warm weather and big savings. So what does Liberty GMC have on special this month?
What's up, Dave? It's a perfect season to get into a new ride. Right now, with only $3,300 down, you can lease a 2025 GMC Train for only $389 a month for 36 months. Whether you're hitting the road or cruising the city, the Train is built for it.
Spring into savings at Liberty GMC, or shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation. That's why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. When one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from an insurance company. He called Sweet James. The attorneys at Sweet James helped him get the medical care he needed so he can recover as quickly as possible and get on that bike again. They then fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. If you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, skill, and resources to win the most for you. The compensation is a huge part of that, but it's also about compassion, care, and justice. Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small. That's why they win 98% of the time. They can win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million. They can't guarantee the outcome, but make sure to have them on your side. 800-9-million, 800-900-0000, or sweetjames.com.
Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
An MLS showdown in the desert. Get ready for a night of top-tier soccer as Phoenix Rising hosts Major League Soccer's Houston Dynamo for the first time ever. Wednesday, May 7th at 7 p.m. It's a round of 32 clash in the Lamar Hunt U.S. Open Cup, and tickets start at just $9. The first 2,000 fans through the gates will score a limited edition Phoenix Rising t-shirt, and the night features fan-favorite drink specials throughout the stadium. Get your tickets now at phxrisingfc.com.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. Should the Phoenix Suns be worried about another star player stealing trade rumor attention away from Kevin Durant? The Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
Pacers got a hand on it. Here we go. 8 seconds. Halliburton against Giannis. Halliburton. 3 seconds. Put it in. He put it in. 1 3/10. There's no timeout. No timeouts for the Bucks. Giannis to inbound. Not happening. Here's Trent. Great
victory for these guys. What a heck of a victory.
That was the final call on the Pacers Radio Network last night. Unbelievable finish. Unbelievable choke job by the Milwaukee Bucks.
Yeah.
And we didn't even talk about this earlier.
Mm-hmm.
After Halliburton made the layup against Giannis, no, the Bucks didn't have any timeout. They took forever to get the ball in. And then the inbound pass that Giannis, it was almost like a handoff to Gary Trent Jr., who had to shoot the ball from like 90 feet away.
It was like they were just dead.
Why? You got to take a chance and fling it down the court, don't you?
I would think so, don't you? I think, first of all, I was surprised that Tyrese Halliburton, for as good as he is as a player, blew by Giannis the way he did.
Yeah, one-on-one. I mean,
I didn't expect that.
That's a matchup you probably want if you're Indiana, but he made it look easy.
He made it look. That's what surprised me. He made it look easy. And then it just got nuts after that. The Pacers have been a sneaky good team for most of the season.
Mm-hmm.
They're a well-thought-out, well-put-together team.
Especially since post-All-Star break, they've won a lot of games, and they're top 10 in both offense and defense.
That's it. They're moving on to take on Cleveland, and Cleveland just absolutely embarrassed Miami in the first round. But over their last 50 games, there's a one-game difference in win-loss record between the Cavs and the Pacers.
Yeah, this will be a lot more difficult for Cleveland.
Yeah, I still give the edge to Cleveland, but it's going to be a much better series. So now the talk about Giannis is, yes, we're going to get into the John Halliburton stuff, but is his time up in Milwaukee? And a lot of people are going down that road now because of what just happened to Damian Lillard. Lillard, torn Achilles tendon, didn't play last night, out probably all of next year as well. Is time running out for Giannis? And during his press conference last night, he was asked that question. Do you think you can win another title in Milwaukee?
Look, I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do this. I know how this is going to go. Whatever I say, I know how it's going to translate. I don't know, man. I wish I was still playing. I wish I was still like competing and going back to Milwaukee. I don't know.
What's ironic about this is the people I talked to going into the playoffs, they were convinced that if Damian Lillard never got back from his deep vein thrombosis, his blood clotting issues, that Giannis, being a loyal guy, would have a hard time going to Milwaukee and saying, it's time. I brought you a championship. I've been loyal. I've given you time, but now it's time for me to go. The thinking going into the postseason was if Damian Lillard did not come back for the playoffs, that Giannis would have a hard time leaving without seeing that through to fruition.
Yeah, because he didn't get to play in the playoffs last year.
That's it.
Giannis in the first round.
That's it. So had Damian Lillard not busted his backside to get back, this might not be as much of a forefront issue. But because Damian Lillard did get back only to blow up his Achilles, now there's a belief that now it's time to push that button. And so this is going to be interesting. This is going to mean Kevin Durant is not going to be the most coveted player on the market, first of all. At one point in time, Giannis spoke very highly about potentially playing in Chicago. I remember that interview very, very well. Any kid who grows up and knows Michael Jordan, and it's right down Miami, there's just a feeling that for the NBA, it's time that this spectacular player who is very, very personable and very likable gets off to a big-time market.
Yeah.
And as Vinny said, we know where he's going to end up.
Well, I mean,
he's going to be on the
tongue-in-cheek.
Lakers.
Well, keep an eye on the Knicks. The Knicks, if they fall short, and I think they will, not necessarily in this series.
Oh, man, you're right. That'd be a good destination as well.
It'd be huge for the league. This, according to Evan Sidery, who writes for Forbes, and he credited Shams Charania. The Bucks and Giannis are scheduled to meet soon to discuss his future and plans for the team moving forward. Giannis will look around elsewhere if he doesn't feel Milwaukee can maintain a sustainable long-term winner. So, yeah, that would greatly affect the market for Kevin Durant. You'd have teams falling over themselves to trade for Giannis, who's still in his prime. Did you see what he did statistically in this series? They lose in 5 games. Last night, he had 30 points, 20 rebounds, and a triple-double. They lost the game. 33 points, 15.4 rebounds, 6.5 assists, shot 61% from the field.
Wow. No wonder he was so exhausted on that last play and couldn't keep up with Tyrese Halliburton.
Yeah, and then
I take it all back.
That's followed with the dust-up with Benedict Mathurin and the dust-up with Tyrese Halliburton's dad, who's apologized for it. He got admonished publicly by his own son about it. But we were talking about one of the weird effects of all of that was the exchange on TNT. Shaquille O'Neal was just adamant that he did nothing. You know, it was more on Giannis. Giannis said something to the dad, and they're like, he's on the court. He shouldn't be on the court.
It's the weirdest thing.
So then on TNT, they play Giannis's comments, which it's a long cut, but if you have a chance to listen to 3 minutes about being humble, I think it's well worth your time because Giannis did talk a lot about that. But even after playing the press conference comments from Giannis, Shaq would not budge.
Does your view change now that you've heard that?
No. Because
And you saw the towel?
I don't care. It comes with the territory.
It does not.
No, it does. Yes, it does. Yes,
No,
it does.
doesn't.
Yes, it does.
So what
Yes,
would
it does.
okay? I'm asking you a question. If if it comes with the territory, and a fan or a dad comes up to you after you win and puts a towel in the face and curses at you, what would you have done?
I played 19 years.
What would you have done?
Listen, you can't do nothing because we're not allowed to do anything. I played 19 years. That happens plenty of times.
It does not happen when a family member's on the court as you celebrate.
Bro, a fan. Yes, it does. A fan. Yes, it does.
That does not happen. I'm glad Halliburton.
But there's a difference between being excited about winning the thing and then getting into somebody's face.
I don't care what y'all talking about. It comes with the. Listen, I done played 19. I done went to Ole Miss and Mississippi State where they do a lot of stuff.
And they were wrong too.
But it doesn't matter.
Right. And they were wrong too.
It comes with the territory, and you don't hear me whine about it. When I lose, I go home and regroup and come back.
Yeah, but the bottom line is, and Ernie was kind of hitting on something there. If your first reaction in victory is to gloat and rub it in, it says something about you as a person.
That's so true.
Where you skip over the reaction of joy and accomplishment and happiness.
And you want to just rub it in somebody else's
face. To make
face.
somebody else feel bad, it says a lot about you as a person.
I completely agree with that. I don't know why Shaq does these things. Why is he sticking to such a ridiculous take?
Because I know why. Because the other three guys have great chemistry with each other. And he's like the guy that sticks out, so he has to be the contradictory person to everything.
So it's all fake, is what you're saying.
I think I think part of it is he wants to be contradictory.
Okay.
Like his role on the show is to get in fights with Charles Barkley.
Yeah, and tell him he doesn't have any rings. I haven't heard that one before.
Right.
When Tyrese Halliburton calls out his own father, and minutes after that, Tyrese Halliburton's dad tweets an apology about how wrong his actions were. We know who was in the right and who was in the wrong.
It is funny.
Right.
Giannis, after the game, Giannis says that the dad did something wrong. Tyrese Halliburton says that his dad did something wrong. His dad said that he did something wrong, and Shaq disagrees with all of them.
Comes with the territory.
When I was in Ole Miss 25 years ago. No, 40 years ago.
All those SEC schools, he singled out two. I don't think Shaq likes the state of Mississippi very much. Coming up next, we'll hit the 9 o'clock hour. Sammy Sabolka is going to take us through social studies here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke this morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Did you know Waltz TV and Appliance has been around since 1957? They are a Valley institution, but have you seen them lately? If not, now is a great time to head on down to Waltz and take a look. At Waltz TV and Appliance, you're going to get the best selection, great prices, and red carpet service. They will match any price you bring them, give you 30 days of price protection guarantee. They will get your electronics delivered and installed correctly. These are the kind of things you'll never get from the big box stores. In fact, if you've ever been to a big box store and asked one of the workers for some advice on electronics, you will get blank stares in return. At Waltz, you'll find their expertise is unparalleled. They can take your fandom to the very next level. Great selection of big screen televisions, great selection of audio components. When you put the right combination together, you will get magic. I know because Waltz did it for me, gave me a great price. They'll do exactly the same for you. When you're at Waltz, Waltz. Make sure you drop my name. You're going to get 10% off installation labor or a 3-year warranty for free. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA, or you can reach him by calling 480-968-4999. Shop local, shop Waltz.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
May 5th through the 11th, get close to the future legends in women's golf. The Carlisle, Arizona Women's Golf Classic returns to TPC Scottsdale's Champions Course. Brought to you by Carlisle Companies. The biggest purse on the Epson Tour means the best in women's golf will be here. May 5th through the 11th at TPC Scottsdale's Champions Course. Go to CarlisleLPGA.com for tickets. Be there for the best.
Okay, sometimes what was once in style just doesn't make any sense anymore. Like those outdated jeans. Oh, you know they look good at one point. But they no longer fit.
Hi, I'm Michael Halliday, attorney and partner at Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm. Just like fashion, your estate plan can become outdated over time. Whether it's new family members, changes in your financial situation, or shifts in your personal goals, your estate plan should reflect your current life. Think of it like spring cleaning. There's no point in keeping clothes that no longer fit. Much in the same way, key components of an estate plan can easily become outdated, like beneficiary designations, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives. These elements need to be periodically reviewed to ensure they align with your current circumstances. The attorneys at Morris Hall can help.
It's time to update your estate plan with Morris Hall. Schedule your complimentary consultation today at morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
For a limited time only at Santan Ford. Santan Ford is employee pricing, saving you thousands. You can buy new 2025 Ford Explorers for as low as 2.9% APR, or take up to $8,700 off brand new 2025 Ford Escapes, and Santan Ford has hundreds of Escapes to choose from. Let's recap: employee pricing, financing options that are good for your wallet, and selection galore. It's all going on now. From America, for America. See you at Tim Hovick's Santan Ford in Gilbert.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks dropped Game 1 of 3 in New York, 8-3 to the Mets, but they'll be back in action with Corbin Burns on the mound at 4:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. And some good news for the Diamondbacks, they have reinstated reliever Kevin Ginkel from the 15-day IL, and A.J. Puck is said to have avoided surgery after suffering an elbow injury. Now, with moves still on the table for general manager Monty Austinfort and the Cardinals, is the door totally shut on Will Hernandez and Kazir White? Find out more on arizonasports.com. It was an interesting night in the association. Boston cruised by Orlando for its spot in round 2. The Pistons shocked the Knicks in New York to force a Game 6. Jamal Murray and the Nuggets took care of the Clippers to go up 3-2, and tempers flared in Indiana after the Pacers sent home Giannis and the Bucks. There are 2 NBA games on tonight. The Rockets will look to keep their season alive against Steph and the Warriors, and LeBron, Luka, and the Lakers will look to stay in the fight against Ant and the T-Wolves. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Time to dive into the social media pool with Social Studies. Here's Sammy Sabolka to take us through it.
Yeah, good morning. First and foremost, if you want to get in on the action, get in on some responses, be sure to follow us on X at Bickley_Murata, Blue Sky, Facebook, and Instagram at Bickley and Murata. And we're on YouTube now. We are live. Just Google Arizona Sports, and we will be the first one up there if you want to watch what we've got going on over here. But we start with the Diamondbacks, and there's been a lot to be concerned about. Whether it's health, whether it's starting pitching, whether it's some bats not producing the way that they should, but we focus on the starting pitching realm. So, Diamondback fans, which starting pitcher are you most concerned about, and why? Our 4 options are Zach Gallen, Corbin Burns, Erod, or not concerned, you clod. Is that how you say that?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
You never called anyone a clod before?
No, I didn't know that was a word.
Again, Jared is the oldest 40-something-year-old dude you'll ever meet in your life.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. The phrases he uses are straight out of 1940.
Good to know.
And the sitcoms he watches are from not much more recent than that. For me, it's Zach Gallen. I think before yesterday, Eduardo Rodriguez had been trending in a good direction. His numbers ever since coming to Arizona and signing for, $20 million a year, $80 million overall?
$80 million over 4, yeah.
He hasn't lived up to that deal, I'll tell you that much.
Nope.
But he had been trending in the right direction. Zach Gallen is the guy that needs to kind of really step it up.
Yeah, for me, it was between Gallen and Burns, and I agree with what you said on Rodriguez, absolutely, but he is not in the same echelon as those 2 pitchers. We haven't seen a win yet from Corbin Burns. But the Zach Gallen thing might be more concerning. And I was trying to be the level-headed one about it, but and 2 starts ago, people were I was responding to people on social media about Zach Gallen. It's like, it's early, he'll figure it out. After the last start, I'm not so sure. I do have my doubts, so Zach Gallen is my answer too.
Yeah, and the voters out of 267 tend to agree. 56% of the vote said Zach Gallen, 19 said Corbin Burns, 18 said Erod, and only 5% are not concerned. And Steven Ruiz brought up a good point. He's most concerned about Ryan Nelson because he deserves a spot in the rotation, and Tory can't really demote any of these guys right now, which he did pitch good yesterday, and we'll see if there's maybe more responsibility for him down the road. Bordertown Kid said, I'm concerned we're getting a pint instead of a gallon, but the season but the season is young, I guess. And then Tim Foss said, Burns is supposed to be awesome. I mean, we're paying him like that. Heck, that's a lot of money so far. And he's pitching more like a bum. Madison Bumgarner.
Oh,
man, there's some good ones today.
Well done.
And Jim Marshall says, Erod, he's 16 starts with the Diamondbacks. He's 4-7 with a 5.4 ERA. And it's a lot of money for a guy that only has 4 wins with the Diamondbacks. So, again,
that's another old school term, calling someone a bum. You bum.
That's true. That's true.
And by the way, you know how you take care of the pint-gallon problem? You just keep drinking pints until it adds up to a gallon. You'll get there eventually.
Hopefully.
I resemble that remark. You will get there eventually.
You will.
Our next question, it was reported that Steve Nash is going to be one of the personalities and analysts for Amazon in their new NBA deal, and kind of ruling him out of being the next Phoenix Suns coach. So it spurred the question, what former Sun would you want to return to the team as a head coach, and why? We did ask Steve Nash, Jared Dudley, Dan Marley, or Charles Barkley. If one of these 4 were to be hired as the head coach.
This is not a strong question.
Very theoretical.
Why? Steve Nash was linked to them. Jared Dudley, we've mentioned on the show before as a possibility. And Dan Marley has head coaching experience. And people have wanted him in the past. And Charles Barkley is always fun.
The answer is Jared Dudley.
Yes.
The only person currently working as a coach in the NBA.
That's the answer.
Yeah.
That's the answer.
SR Brown said, all would make fine bench coaches. None would inspire as a head coach. If you're looking to go back to the future with things, maybe see what Alvin Gentry's up to these days. Dan said CP3 is the correct answer.
Ooh,
and
I've gone there before.
Yeah, I was going to say, we briefly talked about it, I want to say maybe a week ago, but he's still playing, still on the Spurs. But again, when his playing career is up, I can't imagine him not wanting to go down the coaching road.
I would sign up for that. Without even knowing how he'd be as a head coach. Chris Paul as a player never missed a trick.
No.
Never. He knows every loophole in basketball. He obviously holds teammates accountable to the point where by the end of 2+ years, they're done with him.
Right, so would that be the same if you were the head coach,
Well,
though?
it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, when you're the head coach, you are the head coach.
I would highly recommend the Suns look at that as an option.
What were the results on that poll, Sammy?
The results were 42% said Jared Dudley, 31% said Dan Marley, 15% Steve Nash, and 10% Charles
Dan Marley
Barkley.
told us he is playing golf 6 days a week, and his game has never been in a better place.
And said he doesn't even like the NBA game, really.
He's probably about to tee it up right now.
I'm trying to emulate Dan Marley. I told Vinny, Sammy, I've gotten out 3 consecutive days. My family thinks I'm insane.
Oh, you've gone 3 days in a row?
3 days in a row. 3 rounds of golf in a row.
I couldn't tell you the last time I've been. I'm deeply saddened with that statement.
Are
if
you
I'm
playing
gonna be honest.
today? Because today would be like the Sunday run. You have to wear red and black today.
That's it. Listen, I'm feeling the gravitational pull, but I can't.
Should we do another show outing with all 4 of us now that we
playing
have
golf? Yeah, sure. Let's do it.
I'm in.
Let's do it.
I'm busy that day.
No, I'm as sucky as you, Vince.
Our last question.
I wasn't talking about skill. I just don't want to hang out with you outside this building.
Oh man. All right, our last question was brought up when we were talking about the 100 humans versus the 1 gorilla. And it's a very popular social media question right now. So, is there a recent favorite internet or social media fad, meme, or hypothetical that you've had?
Wow. I love this one, the gorilla and the 100 humans. I really, really do love everything about this. It's such an interesting question, and look, it clearly sparked people's imaginations.
I got 2 that popped up, and they're not necessarily that recent, but in the last 15 years, I was all about Psy, Gangnam Style. That song rocked.
It did rock.
And also, I think right about the same time, she went viral. Her name was Sweet Brown. I got bronchitis. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Oh, that's
fantastic.
I watched that video probably 1,000 times, and I still will laugh every time I see it.
So there's some good kind of theoretical ones. Stephen Reese said when he was teaching high school, the is water wet debate was a massive thing within the student.
I remember that.
Within the student body. State 48 is great. Said back in 1993, our teacher told us eventually people would shop at home in their slippers because of a thing called the internet. They said that was nuts.
So Seebacher brought up the blue, the dress, the white and gold or blue and black dress.
That one.
Do you remember this?
Absolutely.
Vaguely.
That one took the internet by storm. There was another one too, the audio one.
Yanni or Laurel.
That's it.
Yanni or Laurel. Or there's also one, Green Needle, or I forget the other word.
It's one of those things.
Trip me out.
So just recently, this dress thing, I was talking to somebody and I was like, oh, remember that dress thing? How ridiculous was that? I didn't, like, were people lying? I couldn't believe it. Like, it's obviously blue and black. Why were people saying, and he goes, what are you talking about? The white and gold dress?
That's funny.
See,
then I
that is
showed the
so
picture.
funny.
I showed the picture to 5 people in my family and they all thought it was white.
That's unbelievable.
And
You were the one who didn't, and it blew your mind.
it's like
I'm
one
on
of those
Team
things where you
Jared
think you're living in a crazy world.
I'm on blue and black as well. That's just what it is.
It's just what it is.
That's what my eyes see. But
the Harlem Shake was fun for a while too.
And the mannequin challenge.
Yes.
That was fun.
Yes.
I partook in a couple of those.
Oh, how about the ice bucket challenge? Remember how big that was?
It's coming back.
Is it?
It's back.
I did one of those.
I did too.
Sammy was so right when he was diagnosing the gorilla versus the 100 men, though. The morale would be a big issue.
Massive.
Because once that gorilla cracked a few skulls, who's staying in the breach? Who's staying in the fight?
I think there's an angle we're all missing on this. People are saying you have to know what kind of human beings you're recruiting for this. We got to know more about the personality of the gorilla too. What if the gorilla is a pacifist?
What if it's docile? What if it's domesticated?
Oh, really? How many of those are there? Like the ones at the zoo?
Does that gorilla have any dog in him?
That's funny. And if you're talking about a silverback gorilla, I don't know if any of y'all have seen one up close and personal at a zoo. They're massive.
They're pretty big.
You're not taking that thing down. What a great debate.
So, okay.
You would need 100 trolls. Or no, I'm sorry, orcs.
So, I just...
Lord of the Rings. Do you know why? Because morale doesn't matter to orcs. Orcs enjoy killing. They laugh at death. That's what you need.
Yeah. On the way out, I just looked up the average height of a gorilla. The average height is about 6 feet tall. So, it's not as big as like maybe we're thinking, but it does depend.
The silverback one is different.
Okay, that's fair.
That's the Shaq version.
Yeah.
That's the biggest
Jared
of the species.
Said Mr. Beast wants to make this happen. I would like to nominate. That could be Jake Paul's next fight.
Oh,
I would buy that one. Yeah.
Yes, I'll buy that.
Thanks, Sammy. Social Studies every day at 9 o'clock. And like Sammy mentioned, too, you can also watch us do our thing, either on ArizonaSports.com, but also now live streaming on the Arizona Sports Channel on YouTube. Have you heard of this YouTube? I think it's got a good future. Coming up next, we'll talk some Suns basketball and NBA playoffs. Kellen Olson joins us here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs at the Mets.
2 outs, the 2-2 pitch. Strike 3 called. The ball game is over. The Mets take the opener by a final score of 8-3. They got out in front 8-0, and they never looked back.
D-backs at the Mets. Coverage of Game 2 of the series this afternoon at 3:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here from my friends at Parker & Sons, and it is just about that time. Triple-digit temperatures right around the corner, which means sizzling hot steering wheels. It means hours and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get prepared for summer by getting your air conditioning tuned up. An AC tune-up by Parker & Sons does a lot of great things. Prolongs the life of your system, helps you save money on utility bills, up to $30 a month, can prevent costly repairs, help prevent breakdowns in the future. And that last part's important because you want peace of mind during the summer, because the last thing you want is to find out your air conditioning isn't working during the height and the heat of summer. Remember, Parker & Sons, the company you trust with all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. All of their technicians are trust certified, which means they're insured, licensed, bonded. All have passed drug tests and background checks. They are the company you can trust in your personal space to fix your most valuable asset. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Celebrate the baseball season with Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing, the official beer partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for a shot at 4 tickets to the May 9th D-backs game against the Dodgers, courtesy of Four Peaks Brewing.
Message and data rates may apply.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen 1 too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-837-5050. That's 800-837-5050. 800-837-5050.
Hey, it's Wolf. Steve Nash is reportedly joining Amazon's NBA coverage, so does that take him out of the running for Suns coach? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
We continue here on the Wednesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings from the Arizona Sports Studios, and pleased to be joined by our next guest, Kellen Olson. Covers the Suns for us, ArizonaSports.com, part of the Empire of the Suns podcast, and also Arizona Sports at Night, and he joins us here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Kellen, good morning to you, sir.
Morning, guys.
Kellen.
So we just heard the preview from Wolf. Does that take Steve Nash out of the running for coach? And Bick and I discussed it earlier. It's kind of a non-story story. Do you think Steve Nash would ever be seriously considered to be the head coach of the Suns?
Not sure. Yeah, I'm not really sure how this list of candidates is really going to start and get going. I think it's a matter of when. We're just waiting for that sort of date to sort of appear, right? Where it seems like any day now the Suns are going to readjust their front office and figure out what exactly the lead decision-making process is going to be, who's going to be in charge of it, if it's going to be new people. It sure seems like it's going to be new people. And then at that point, I'm sure they'll start to really formulate a list together of candidates. Steve has head coach experience in the NBA before, so it makes him a name to bring up. Of course, there is the local link as well, but in terms of him being a serious candidate for the job, it seems like he's been disconnected from the head coaching thing for a while now, so it wouldn't surprise me.
There's been an array of some conflicting reporting as it pertains to Bob Myers and the interest and whether it's mutual and where the interest lies. What are your thoughts on him as a candidate to run a front office?
I'm not sure that he would be entirely interested in the Suns. It surprises me that there's been some level of reporting to indicate that he is, just because this is a front office position, let's call it like it is, that you're going to come into, and it's not entirely sure how much weight you're going to have in the decision-making process. I think you're going to have some, to be clear. You're going to be able to establish your opinion and talk things out for sure, but in terms of who has the ultimate say-so, that's sort of the overarching thing about the Suns the last couple of years in general. And with the stature that Bob Myers has from everything that he accomplished with the Warriors, you assume he would go into a situation where it's carte blanche and he's able to be the one and only real decision-maker and final say-so type of guy. And I don't know if you're really getting that in Phoenix. If you come to Phoenix, obviously his track record speaks for itself with what he has done and what he accomplished in Golden State. But I will say, the one factor that the Suns really need to nail over the next couple of years is the draft, and that's where Bob Myers' record is actually pretty bad. So it wouldn't surprise me if they brought him in or if he was someone they were seriously considering, but ultimately with what they need out of the front office and what they need the front office to do in the next couple of years, he's actually not that great of a match.
You hit on some interesting points, and Bick and I talked about this earlier as well. The attractiveness of this job from somebody from the outside. We know Matt Ishbia's aversion to the rebuild. I think if you were looking for a front office executive to take over basketball operations, Kellen, and you said, it's all yours, you are the architect of a full teardown and rebuild, that becomes an attractive job. But because they're not willing to do the logical thing basketball-wise, do you think that affects the interest people might have in this position?
I think to a certain point it will. It just depends on the type of person you're looking for. Again, with Myers, I think that there's some level of that. But to a lot of different people, I think the appeal of the job will be there regardless, I do think that it's interesting if you look at the position that you're sort of in. And I think that there is a certain level of interest that'll be there no matter what, even for what they're trying to do right now. I think that the more, I don't want to say unappealing, but the part that might, make you hesitate in terms of being your full 100% interested in the job will just be, okay, if we try to, plan it out and reestablish this team going into next year and they win 27 games or they win 32 games, is it going to be another year of just erratic, changes all over the place, full teardown, change this, fire the coach, do that? That's the type of thing where I think the stabilization, to your point, is going to be pretty difficult to pull out.
Yeah, no doubt about that. I'm curious, as somebody who watched Chris Paul generate an offense and the brilliance that he brought the Phoenix Suns, what do you think he would be like as a coach? Are you intrigued? I don't even know if it interests him, but the idea just seems so intriguing to me.
I think it would drive him crazy, and he wouldn't want to do it. And this is as someone who didn't really have a personal relationship at all with him, just to be totally clear. I covered him for a couple of years and got to know him from that extent, but that's about it. But whenever, the idea was brought up, I didn't really get a full understanding of how much he would want to do it, which usually leads you to believe that someone is really not that interested in what you're talking about in the first place. But I think that's one of the things where you look at the all-time greats in the game and their ability or inability to handle coaching in that sort of regard. Chris is someone who does so much coaching on the floor already as a player as it is, that there would be some level of a fit there. I was laughing during the last Spurs game where, again, this was whatever that was, right? Game 70 or 81, whatever it was exactly. And Chris was coaching an assistant coach on the sideline. I kid you not. He pulled an assistant coach out on the floor and was walking him through certain things. So, the passion is there and the knowledge is undeniably there. I just wonder if, he could keep himself sane while doing it and watching guys not understand what seems so incredibly simple to him because he's a basketball genius.
That's great.
Kellen Olson,
That's
our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. On the future of Kevin Durant, all kinds of speculation, teams being connected to him through the rumor mill. Based on what you've seen through 4 games of the postseason Houston Rockets, are you seeing an advertisement that they absolutely need to make a move like that?
The story from ESPN's Tim McMahon this morning was pretty fascinating to read just because from his vantage point, at least, it seemed like Houston is awfully confident in their young core, at least with some of the names that they were comparing their players to. There was mention of Nikola Jokic and Domantas Sabonis next to Alperen Şengün. There was Devin Booker next to Jalen Green. There was Steve Nash next to Reed Shepherd. So It seems like they're fairly confident in the sort of players that they believe their young guys with potential could grow to. But there is the undeniable question that is looming there where if those guys are going to reach that level and just how patient you want to be. I think the biggest mistake you can make in the league, as we've just seen here in Phoenix last 5 years, is looking at your situation and thinking oh yeah, this is we're going to have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cracks at this whole thing. That's never really how it works for almost any franchise in the league. So for Houston to look at this and be we're going to be patient, we're going to grow, we're going to rely on our young guys for a couple of years. Even if the young guys do work out, now you have an incredibly expensive team. So it's one of those things where you can sit there and preach patience all you want, but your window is often smaller than you think it is.
All right, lastly, before we let you go, if Giannis wants out of Milwaukee and there's a growing feeling that it's time for him to do so, what kind of ripples would that make in the NBA? Who would be some of the teams that you would think would be natural fits for him?
Well, I think when it directs relatedly to the Suns and Kevin Durant, Bick, and something I'm sure we're going to talk about a lot tomorrow, is I think it's going to just create a lot of teams holding the Suns' calls, if I'm being completely honest. If you're talking to the same team about Kevin Durant and they're hearing indications out of Milwaukee that Giannis even could be available, and we're not talking that he is available yet, they're going to want to wait and see what's going on with Giannis because Giannis is the guy who is much younger. He's on a similar contract, don't get me wrong, but he is the more desirable asset. He would cost far more than Kevin Durant in a trade. It's a different type of skill set. But you're getting one of the guys who could win an MVP pretty much any year. That's the level that Giannis is at. He showed that yesterday with the performance that he had in the series. He knew his team had zero chance of winning, and he was still competing to that level. That's who he's always been. So I'm curious to see sort of how it holds up. And I think the main thing from a Suns vantage point to watch over the next couple of weeks is if we get definitive sort of reporting that Giannis either wants to leave or wants to stay. And if that doesn't come, like that murkiness and uncertainty is just going to hold things up even further.
Kellen, great stuff as always. Thanks for joining us today, man. We appreciate it.
Yep, thanks, guys.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Kellen
Kellen.
Olson. You can read his stuff on ArizonaSports.com. You can listen to him on Arizona Sports at Night and the Empire of the Suns podcast with Kevin Zimmerman. He joined us on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, we haven't done it in a while. We're going to roll out an edition of Ask Us Anything. Well, almost anything. We'll do that next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I don't think the playoffs were a realistic goal in 2023.
Yeah.
The thing that's different now is the schedule, if you keep on that current trajectory, is you're a playoff team in 2025. And that's a barrier. You got to break in and be one of the top teams in your conference and actually make the playoffs. And we're not going to know if they can do it until they do it.
This is the year. This is it. They've been building for this year. Year 1, year 2, and here it is, year 3. This is a playoff season for the Arizona Cardinals. This is a playoff season or bust.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here, and I'm sitting next to my great friend, Dr. Joe from Aria Dental Implant Center. Hey, Dr. Joe, it's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Talk to me about the All-On-4 dental implant.
It's a process where we can remove patients' remaining dentition, where we can place 4 dental implants, take our digital impressions, so we can get this population back in function.
You know I've had the All-On-4. It is a life changer. It truly is. Not only to be able to smile, right, but also to bite into a steak. What is the best thing about getting the All-On-4 dental treatment?
Self-confidence. The only reason people don't get All-On-4s is because they can't afford it. It's expensive.
Yes.
My goal is to make it economical. So if I can reduce that cost, I will.
If you have broken or missing teeth, he's going to help you. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. It's spelled A-R-I-A. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
What's better than the thrill of reeling in your next trophy catch? Saving big while gearing up for it. The Shields Fishing Sale event is on now through May 4th. Save 20% on Shields Outfitters rods and 20% on baits, lures, and plastics from Berkeley, Rapala, BMC, Acme, and more. And don't miss out on over $1,000 in savings on Garmin Ultra 2 Live Scope bundles. Our Shields fishing experts are ready to prepare you for unforgettable fishing memories. Only at Shields and Shields.com.
Need inspiration? Shop Fry's. For mouth-watering meals and appetizing ingredients. Our low prices add up to big savings. Plus over $600 in digital coupons each week. And up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. At Fry's, you always get big flavors and big savings. Fry's. Fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
You can save big on 12 to 15 packs of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or Dr. Pepper. Select varieties or buy 2, get 2 free with your card. Limit 8. Fry's. Fresh for everyone.
Hey, Gambo here with Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, how do tariffs impact an investor's strategy?
Well, tariffs can affect their investment strategies, but that's once they're implemented. Right now, what we're dealing with is the fear of possible tariffs and the volatility that's following.
So how do you help clients navigate that if they've got that fear?
Well, number one, they just need to stay the course and make sure that they're properly diversified, and most importantly, that they're invested at the right risk level for them.
Are there specific strategies that you use?
Well, absolutely. And a lot of it is hand-holding, making sure that they don't panic. Everyone knows you're supposed to buy low and sell high. Oftentimes, people do just the opposite.
So staying informed and adaptable would be the key.
100%.
Is your portfolio diversification in line with your personal risk tolerance? Go to AssetPreservationWealth.com for a free portfolio review or call 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Every day, helping, caring, supporting. Every day at APS, we're here to provide payment assistance programs to customers in need. We recognize how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. Our Energy Support Program offers eligible customers discounts of up to 25 or 60% every month. Pay down your bill with crisis bill assistance and other programs and resources. Learn how you can get help with your bill at aps.com/brighter.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs dropped Game 1 of a 3-game series in New York, 8-3 to the Mets, but will be back in action at 4:10 today with Corbin Burns on the mound, and you can listen on Arizona Sports 98.7. Some good news for the Diamondbacks. They have reinstated reliever Kevin Ginkel from the 15-day IL, and A.J. Puck is said to have avoided surgery after suffering an elbow injury. It was an interesting night in the NBA. Boston cruised by Orlando for its spot in the second round, and the Pistons shocked the Knicks in New York to force a Game 6. Jamal Murray and the Nuggets took care of the Clippers to go up 3-2, and tempers flared in Indiana after the Pacers sent Giannis and the Bucks home. There are 2 more NBA games tonight. The Rockets will look to keep their season alive against Steph and the Warriors, and LeBron, Luka, and the Lakers will look to stay in the fight against Ant and the Wolves, down 3-1 in the series. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question brought to you by Sanderson Ford. We've kind of touched on it a little bit, but what of these 4 options, starting pitching, the bullpen, defense, or injury, what are you most concerned about with the Diamondbacks right now?
Right now, I mean, my answer could change later today. Right now, it's probably the bullpen.
Yep. Cast the vote there.
Interesting. I thought we were going to go starting pitching. So 43% say bullpen, 43% say starting pitching.
Yeah, it's close.
Exact split, and then 7% to defense and injuries. But I think those are the 2 places to start.
Yeah, I mean,
sure.
and the reason why I went bullpen is because at least the starting rotation is still healthy.
That's true.
And they're not operating from a point of weakness there.
Yeah.
But, yeah, that's today's Sanderson Ford Poll Question. You can vote on it now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Next question.
Don't ask me any more questions about this.
That's a great question.
That's the dumbest damn question I've ever heard in my life. I swear to God.
All right, it is Wednesday. This week we will be doing Ask Us Anything, where people sent in their queries about sports, pop culture, and life for Dan Bickley, Vince Marotta, and maybe a few for myself and Sammy as well. You could keep sending them in if you want. Bickley_Marotta on Twitter and Bickley and Marotta on Blue Sky. And we'll go through. Sammy, why don't you start us off?
For sure. I found one that's pretty interesting. Devin wants to know, are there any cool conspiracy theories, sports or non-sports, that you might actually believe or at least a little suspicious of?
I am not a conspiracy theorist by nature, but one I've always held true is that the 1985 NBA draft lottery was absolutely fixed for the New York Knicks. And I think other ones have been fixed for other teams for different reasons.
Yeah, that's. I think that's probably the sports conspiracy theory that I gravitate to, because I have a hard time believing the NBA would be involved in felonious behavior, yet, but.
And the other one I have, this is going to make somebody angry in the room.
Mm-hmm.
Michael Jordan's retirement for baseball was actually a suspension.
Yeah, that's not true. It's not true. It's not to say Michael Jordan doesn't have a gambling problem. He does, but he was not suspended for gambling.
He was probably also not alone in having a gambling problem in the NBA at that time.
Oh, no.
No.
I think it was pretty widespread.
The Truth Hurts, this is very timely. Have you ever fallen for a prank call, been prank called, or did the prank calling yourself?
Oh.
Especially now that you guys have been public figures for a long time now. Ever fallen for one?
I mean, probably when I was a kid, I fell for one. I mean, we were idiots when we were like 10, 11 years old. We didn't have anything else to do, so we used to
break out a phone book and start calling random people. Yeah.
And calling bowling alleys and chicken places. You can guess the nature of the jokes.
Right.
Did you see that a Mets fan died yesterday? A real Mets fan named Seymour Wiener?
No.
The actual Mets tweeted out, R.I.P. Seymour Wiener.
Are you sure it's not pronounced Weiner?
I don't look into stuff like that.
Have you guys ever gotten a prank call on the show?
Yes.
Okay.
I try to.
Not really a prank call, just somebody.
A jerk.
Some miserable jerk who gives different names who just wants to yell at the host.
Or that tells me one thing when I screen them, and then they say something different on the air.
Or called on the radio and said, "Hey, Bruce Jacobs, Vince Marotta, come to New York. I'll get you World Series tickets."
Oh,
there was that
That's there you go. That's a very famous prank.
But that wasn't. I mean, that doesn't really fall into the same. I mean, it's the cousin of the prank call.
Yeah.
That was a diabolical plot that I got caught up in. And I'm still not over, by the way. 24 years later.
I've got the next question. So this is one that I've actually thought about too. If in a perfect world you could sing really, really well, who would you like to do a duet with? Past, present, no matter the case. Who would it be?
Ooh.
You could even
Freddie
answer.
Mercury?
Yeah, you could even answer it like if you're a band, if your lead singer got sick and you could have anybody fill in for them, who would you want?
Susanna Hoffs.
That's a good choice.
Fill in a singer.
Yeah. She's got a great voice.
No, I
Jared.
know.
What
I'm
are
just
you
saying.
getting at?
What are you getting
No,
at,
no.
Jared?
That is a question I've never pondered. Who would I want to do it if I could sing really well? I mean, we're 2 steps removed from reality here.
I'd want to do a rap duo with Kendrick Lamar because he's so hot right now. And then I can go in on Drake as well.
Okay.
How about you, Sammy?
Well,
Yeah, you said you've been thinking about it.
Well, no, I just always think about like if I could sing, how awesome that would be.
You can learn.
That's true. I don't have a lot of time right now.
And if you take lessons, take Jarrett with you. See if you can get a group rate.
No.
Oh, okay. All right, cool.
Amen to
But
that.
no, you said Freddie Mercury, and I'm not like the biggest like old school music. I love country music. But I've watched the movie and I do like Queen, so he would probably be my answer if he and I were doing karaoke together.
Now, if I could have my choice of a singer to bring into Whiskey's Quicker for a performance,
Right.
I'd raise Lane Staley from the dead. That's what I would do. Former Alice in Chains singer. That's who I'd take.
That's a good choice.
If you had those powers to do, and that's how you use them, for one show, one night only. That'd be pretty cool.
only.
Sun's out, pun's out. Wants to know.
Whiskey's Quicker with special guest Lane Staley from Beyond.
Sign me up. What is a sports deathbed confession that you'd want to hear from someone?
Ooh. I can be timely and topical now. I would like to hear from somebody involved. What the heck just went on with the Phoenix Suns?
Oh, I like that.
As in just this year?
I'd like Devin
Yes.
Booker to drop all the tea from the past 3 seasons. What happened at the end of the Chris Paul Twins era against Dallas? What was all that weirdness about? And then take us through the last 2 years. That's what I'd want. That's a good answer.
The other one I would really want is, and it's never going to happen now, but and it's tangentially related to sports. OJ's confession.
Oh, there you go.
What actually happened that
All
night?
right, so
I think we all know what happened, but I want to hear it from him.
So speaking of one night only, I want to bring this up really quick because I was dropped off a gift from a listener today, Harry John Saxon. Okay, that's a real name. Don't make fun of it.
The way you started, I was like, I think you got pranked again.
Yeah, right? So he dropped off a 3 CD set of Jimmy Page performing with the Black Crowes live at the Greek in Los Angeles 25 years ago.
Wow.
So this is pretty rare. And Harry John Saxon was a big Led Zeppelin fan, passed on his chance to get tickets in the late 70s, found out Jimmy Page was performing with the Black Crowes, bought tickets for their show at the Hard Rock in Vegas, which is the night after this recording. But during their performance at the Greek, Jimmy Page blew out his back. Tour canceled, whole idea canceled. He never got to see him. But I got a CD. Thank you, brother. And then he said, I enjoy your show with Vince, Sammy, and shut up, Jared.
Now you just got to figure out somewhere to play a CD in 2025.
That's true. That's a good point.
Got any last ones here, Sammy, that looked really good? Here, I'll answer. We'll close it with this one. Ross Vegas wants to know. This is for me.
Okay.
What is the definition of a Leno cake? Of course, came up the last It's a cake in the shape and likeness of Jay Leno. There you go. Hope you that. Anyway, keep sending us questions. Keep following us across social media. Bickley_Murata. Bickley and Murata. Watch us live on YouTube.
I love the advertisement to get people involved and ask us anything. Do you have any questions about sports, pop culture, food, or life?
Well, food questions are always good. We had several about stadium food and cities that have the best food and all that stuff.
I'm going to go through some of this list. Thanks, everybody who submitted questions. I hope you know us better. Final thoughts on this one?
Just real quick.
Yeah.
Someone did say that Paul Bissonnette did pull a prank on us once
That's
while on the
right.
phone.
That's right.
We forgot about,
Our listeners are the best.
Biz did get us, and we didn't get the payoff until months later.
That was unbelievable. What was it, Ottawa burritos?
Ottawa breakfast burritos, yep.
Boy, did we fall for that hook, line, and sinker.
I'm not going to question him. Is this a hockey thing that everybody knows about but us?
He fights 9 guys at a time. You're not going to...
That's the guy versus the gorilla. Yes.
We're putting Biz Nasty against the gorilla. He's one of my 100.
Final thoughts on this Wednesday coming up next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The player that needs to make the biggest leap next year is Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray's, we need to know if Kyler Murray's the franchise quarterback or not here. This is it, right? We've all said it. With the contract or the way the contract is, you weren't going to get off Kyler this year. If Kyler has an average year and doesn't take the team to the playoffs, he's the biggest one, right?
I won't object to that, yeah.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey there, I'm Jack.
And I'm Stag.
We're just 2 deer that want to make sure you know it's deer season at your authorized John Deere dealer. The deer season that saves bucks. You know, like us.
Yeah, you can get $3,000 off select John Deere machines. No early wake-up calls or tree stands required.
Just a trip to your authorized dealer before June 2nd.
If you ask us, it's the only deer season worth celebrating.
Visit johndeere.com/deer season to find an authorized dealer and for complete finance details.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Homeowners, life can be stressful, and so can selling your home, but it doesn't have to be. Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty is going to price your home properly and get it in front of thousands of exclusive qualified buyers. That's exactly what Carol did for the Martin family, selling in 11 days for 100% of market value. Call Carol Royce today and ask her about her 100% of market value guarantee, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carolyn seller must agree on price and possession.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Are they promising you up to 10% growth per year guaranteed for your retirement income? If not, you need a new financial advisor. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hard-working folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 up front or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't work when you're supposed to be retired. And if any financial advisor tells you it's too good to be true, they simply don't have the options we do. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the Day. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
All right, today's song of the day, of course, by the Gorillas. Who else would we be playing, huh?
Could 100 people beat this band?
Beat this band?
I mean, it's kind of...
Seeing that the band is actually one person and not four?
I remember when they first came out and they were really, really popular with this song, and they had like the one other one.
Clint Eastwood came out before this,
They would do concerts and they wouldn't show themselves. They would have a big screen that they would perform behind, and it would just be like cartoons, and people got really mad.
Yet they're still around. My son Patrick, huge Gorillaz fan.
Okay.
Where it's weird for me is like the one guy behind this, Damon Albarn, is like the guy behind Blur, the band Blur.
Right.
I really like Blur, but I'm not a Gorillaz fan. Does that make any sense?
That's wild. That's interesting.
And I think it's because I heard this song every morning, like 3 times every morning for 4 years working for that radio
station. So you
station.
kind of got pummeled to death by the Gorillas.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, makes sense.
Pummeled to death by the Gorillas.
Yeah, right.
Just like the 100 people that fight them would be.
Gorillas Feel Good Inc., today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
All right, we started with the idea. Bick brought it up to begin the show. The 100 men versus the gorilla. It's going viral. Everybody's got a take on it. Have you heard Kyle Brandt from NFL Network's take on this?
I want to hear this.
I actually think it's really simple. I land on the same question. Who are these 100 humans? And I will tell you this. I will take the humans if even one of the 100 humans fighting the gorilla is New York Giants running back Cam Scattergood. Pray for the gorilla. In fact, I will go further. We don't need the 100 humans. We need just Scattergood against the gorilla. In fact, I will go further. I will take one Scattergood versus 100 gorillas, and we will still come out of there with the dub. Strategy be damned. Give me my guy, and we're going to get a victory for the human race.
Wow. On somebody who likes Cam Scattergood more than I do. It's fantastic.
Kyle Brandt just makes me laugh.
Yeah.
I wanted to get into that with Field Yates a little bit because Field, in that piece that I referenced during the interview, and if you missed that interview, you can catch it on the ArizonaSports.com. You can catch it on the app. He pointed out he loved the pick of Cam Scattergood. You get a player like that in the 4th round. And I said this earlier in the week, and I truly believe this. I don't think there's many. There might not be a better landing spot for Cam Scattergood than the Giants. He is, leading up to the draft. How much is he going to play? How much opportunity? Is he going to be a 2 or a 3 in a running back room? Is he going to play on special teams? He has a chance to split carries with Tyrone Tracy.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's a very, very good opportunity. I'm a little bummed out because I had made a commitment in my head that I would be a fan of whatever team Cam Scattergood landed on. I can't be a fan of the New York Giants.
I was already a fan of the New York Giants once. I don't want to go back.
But they have Jackson Dart.
Yeah.
They seem less hard to be a fan of, though, than the Jets.
It's just a New York team. A guy from Chicago can't cheer for a New York team.
Yeah, that's That's a no-go.
That's a no-go.
And then you'd
It's a
have
non-starter.
Then you'd have something in common with Gambo, and nobody wants that.
Right.
Is it because they refer to you as the second city? The Chicago?
It's a lot of stuff. Yeah. I mean, it's a lot of stuff like
I don't
that.
think that came from another city, did it?
I thought that's what it was sort of referencing to, that New York was the first city, they're the second city. I don't know.
Yeah, but it wasn't. I don't think it was involved as it wasn't
Insulting?
derisive. Yeah, it wasn't an insult. But you just can't do it. It's the whole the New York pizza versus Chicago pizza. It's all of it. It's all of that stuff.
I wanted to get back to something that didn't come up and ask us anything. I'm not trying to put you on the spot either, Bick, but I thought it was a good question. From Will. Of all the thousands of takes Dan Bickley has offered up over the decades in columns and on the air, which one does he think aged the poorest?
Ooh, see, that's a good question. But Jared, for some reason, chose to recite the Leno cake question.
We were out of
I wonder
time.
why
That was a quick one. I knew because I knew you'd have to think about this one for a while.
I don't. No, I've had a couple of really, really bad takes. Cardinals have to draft Johnny Manziel's probably at the top of the list, and then the Cardinals should trade for Deshaun Watson. Now, we didn't know anything about Deshaun Watson at the time, but still, that would have been a disastrous thing.
And that's an important delineation there, because I remember I don't know if I was on board, but it made sense.
Mm-hmm.
But because of what has happened, it has aged poorly.
Very, very poorly. Oh, boy. Very, very poorly.
And here's one for you, Jarrett, from Matthew. What is the origin of Kellen Olson's nickname of Big Daddy?
When I used to work on The Rundown with Luke Lipinski, he used to be on all the time because he would also work nights. And he was a very tall guy, and at the time he was also a tall, big guy. Now he's a tall, skinny guy. I like to give people stupid nicknames, like Tyler Boom Boom Drake. So I would call him Kellen Big Daddy Olson, and I did that a few times as we introduced him, and he did not like it.
He didn't?
And he told me to stop doing it, and I haven't done it in years. But that's a long-time listener that remembers that, I guess.
Wow. So if we told you to stop doing song parodies, you'd listen to us?
Well,
No. No, you wouldn't.
It would take a vote, and the people
give the people what they want, Jared.
That would be an election I would be behind fixing.
There we go.
And since it came up in our earlier discussions, I have to play this for everybody's listening pleasure.
One resident describes her horrifying experience when she first realized the complex was on fire.
Well, I woke up to go get me a cold pop, and then I thought somebody was barbecuing. I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire. Then I ran out. I didn't grab no shoes or nothing, Jesus. I ran for my life. And then the smoke got me. I got bronchitis. Ain't nobody got time for that.
That's great.
That was great. Woke up in the middle of the night to grab a soda, by the way.
13 years ago, April 8th, 2012.
Unless she means a pop.
Yeah.
I almost played, somebody remixed that into a song. I almost played that as song of the day.
That would have been good.
Sweet Brown. Great moments in internet
I got
history.
time for that.
Oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
So, Jared, Vinny's actually going somewhere.
I think.
He's actually going, so he's taking the next couple of days off. He's
Really?
actually going somewhere.
Getting out of Dodge.
Yeah.
Is it a real vacation, or do you have to do voiceover work again?
No, it sounds like it's actually a real getaway.
Oh.
I'm going to debauch myself in Vegas for a couple days.
Oh, man, am I jealous.
Oh.
Yeah.
Look at these two degenerates. Oh.
And of course, in true Murata fashion, I feel like crap in my flights in a couple of hours. Have fun while I'm gone. Thanks
for
to Field Yates and
wiping me
Kellen
out
Olson.
before you leave, Vinny.
Wolf and Luke are next.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. And on Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. If you do not like your teeth, if you hate your smile, if you cringe when it's time to take pictures, got some exciting news out there for anybody who has considered that life-changing smile upgrade. New Life Dental Implant Center revolutionizing the way the industry thinks about dental implants because they're making it easier, faster, more affordable than ever. Here's the deal. At New Life Dental Implant Center, you get everything done in one location from start to finish. No bouncing around to different offices. Everything you need, including surgery, lab work, and follow-up follow-ups right there under one roof. And get this, currently offering all-on-4 dental implants for just $99.90 per arch. If you've ever been price shopping, you know that is a great price. No hidden fees, no surprise costs, just one price from start to finish. New Life Dental Implant Center, committed to being the best and most affordable option out there. You can even get 0% financing. They want their implants available to people with limited insurance, no insurance, people of limited means. So if you are ready for a new life with a brand new smile, give New Life Dental Implant Center a call, 602-855-0000, or online at newsmilearizona.com.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile, taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
For a limited time only at Santan Ford. Santan Ford is employee pricing, saving you thousands. You can buy new 2025 Ford Explorers for as low as 2.9% APR, or take up to $8,700 off brand new 2025 Ford Escapes. And Santan Ford has hundreds of Escapes to choose from. Let's recap: employee pricing, financing options that are good for your wallet, and selection galore. It's all going on now. From America for America. See you at Tim Hovick Santan Ford in Gilbert.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 22 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Slim down this summer and rock that swimsuit with Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get started today, and our expert doctors will help maximize your results from brand name medications like Wegovy and Zepbound. Red Mountain is the trusted leader in medical weight loss, helping over 1 million patients lose weight fast. Our doctors deliver safe, effective solutions tailored to your needs. Lose weight and look great just in time for summer at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
For over 8 years, QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in non-surgical relief for joint pain. With over 50,000 satisfied patients, people with knee and back pain now living pain-free. What they're doing is nothing short of remarkable. They're using regenerative cell therapy to restore the tissue in your achy joints. They're using biologic growth factors with robust healing properties, carefully and strategically placed in your joint. Best part, with QC Kinetics, there are no drugs, no surgery is involved, and there's no downtime. Imagine doing all the things you enjoy this summer without being slowed down by awful joint pain. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation and learn about these cutting-edge treatments that can help you live your best life. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs dropped game 1 of 3 in New York to the Mets 8-3, but Corbin Burns will be on the mound today at 4:10, and you can listen on Arizona Sports 98.7. Some good news for the Diamondbacks. They have reinstated reliever Kevin Ginkel from the 15-day IL, and A.J. Puck is said to have avoided surgery after suffering an elbow injury. With moves still on the table for general manager Monty Ossenfort and the Cardinals, is the door totally shut on Will Hernandez and Kazir White? For more on that, head to ArizonaSports.com. It was an interesting night in the NBA. Boston cruised by Orlando for its spot in the second round. The Pistons stunned the Knicks in New York to force a Game 6. Jamal Murray and the Nuggets took care of business against the Clippers, going up 3-2, and tempers flared in Indiana after the Pacers sent Giannis and the Bucks home. There are 2 more NBA games tonight. The Rockets look to keep their season alive against Steph and the Warriors, and LeBron, Luka, and the Lakers look to stay in the fight against Ant and the T-Wolves. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke! Wolf! Hey, my brothers! Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys. Welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Arizona Sports Studios on this Wednesday morning, it is the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what's up?
What's going on, Luke? How you doing?
Doing good.
Yeah.
Would be doing better if the Diamondbacks would start winning games again, which I'm sure will happen. But
It's very difficult, is it not, Basinonians? It's very difficult to watch the Arizona Diamondbacks right now from a standpoint of just not playing up to their potential yet.
Yeah.
They have not hit stride yet, and I do believe beyond a shadow of a doubt, there's no doubt about it, they're going to get better. They're going to get right, and they're going to be fine. I do. I believe that. But right now, they're just not playing up to their potential.
Yeah, it's always tough when it's that, right? I mean, we kind of talked about this yesterday, even before the game in New York, of just it's the eye test. They went into that game 15-13. They're now 15-14. That's not bad. I definitely view them as a team that should be, and I still think will be, significantly above 500 by the end of the season. But you're in a division where you almost have to be significantly above 500. So 15-14 is not like ideal either. But what we were talking about yesterday is the bigger thing is just the eye test. Like you said, it was kind of on display last night. Like the Mets were the team making the crazy defensive plays, not the Diamondbacks. And the Mets were getting better starting pitching than the Diamondbacks. And it's like the strengths, what are supposed to be the strengths of the Diamondbacks just have not been their strengths yet this year. And now we're almost 30 games into the season. So it's not nothing. It's not a big deal yet, but it's not nothing.
Right. You mentioned it right there. The fact the New York Mets, Basinonians, by the way, the least amount of errors in all Major League Baseball.
Good for them. That's
the least
nice
amount of errors right there in all of Major League Baseball. Think about that. And their defense was on display last night, and that is Diamondback baseball. That is a hallmark. That is a calling card of the Arizona Diamondbacks, to go out and field your position and play it well. That is something we talk about all the time, and we take great pride in that. And so does Mike Hazen and Tory Lavell.
Yeah.
They take great pride in that. Boy, that was on display last night for the Mets. Even though they booted the ball, had an error, no doubt about it. Watching Tyrone Taylor make that diving catch into center field, of course. I would say Lindor at shortstop. How about the 5-6-3 recorded out? The 5-6-3, not a double play. 5-6-3 recorded out. That was incredible, man.
Well, the other part of this is, the Mets right now are in first place by 4.5 games in the NL East. They look like a team with a huge payroll, which they have, and they have some of their own prospects up. And that's not like a slight, but I'm just saying they spend money like a team that expects to win their division. And that's great and all, Wolf, and they are in first place by 4.5 games, but they also have Philly and Atlanta in that division. And, I mean, if you want to have a real conversation about this, Atlanta started slow, and I don't know if anybody really bought their extremely slow start. I would think not. They're 8-2 in their last 10. They're 14-15 now. Like, they're going to be fine. Now you've got, if you look around the National League, you've got 3 teams that you have to consider playoff contenders in that division. You've got 4 teams you have to consider playoff contenders in the NL West,
And somebody's coming out of the Central, and right now the Cubs look like a legitimate playoff team. So, it's not teams like the Mets are the teams you want to beat because there might be a tiebreaker at the end of the season. There was last year.
Yeah, this is really hard to say right now, but you're talking about a 500 team in the Arizona Diamondbacks. I don't see them playing like a playoff team right now.
They're not.
I don't. So, again, it's really hard. You got to prove it. This is a prove-it league. That's what it's all about. Any professional sport, any sporting event, period. That's what it's about. Prove it that you're better than you. I'm going to prove it right here in front of everybody that I'm better than you. And, that is something right now that the Diamondbacks are trying to do. They're just not getting it done. They're not playing up to their potential. And I think they would be the first one to say that.
Yeah, I think they would. We're going to talk to Mike Fitzgerald, assistant GM of the D-backs, at 11:45 today. He's always a great conversation with Mike Fitzgerald, so we'll get his thoughts on where his team is right now. Like you said, right around 500, one game above 500, heading into Game 30 of the season. You mentioned the Mets defense specifically. What was that, the fourth inning where they just went off and robbed hit after hit? It was already 7-0 at that point, but still.
Ridiculous.
We've seen the Diamondbacks come back. We've seen the Diamondbacks put together 10 run innings this season. Here's Tory Lavell afterwards talking about that defensive display.
They're a good baseball team, and I give them all the credit in the world, right? It was 3 circus plays, but when you see it 3 times, it's something they expect to do, and that's who they are, and that's why they're a good team and in first place in their division. But when we're watching that happen, I think it should inspire our guys. It's very inspiring to see that type of baseball. When you're looking across a diamond and you have your own internal standards that you live by, it helps you get better. When you're playing against the best and they operate like they're the best, it makes the team, our team, better, and that's how I want us to take this evening.
Yeah, it's not like the Diamondbacks were bad defensively last night, but I mean, you had the stat yesterday. They're 23rd in baseball in errors, and there's been plays this year where they weren't even errors, but they were plays they couldn't make in the field that normally they would make. We did this on the show yesterday. We basically did our 1 month of the year check-in, and all 4 of us, I believe, had the defense as the biggest disappointment. Now, you may have had Zach Gallen as disappointment. You had defense in another category.
Yes, defense was in a different category. Jake McCarthy was the guy that was the disappointment right now. Again, just watching it, you mentioned that 4th inning. That was the 5-6-3 to record an outplay that blew my mind. You had to see it to believe it, did you not? The ball was hit by Grichuk, of course, and Vientos at third was moving to his left, deflected the ball right into Lindor, and it was a great play, I thought, by Lindor.
Yeah.
He reacted like he totally expected it, and he was just caught the ball out of the air and made the throw to Alonso at first to get the out. It was really, really cool to see. From a baseball perspective, you don't see that play.
No.
You just don't see that play often.
Especially
if at all.
Wedged into an inning where they were making other plays that maybe weren't quite that play, but they were pretty good plays defensively. So 0-1 against the Mets. They play them 6 times this year, and all 6 of those meetings are between yesterday and next Wednesday. So this is not – it's not a great time to not be playing your best baseball because – you've got 9 in a row here against the Mets, Phillies, and Mets. And then you got the Dodgers after that. So just in terms of quality of opponent, it's not a great time. But I mean it. Like we can say, we're only 29 games in. Yeah, but you don't play the Mets again after May 7th. And that we saw last year what happened. You didn't have the tiebreaker against the Mets or Braves, and you got left out with the same record at the end of the season. These teams that are contenders in the National League, you have to stack wins against them whenever you play them. So this is a big one, I think, tonight. It's not like I don't want to make it bigger than it is, but it is big to win some games against this team.
Well, right now, too, you think about it. The New York Mets have the best ERA for their rotation in all of Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
That's really, really good right there. Again, pitching and defense. That was on display last night, and it was coming from the Mets. more so than the Diamondbacks.
And to be fair, the Mets have the best record in all of baseball right now, so they might just win their division.
Yeah.
But they're in a division with Philadelphia and Atlanta. I mean, is it really inconceivable that Philadelphia could make up 4.5 games over the next 130? You know, so those are teams you're going to be competing with, certainly. Hopefully, I guess I should say, by the end of the year. I think we all feel like this Diamondbacks team is going to get on track here, but it's just now would be a good time to do it. Catch the excitement of the Arizona Sports Half-Day Club May 7th as the Diamondbacks take on the first-place New York Mets. Snag lower-level tickets for only $9.87 by texting half to 620-620. Again, that's half to 620-620 to secure your seats. When we come back, which players do we expect to make the biggest jump for the Cardinals in 2025? Feels like we have most of the roster in front of us now, so we can get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs at the Mets.
2 outs, the 2-2 pitch. Strike 3 called. The ball game is over. The Mets take the opener by a final score of 8-3. They got out in front 8-0, and they never looked back.
D-backs at the Mets. Coverage of Game 2 of the series this afternoon at 3:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and then just moving in right away. You don't have to wait around to sell your old place first. You're going to deal with that, but for now, just move into your dream home right now. It sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. They let you buy your new home now and then sell the old one later. And if you really take a second to think about it, that's the only way to do it. The problem is most places don't let you do it that way. Well, here's how it works. Orchard's going to give you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves, none of those extra distractions. Then the Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home, and they're going to make price-boosting upgrades for you. So once they're done, a local Orchard agent's going to be able to list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, sell your old home later, buy before you sell, and still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. Again, that's Orchard.com.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Shane O'Hanrahan. And Shane, with all the confusion over tariffs, what does it mean to the automobile industry?
Right now, all that is in limbo. But what I can tell you is every vehicle on Chapman BMW's lot is tariff-free. With financing as low as 1.99%, the time to buy is right now. So get in and get your best selection of your brand new BMW.
That's really good news for people who want to drive off in the ultimate driving machine.
Yes, it is. And Chapman BMW is here to help.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Hey, it's Gambo. Summer is coming and you got to get your air conditioner ready. My friends at Christian Brothers HVAC are doing an AC tune-up only for the month of April. This full 22-point AC inspection also includes the condenser coil cleaning plus a condensate drain line cleaning. All this for only $129 per unit. I just had it done at my house and you should too. Call my friends at Christian Brothers today and ask for the AC tune-up at 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song. I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Ugh! I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Phoenix. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
New Harley-Davidson Street Glides under $265 a month at Desert Wind Harley. Try now for under $265 a month on a new Street Glide at Desert Wind Harley. Desert Wind Harley has over 300 bikes in stock. Get on a new Harley-Davidson Street Glide today for under $265 a month at Desert Wind Harley. Finance specialists on site to help get you approved. Good credit, bad credit, no credit, we can help. Visit DesertWindHarley.com.
Payments based on Street Glide model and base color with 30% down, 96-month term, 6.99% APR with approved credit. Doesn't include freight, setup tax, title, and license fees. See dealer for details.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y Refi. I'm Tyler Drake. Another recent rule change is hurting these new Suns. Diamondbacks reliever A.J. Puck avoids surgery after suffering elbow injury, and Mets robbed D-backs of several hits. Eduardo Rodriguez knocked around in loss. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y Refi.
All right, Wolf, I know we're not just doing defense here when we're looking. We are going to build the starting lineup for the defense in a little bit, next hour. We did it with the offense yesterday. I think it was, I think we're going to find it was a lot easier to build the Cardinals starting lineup on offense than it will be on defense, for sure. But I'm just looking as we're about to have this conversation about which players we expect to really make a jump next season, whether they're going into year 2 or year 3 or year 10 or whatever for the Cardinals. I'm just looking at the defense. And I feel like I'm probably even forgetting guys because we came back from break before I was done. But like guys that they expect to play a somewhat significant role or maybe huge role on defense that didn't really play for this team last season. I'm going to start reading off the list. You tell me if I forgot anybody, okay?
Okay.
Josh Sweat, Walter Nolan, Dalvin Tomlinson, Darius Robinson barely played last year, so I'm counting him. Calais Campbell, B.J. Ojulari. Even Baron Browning played maybe half a season for the Cardinals. What? Jordan Birch, Cody Simon, Will Johnson, if you want to throw some of these rookies in here that aren't Nolan. I mean, what did I just I just read off 10 players.
Zaven Collins?
Zaven Collins, too, but I mean, he did play last year.
Yes. Oh, okay, yeah.
I'm saying guys that really didn't play for the Cardinals last year.
Okay, all right.
That's 10 guys.
I'm just talking about how many guys, how many names. On that on that defensive line of scrimmage. It's truly amazing when you look at it, brothers. It really is.
Yeah.
I'm not just talking about, guys that we haven't seen play. I'm talking about guys that are going to be competing for that defensive tackle, for that defensive end, for that outside linebacker. The guys that are going to be on the line of scrimmage rushing the passer. It is stunning to me how many names are out there. It's like 14 guys.
It's unbelievable.
I'm sitting here counting them, and I'm thinking to myself, how are they going to work these rotations? How is this going to work? First of all, you're not going to be able to keep all those guys. You're just not going to be able to do it. So you're going to have to, on cut-down day, there's going to be some notable Arizona Cardinals that are going to be released. It's going to happen. And then you're going to have to figure out your rotations. I am absolutely stunned when I truly look at all the names. Yesterday we did the offense. We were focused on the offense. Today we're going to do it at some point in time, who we expect to start on the defense. We're not doing that here.
No, but soon. We're going to do it at 11.
But we are going to do it soon.
Rick has something. What do you got, Rick?
Yeah, who's going to step up at inside linebacker because Jacoby Brissett is wearing number 7 this year.
Oh.
That was Kaiser White's number, if you didn't know.
Okay, yeah, great. Well, that's okay. We might have to take that.
Take that back. Sorry,
yeah,
Jacoby.
Right. Anyways, I'm not giving up on Kaiser White. That's what I'm saying right now.
For the purposes of this conversation, though, which players you expect to make the biggest jump in 2025?
Yes.
However you want to take it. They improve their play, or they just are asked to take on a bigger role. My answer is still Marv. It still starts with Marv for me. I mean, that's a guy. He's not going to take on a bigger role because he already had a big role last year. But I expect / hope him to really take it and run with it because we're going to get into the defense. We may get into the defense here. There's so many guys on defense that in terms of individual jumps, that's going to be tough to project because so many. They've got like 15, 16 guys to do the job of 11 people. They probably have more than 16, actually. But as far as the role of number 1 receiver, they have one guy on this team that can fill that role.
Yeah, for me, Basonians, right now, it's Garrett Williams. I would look at Garrett Williams as the guy that's going to take the biggest jump. He took a big jump last year. There's no denying it. But I think this kid is only going to get better He had 2 picks last season, 9 passes defensed. This is a guy that gets his hands on footballs from time to time. This is a guy that does a great job deciphering what the route combination is and jumping it. Very, very similar to Will Johnson and some of the skill sets of Will Johnson. So Garrett Williams, to me, this is a guy, you got to remember, JG and Nick Rollis will take him and stick him as a safety. This guy's a corner. To me, he's a nickel corner. He's a corner on the inside. He can play outside, but to me, I like him in that slot, a nickel corner. And in today's NFL, you need that nickel corner because many times they're looked at as starters as well. Not just your outside corners, but your nickel corner as well. That's Garrett Williams. But they use him in a 2-deep set many times because of how good he is at examining the route combinations and jumping it as a safety.
I was thinking during the draft, we had AQ Shipley on last week, and he was talking about, when you're playing, when you're on a team and the draft comes up, like, yeah, you're paying attention because you want to see, like, who's going to be, who some of these guys are, they're going to join your team. Like, we saw the reaction from Cardinals players on social media when they got Walter Nolan. Guys were fired up, right? But AQ also said, as you're watching it, you're like, hey, don't take a center, right? Don't take somebody at my position. And yep. I wondered, as fired up as we all were for Will Johnson, how the corners on the Cardinals felt about that pick, because you're like, oh, okay, that just raised the bar even higher. But one guy who I don't think has to worry about it, I mean, assuming he just continues to play the way he's been playing, is Garrett Williams, because he was the breakout player of the team last year. I know some people will say Trey McBride, but I feel like that happened the year before. But either way, it's one of those two guys that really had their breakout season for the Cardinals last year.
Yeah. Again, there are so many different guys you could look at as well. And it's just interesting to hear Luke bring up the corner room. And I think of the cornerback room, which going into last season, oh, man, everyone was like, man, this is going to be rough. This is going to be bad. The corner room is going to be in. And the corner room was pretty good, encouraging, as a matter of fact, when you think of Garrett Williams and Max Melton and Star Thomas and the job that they did out there. Now, all of a sudden, you could look at the corner room as a strength on this team, provided, of course, Will Johnson comes in and plays like we think he's going to play.
Yeah, or Max Melton makes that jump. I mean,
Max Melton, I expect him to make a jump.
So the secondary in general for the Cardinals, when you have Garrett Williams and Max Melton and Star Thomas, and then you throw in Will Johnson, if he plays to his potential, who knows, in a year or two, he might be better than any of them. And then to still have Buddha and Jalen Thompson and Dadrian Taylor-Demerson back there now at the safety position, like you have built up a secondary that isn't just potential. It's legitimately, there's some established guys there too. You've got a good mix of established. You know what you're going to get from Buddha. You know what you're going to get from Jalen Thompson, even though he maybe had a little bit of a down year by his standards last year.
Yeah.
You know you're still going to get quality play. But then you've got these guys, and I think you can almost put Garrett Williams not like in the category with Buddha, but in the category of like, I feel pretty comfortable we're going to get that production from Garrett Williams now going forward. Then you got these other upside guys too. I love this defense, Wolf.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. Yeah, absolutely. When you think of Dadrian Taylor-Demerson as well.
Yeah.
Rabbit.
Just running around back there.
Smell something, Rabbit? Fear.
I mean, think about it. Once again, the corner room looking as good as it does right now. And then you've got Taylor-Demerson, a guy that just flashed last year. Could he be one of those guys that makes a massive jump going forward? It all depends. Jalen Thompson, of course, is still a very capable safety. Jalen Thompson, the free safety for the Arizona Cardinals. What might happen with Jalen Thompson could he be a June 1? I mean, honestly, this is the harsh reality of the game. I don't think so. I think Jalen's going to be fine. I love the fact that you have this issue now in the secondary where how do you find reps for Rabbit?
Yeah.
Because Rabbit needs reps.
Rabbit reps.
Yeah, he does. How are you going to find that? You're going to have all sorts of different personnel packages Nick Rawlis is going to. I mean, this is Christmas morning for Nick Rawlis right now.
He was the kid who didn't have as many toys as all of his friends until this year, and then the entire Christmas tree was just full of presents just for Nick. Like he was making do with less last year and the year before, and now we get to see what he's capable of with plenty of options, because he's got so many options now on defense. It's, you look at the roster, Wolf, and I know we're going to get back into this in a little bit. I can look at the offense, and I can find potential question marks. We did yesterday, like, okay, right guard, left guard, number 2 receiver. Like, those aren't, I wouldn't say those are givens that they have those. But on defense, it's just a matter of putting all these pieces together, and I trust Nick Rawlis to do that. That's what's encouraging on defense. They got him a bunch of pieces. They got him more pieces than he needs to build the puzzle, and he's good at building puzzles, I feel like. Well, I mean, we'll see. All right, we come back. Pretty significant update on AJ Puck. So we're going to decide if that's positive or negative. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, full of Get It Nowhere Else content from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
Hey, how we all doing, Basinonians? Ron Wolfley here for Aria Dental Implant Center. Man, that just took me off guard there, Basinonian. It was a hard out right there. Listen, everyone deserves a smile, right? A good smile, a smile that they're proud of. And, of course, Aria Dental Implant Center, led by Dr. Joe, with over 20 years of dental implant expertise. Their locally owned center specializes in transforming smiles. They've got the All-On-4 dental implant treatment, and I have had the All-On-4, brothers. I've told you about it over and over, but it really is a game changer socially, personally, professionally, however you want to cut it. In most cases, of course, patients can receive their final custom zirconia smile 5 days after surgery. What you need to do is go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. Tell them Wolf sent you. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Gambo here with Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, the market's been crazy. The highs, the lows, the ups, the downs. How do investors navigate today's volatile market?
Well, obviously, we've been feeling tremendous volatility because of that word tariff. But here's what people need to do. They need to set their politics aside and don't let that add more fear to your long-term investment strategy.
Sounds reassuring, but how do you achieve that? Some people want to retire within the next year or two, and some are 15 to 20 years out.
Gambo, we're not like most other financial advisors who pick their own stocks in-house. We use multiple money managers that all see the world differently, and this will help achieve our goal of providing stability and growth to our portfolios.
So for many investors out there that are concerned, does that help limit the risk?
Well, it'll help reduce the risk. More importantly, it reduces the risk of one person, your financial advisor, messing up your whole retirement for you.
Is your portfolio in line with your personal risk tolerance? Go to AssetPreservationWealth.com for a free portfolio review.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC,
an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and for 8 years, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical relief for joint pain with over 50,000 satisfied patients, people with knee and back pain now living pain-free, shoulder and hip pain gone. What QC Kinetics is doing is nothing short of remarkable. They're using regenerative cell therapy to restore the tissue in your achy joints. They're using biologic growth factors with robust healing properties carefully and strategically placed in your joints. And the best part is, with QC Kinetics, there are no drugs, no surgery is involved, and there's no downtime. This is an all-natural option with lasting relief. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation and learn about these cutting-edge treatments that can help you live your best life, with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Reach them at 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Arizona Cardinals 2024 second leading tackler Kaiser White is still a free agent, and his number 7 has been taken by a player currently on the roster. Backup quarterback Jacoby Brissett will wear number 7 this season. For the full list of which players will wear what numbers, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. And the Arizona Diamondbacks fell 8-3 to the New York Mets last night at Citi Field. Eduardo Rodriguez gave up 8 runs in 4 innings. The Snakes will try to even the series tonight at 4:10. You can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Corbin Burns will get the start for the Snakes. This report is brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com.
This life I cannot change.
Hey, it's Gambo. Which member of the Diamondbacks has been the most valuable through the first month of the season? Plus, we'll get you ready for D-backs Mets Game 2, starting at 2 o'clock on Arizona Sports.
All right, well, at least a little bit of an update on the Diamondbacks bullpen. I don't know how to take this. I think it's a good thing,
Yeah.
All things considered. By the way, we're live on YouTube, and I'm looking at the YouTube chat, and Max says, "What's up?"
Okay.
I think Max says, "What's up?" every day. Now,
okay.
Now I kind of need
the way you said that. I thought it was Max Starks.
It's not Max Starks.
Okay.
I assume
It's
Max
just
Starks
Max,
is
some
still
dude.
he's still sleeping off the draft.
Okay.
Nonstop draft coverage where he covered all 257 picks. All right, let's get to this update. It's on AJ Puck. Okay. This quote's from Tory Lavell. Said, "There's no surgery involved, which is great news. Once he gets asymptomatic, we'll take it to the next level. I don't want to get too far ahead of this. These 2 to 3 weeks of shutdown, no throwing, treatment only, and just get healthy." Unquote.
Okay.
So considering where everybody's mind went, a week ago of, he's done for the year, he's Tommy John, when will we ever see him again? It's not like he's going to play anytime soon. And it's not like he's back in 2 to 3 weeks. It's just 2 to 3 weeks they're going to reevaluate.
Right.
But it at least seems like there's some hope that this is better than originally thought.
Okay, so.
Yes. Just play this.
Here we go. Yes. This is our boy, AJ Puck, of course, right now. It's Amish Paradise, ladies and gentlemen. We play it all the time. Can I just say this right now? This is good news. I'm going to put it in the positive category right now. Rick, you were talking about the fact that this is classic Tommy John. This is the way that it happens. And it appeared as though you were going to be right on that. And it seems as though he's escaping Tommy John surgery and getting the alternative, which is to rehab it for 6 to 12 weeks.
Okay.
That's typically what happens when you suffer an elbow injury, but it's not Tommy John. When you suffer a strain to the UCL, now it's 6 to 12 weeks for the most part. Again, that's just based on the averages that are out there. I am not a trainer, nor a doctor, nor try to play one. but that typically is the duration if you're going to rehab it.
Yeah. And not everybody has that option. This isn't just like, I mean, I'm not a doctor either, but we've seen this through, baseball history. I'm trying to think who the pitcher was. There was a pitcher for the Yankees. Well, it was probably 5 or 6, maybe even longer years ago, where it was like, oh, he's definitely gonna have Tommy John, and then he kind of just rehabbed it and was ultimately, if I remember right, was fine. He was able to pitch through it, and he was good. And everybody's different. Every injury is different, though, too. So just because it's an elbow injury doesn't mean it's automatically done for the year, and we're kind of seeing that. There's not really a timeline here. The timeline that I'm taking from this, Wolf, is just not done for the year. That's kind of how I'm taking this timeline.
Yeah.
What did you say is if you rehab it, it's what did you say, 6 to 10?
6 to 12,
well,
typically.
That's a wide range.
It is, once again, because every injury, to your point, is different. There's no doubt about it. In some cases, if the ligament is repairable, a complete UCL reconstruction isn't necessary, and the recovery time can be even shorter than that. It's all based on the individual for the most part.
So good news in the sense that it's not like A.J. Puck's just done for the year. Still, though, overall, is bad news in the sense that you don't have him anytime soon. And so you got to make sense of what to do with this bullpen. Got Kevin Ginkel back yesterday. That will help. Now, he didn't pitch yesterday, but they got him back. So, I mean, they weren't all those scenarios we laid out before the game yesterday. Like, well, what if they're up by 1 in the 9th inning? Can you bring Gink in right there in his first game? And none of that mattered because they were down by so much early in the game. But they're going to be in a save situation here at some point soon, and it'll be interesting to see if it's Gink. If it's Justin Martinez, there was a story out there that J-Mart is not concerned about the velocity dropping off. Now, I don't know how to take that. Is he not concerned because he feels like he can still be effective at 97?
Yeah.
Or is he not concerned because he thinks the velocity will come back? I don't know. I mean, I guess only time's going to tell on that.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see what happens right now. I was thinking to myself, even though Nelly, of course, Ryan Nelson went out there and pitched very, very well. Well, that was good to see too, right?
Yeah.
If there was a positive from this game.
Just 4 innings of shutout baseball.
It was great to see Ryan Nelson go out there, take the ball, and look like he did last year.
Yeah.
Frankly, that was really, really cool to see. But I also thought, man, what an opportunity to take Gink and throw him out there. Get him out there right now. You're down in a game. Get him out there just to get him back into the groove. Ooh. You know what I mean? What an opportunity.
What do you think that means?
You know exactly.
You think that means he's closing?
Once again,
yeah.
I'm thinking he's going to get the opportunity to close.
That's
no, that's J-Mart.
we don't have a Gink song.
Look, J-Mart right now, he's a question mark, and I don't think you want to run him out there as a question mark. If he's questioning himself and his velocity is down the way that it is right now, I don't know, man. He does not fill me with a lot of confidence right now.
No. I wonder if internally they're trying to sort of recreate what they had the first couple weeks of the season. It felt like the first couple weeks of the season they had 2 closers. They had J-Mart and they had A.J. Puck. And when we talked to, I believe it was Mike Hazen, he was kind of like, he even kind of said, right now we have 2 closers, because you were asking him about who the closer is. And he didn't say the names, but he's like, it's almost like we have 2 closers.
Yeah.
That is the way it felt. And then it was one of them from the front office that said that. And so I wonder if they're just going to try and go now. Probably wasn't the plan originally, but you have to adjust to J-Mart's your closer. But there's going to be nights where he just isn't available. Hopefully that's only for like another week. But right now, you can't plan on him being available every time you have a save opportunity. So then Gink is your other closer, maybe? I mean, but then who's your guy in the 8th inning? Is it Gink on those nights when J-Mart, when you know he can close? It's a lot more moving parts than you want to have in a bullpen.
Yeah. When you've got a closer that has an issue, and I think we all would agree that Justin Martinez has an issue right now, whatever that issue may be, physical, mental, whatever it may be right now. He's not the same guy right now. He's just not. And that doesn't add a lot of stability to a bullpen. As a matter of fact, it does the exact opposite.
All right, I got a question for you.
So, to me, I don't think I don't think Tory's looking at him as the closer at this point in time. I think it's Genk. I could be dead wrong on that. They could be listening to this, laughing hysterically right now. But that's what I think.
I've got I got a producer question for you, okay?
Yes, okay. Produce!
You can have one of these things, Wolf, but you can only have one of them.
Only one.
Okay. Corbin Burns goes out there today and looks like vintage Corbin Burns. I don't know, whatever. He goes 6 innings, doesn't give up. He gives up 1 run. He strikes out 9 or something. I don't know, okay? Whatever your idea of vintage Corbin Burns is in your head. You can have that. Or you can have Justin Martinez goes out there, closes the game, and is topping 100 with his pitches.
Yeah, I'm taking Corbin Burns.
Oh, really?
I want Corbin Burns to go out there and be Corbin Burns right now because I think in the long view, it's got a huge upside for this team. Huge upside. The rotation, once again, I want to see this rotation go out and compete and pitch up to our expectation and their expectation as well.
No hesitation on that answer.
No, not at all.
Okay.
Because I think Genk is capable of doing the job as well.
All right, when we come back, is Aaron Rodgers definitely going to be a Steeler? Because if he's not, they could be in a lot of trouble. We got a lot of NFL stories. We're going to get to as many of them as we can next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Which unit has a better chance to be top 10, offense or defense?
Oh, defense.
It's defense.
It's probably defense.
It's defense.
I would agree. And just based off of the massive amount of resources that they've delivered to that side of the football, now it's on the offense to see if they can raise their level of play and their game, so to speak, without any major additions. And that's going to call for improvement from within.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, your local GM dealer. And folks, there has never been a better time to get in a new GMC truck or SUV. Take advantage of low 0.9% APR financing on a 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 Turbo Max full-size truck. Or electrify your savings with an even lower 0% APR for 60 months on 2024 Hummer SUVs or Sierra EV Denali's. All offers require approved credit and end soon. So hurry into Earnhardt Buick GMC or find it all online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no-bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. 0% for 60 months is $16.67 per month per $1,000 financed. Based on approved credit, not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 4/30/25.
At Shane Company, we know getting engaged is a big decision. But once you know, you know. That's the way our customers feel when they choose a Shane Company engagement ring. They walk into a warm welcome and walk out with their dream ring, knowing they got it right. For almost 100 years, we've been offering personalized shopping experiences. And we're in it way past the honeymoon, with a free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, cleanings, repairs, and resizing for life. Shop with us at shaneco.com or at your neighborhood store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Osafi, founder of New Life Dental Implant Center. And doctor, you're doing more than giving people new smiles. You are transforming lives. When I visited your Scottsdale location, I was amazed at how many people were getting their new smiles. Who can benefit from full mouth dental implant treatments?
The patients that benefit from this treatment are those that are either missing multiple teeth, they are suffering from some form of gum disease, they have periodontal disease, patients that have been wearing dentures that are ill-fitting, or they're just unhappy with the appearance of their smile with their dentures. Those patients can benefit from this procedure. Also, those that have limited access to insurance or funds. We really wanted to make this treatment as comprehensive and affordable to anyone that needs and can benefit from it.
Go to newsmilearizona.com or call 602-855-0000. New Life Dental Implant Center, where a new smile means a new life.
Slim down this summer and rock that swimsuit with Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get started today, and our expert doctors will help maximize your results from brand name medications like Wegovy and Zepbound. Red Mountain is the trusted leader in medical weight loss, helping over 1 million patients lose weight fast. Our doctors deliver safe, effective solutions tailored to your needs. Lose weight and look great just in time for summer at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's RedMountainWeightLoss.com.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV, RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the lake or clean out your closet?
RV wins!
Putting the dishes away or taking the RV camping?
RV wins!
Cleaning the fridge or taking a trip to the beach?
RV wins!
You might want to clean the fridge real quick because, mold.
We clean out the fridge, then take the RV out.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states and situations.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-961-5544. 800-961-5544.
I want to know who my representing here tonight.
Hey, everybody, it's Burnsy. Should the Phoenix Suns be worried about another star player stealing trade rumor attention away from Kevin Durant? The Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, that is a real thing. I think we may get into that on the show today, too, and certainly Burns and Gambo are going to get into it. So listen to that because there's some developments in the world of basketball. We're going to get to that in a little bit, and certainly they will get to it throughout their show as well. But Wolf, right now, let's go around the NFL, okay? You had this story in your email. I think it's a fun one. The Philadelphia Eagles, let's try to use some logic here. The Eagles are almost certainly going to play in the first game of the season. They almost always do. The defending Super Bowl champs, okay?
Yep.
And they usually...
And I love that, by the way.
Yeah,
the policy of the NFL.
Yeah, that's it should be probably that way. I mean, you earn that. Not that that's what they're playing for, but you get that. So they almost always are the home team. And we know the NFL schedule release is coming out, 2 weeks from today, I believe. It's May 14th.
May 14th, yeah.
So we've got the list of home opponents that the Eagles are going to play. So the question is, who do you think it should be? Okay, so I'm going to give you the list, and you can go ahead and pick.
Yeah.
Cowboys, Giants, Commanders, Bears, Lions, Broncos, Rams, Raiders.
Lions.
Well, you ruined the game, but that's the correct answer.
That is the correct
It's got to
answer.
be the
right
Lions,
there.
right?
Come on. It's got to be. Can you imagine that? What an awesome game that would be right now. The blood sport is back in all of its glory. The very first game played in the 2025 season in the National Football League is going to be the Lions and the Eagles.
Well, you hope. Yeah, I mean, they haven't announced it's going to be the Lions.
Yeah, of course. I'm saying it with certitude.
It would. Okay.
I'm saying it for a reason.
It'd be good.
Firing for effect. Of course you would want that. If you love the blood sport, that's the game you want.
I'm going to object
Are you going to say the Commanders?
Yes. I mean, think about I know I'm biased here, but think about it. The team that gave the Eagles the biggest, fight in the playoffs in a non-snow game was the Commanders. That game turned into a blowout, but it wasn't until the end, and you had the whole Frankie Louvu situation with the tush push, their longtime division rivals. And, we just saw the Lions, I think in 2023, open up the season against the Chiefs. I would like to see, a different team on. And even if I wasn't a Commanders fan, I think this is the game that I would want.
Okay,
well, like I said, if you love the blood sport, you want to see the Eagles, of course, play the Lions.
The Lions. I'm not objecting to what either one of you said. I think it will be Eagles-Lions. I'm not going to object with Rick's stance that Eagles-Commanders would be good. I will object, though, to who gave them the hardest game in the playoffs, because I think that was probably the Rams. And
I said in the non-snow game.
Okay, well, I mean, Washington lost that game by 32 points, so it's hard for me to believe that it was that close.
They pulled away late.
Yeah, that's what they do. I mean, the Rams are, it's going to be Detroit, but the Rams are an interesting option because that's who, did play them close in the playoffs. And even the Bears, I could see them considering it because there's so much hype around the Bears. So either way, it's going to be a good game. I don't think they're going to go Giants-Eagles on opening night.
Yeah, once again, there you could build an argument for
Bears
teams out here that are out here, but boy, for me right now, it'd be the Lions. The physicality alone along the line of scrimmage would be beyond comprehension. The best offensive line in the league, that being the Philadelphia Eagles, against the number 5 run defense in the league, that being the Detroit Lions. Oh,
brutality.
Bring it on.
And then you want to be the team.
What we're talking about.
You want to be the team. Rick, this really would work out best case for you if the Commanders played the Eagles in week 2 after they played the Lions in week 1 and got all beat up. Yeah, there's really not a wrong answer there, I don't think.
Yes, there is. Once again,
anybody that's not the Lions.
Yes, if you want anybody but the Lions, it's the wrong answer.
The Rams play a pretty physical game.
Well, not nearly as much as the Lions.
Well,
on
nobody
both
plays
sides,
as physical
on
as the
both
Lions.
sides of the ball as well. Okay, let's flip it over. Look at the Lions.
No.
Take the second best offensive line.
I'm not arguing the
league
other side because I don't disagree with you. My pick would be the Lions.
and put it against the top 10 rush defense in the league. I'm just saying, this would be a Donnybrook, the blood sport indeed. This would be a game, and I kid you not, this is real. There was the Sunday night sheets in the Wolf League compound when I played.
Okay.
And the Sunday night sheets were the bloody sheets. It's where you knew you were going to play a game and you were going to come home and there was something, some type of scrape, scratch, cut on your body that you were going to bleed on the sheets. So every Sunday night or game night, whenever that was, the bloody sheets would be broken out. And that's what you would do. Because you don't want to bleed all over your new sheets.
No, you got it. You have to have the Sunday sheets.
So you got the Sunday sheets. That's exactly right. And this is a game. This is a Sunday sheets game.
Sounds like you want to see two teams play the spread offense on that Thursday night game.
No,
Is that what you're
do
saying?
not,
No.
as a matter of fact.
Field Yates was on with Bickley and Murata yesterday. This actually might have been today. I think this was today. Talking about the whole Shadur Sanders situation. Well, if I want to get your thoughts on what he said, because I'm just going to play it. It's a take I haven't really heard on this.
I'm going to temper expectations here because it's clear that if the Browns felt he was a strong bet to win their starting quarterback job, he would have gone much sooner to them than 144th overall. That's just a fact. It's a wide open quarterback room right now in Cleveland, so he definitely has a chance to start. But to me, to sort of handicap as the favorite would be a bit of a reach based off of how the draft unfolded. I think that there are some ways in which I feel as though the quarterback location for Shadur Sanders was really strong, because if he had gone to, and I'm just making this up here, Philadelphia, because the Eagles said, hey, he's a good value as a backup, then obviously he would have no chance to start.
So there was more to that, though, where he said basically they're looking at – this was a theory Field Yates floated out there, that they're maybe even just looking towards 2026, because 2026 is being considered potentially a really good quarterback crop already. I mean, you've got Arch Manning in there. You have Sam Levitt, who I've actually seen ranked number 1 in some instances, but then CBS put out a mock draft yesterday where they had 5 quarterbacks going in the first round, and Levitt wasn't even one of them. You've got Drew Aller. You've got the dude from Clemson. You've got a lot of potential. Klubnik. You've got Garrett Nussmeier from LSU, who I feel like has been there forever, but maybe he hasn't. You've got a lot of really good quarterbacks next year. That the belief is already that class is infinitely better than this year's class. And what I thought was interesting was at one point in the interview, Field Yates said maybe the Browns are just already looking ahead towards next year. And that would be the Browns thing to do, right? Just have 17 quarterbacks.
I don't know. What are you doing? You're just burning quarterback picks? That's what you're doing because you know you're going to pick one in 2026?
I mean, do you really think the Browns are going to be good this year?
So let's go ahead and take a 3rd and a 5th round. Let's just burn it on, even though we're going to take a first-round pick in 2020. I don't know about that, man. Maybe this is... It's just indicative.
You never know
what
with
a mess
the Browns.
this quarterback room is for the Browns.
You just never know with them.
Deshaun Watson, Joe Flacco, Kenny Pickett, Dylan Gabriel, and Shadur Sanders. I mean, it's a sitcom. It honestly could be a sitcom. What's going on? It just, man.
Who has the edge
Browns fans are out of their minds on this one, too.
They
really are.
The Browns song, the quarterback song that we always play on the show, they already had 12 since that song was released, and now they've added 3 more this offseason with with Kenny Pickett in there, too. If you just go Dylan Gabriel and Shadur Sanders, if they play identical all through camp, they perform identical all the way up till game 1 of the season, and the Browns want to choose one of them as the starter, who do you think has the edge? If everything is equal, is it Dylan Gabriel? Okay.
Yeah, to me, it's Dylan Gabriel.
It really is a mess for him because if, let's say he wins the job outright, the second he has one bad game, people are going to be like, hey, where's Shadur? Why aren't you playing Shadur?
Yep.
Yeah.
I just honestly, Deshaun Watson, think of, and I loved Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
This guy was one of my favorite quarterbacks in the league when he came into the league. And then we all know what happened to Deshaun Watson. Just horrific what is going on. Now, again, his bank account wouldn't say that it's horrific what is going on. But just the calamity that is Deshaun Watson right now. His backup is 40-year-old Joe Flacco. You've got Deshaun Watson and everything that has happened to him, a 40-year-old and Joe Flacco. Then Kenny Pickett, a former first-round pick, Kenny Pickett, who's still a young guy trying to make his way. And then you've got Dylan Gabriel and Shadur Sanders in the room. I mean, this is an absolute joke.
It's a circus. There's no other way to describe it. Kenny Pickett, and look, man, all due respect to him, wish him the best, but he had the highlight, and I'm going to watch it during the break, from last year, where he was getting sacked and just threw the ball right into the ground in front of himself while getting sacked. It is the funniest thing that I saw on a football field last year. Anytime I just need a laugh, I just go watch it during a break. So I'm going to do that here coming up. And now he's in Cleveland, so I feel bad laughing at him. But those are the rules. When we come back, the Cardinals have a lot of players on defense. We did this yesterday with the offense. We built the starting lineup for the Cardinals offense, and it was fairly easy. I mean, it was an interesting discussion, but it was fairly easy at most positions. Defense is going to be tough, and we're going to try and do it next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke this morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat, if you don't mind? Yes, spring is in the air, my brothers. And so is the Brooklyn Betting Spring Sale. The spring sale going on now through May 6th. Everything, and I mean everything, both in store and online, is 25% off. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you. I can tell you right now, there's no pushy salespeople there at Brooklyn Betting. Just knowledgeable sleep experts that will help you find the perfect sleep solution. And just for you Basinonians, shipping is always free. It's what I love. You're out there in Apache Junction, man, and you want that Brooklyn Sedona hybrid mattress shipped to you. Don't worry about it, man. Shipping is always free, and that's our mattress. We love it at the Wolfley compound. And for the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com.
Fast, reliable, trustworthy, reputable, highly decorated. Those are all words used to describe Parker & Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Listen, you need to trust who you let into your home and who you let fix your home, and that's why you call Parker with your sacred space, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
2 words we've been waiting for: employee pricing. Yep, employee pricing right now at our Desert Ford dealers. From America, for America. Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford has been part of our country's story for more than a century. That's why Ford is offering employee pricing. That means we pay what Ford employees pay, and we're talking the full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. Take that 2024 Ford F-150. If you're looking for a perfect work truck or a powerful weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job Besides, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get employee pricing plus 5.9% APR financing for 72 months and $3,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. But employee pricing won't last forever. Click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2024. Terms and conditions may apply. See your local Ford dealer for details.
Hi, it's Vince Murata letting you know Spinato's Pizzeria has teamed up with State 48 to bring you the limited edition State 48 Pizza, a Southwest-inspired margarita with bold local flavors. It's more than just a pizza. It's a celebration of Arizona pride, creativity, and community. And to make it even sweeter, you can grab your exclusive State 48 Spinato's t-shirt and stickers. A portion of the proceeds benefits the State 48 Foundation, supporting local entrepreneurs. Get more information at spinatospizzeria.com.
I'm sure everyone says this, but my mom really deserves the world. This year, I finally found a Mother's Day gift that comes close. She loves Hellsberg, so I'm getting her these timeless gold earrings she can enjoy for years to come. They feel special enough to show how much I truly appreciate everything she does for me. And I mean everything. I even sent my dad a link to the Diamond Eternity band he'll be getting her, too.
Save up to 50% on Mother's Day gifts Mom will cherish forever. Visit Hellsberg.com or a store near you.
An MLS showdown in the desert. Get ready for a night of top-tier soccer as Phoenix Rising hosts Major League Soccer's Houston Dynamo for the first time ever. Wednesday, May 7th at 7 p.m. It's a round of 32 clash in the Lamar Hunt U.S. Open Cup, and tickets start at just $9. The first 2,000 fans through the gates will score a limited edition Phoenix Rising t-shirt, and the night features fan-favorite drink specials throughout the stadium. Get your tickets now at phxrisingfc.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Arizona Cardinals 2024 second leading tackler Kaiser White remains a free agent, and his number 7 has now been taken by a player currently on the roster. Backup quarterback Jacoby Brissett will wear number 7 this season. For the full list of which players will wear what numbers, head on over to arizonasports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. And the Arizona Diamondbacks fell 8-3 to the New York Mets last night at Citi Field. Eduardo Rodriguez gave up 8 runs in 4 innings. The Snakes will try to even the series tonight at 4:10. You can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Corbin Burns will get the start for the Snakes. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Sweating the price of a new AC unit? Learn how to save up to 20% on your new AC unit installation at submittosave.com today. Your ticket to a sweat-free summer.
Hey, this is Jared, and will there be any Suns news about front office moves, coaching moves, or apparently the 100 men that want to fight the Suns gorilla? We'll talk about it tomorrow on Bickley and Murata Mornings.
All right. This is going to be, in a good way, Wolf, one of the more challenging segments we've ever done, I think. Okay,
it's going to be incredible, man.
We approached this yesterday with, okay, let's just assume, let's act like, let's not assume because we know this isn't the case, but let's act like the season starts tomorrow.
Okay.
So let's, who's the starting lineup for the Cardinals? Who's the starting lineup for the Cardinals on offense? We went through and we did it. We did 12 personnel. We figured out a way to do it. And it was, it raised, okay, there's some questions at left guard and right guard. And maybe they could use a little more depth at receiver. For the most part, we were able to put it together pretty quickly. Now we're going to try and do it on the defensive side of things. And this is going to be a challenge. So here's how we're going to do the 11, okay? 2 defensive tackles.
Okay.
2 edge rushers.
Okay.
2 inside linebackers.
Sounds good.
3 corners.
3 corners, ladies and gentlemen.
And 2 safeties.
And 2 safeties. There you go. Yes. So the nickel back is going to be our 3rd corner.
Okay. So do you want to work our way in from the safeties because those are the easy ones and just kind of do it that way, or however you want to do it? It's going to be tough. So where do you want to start?
Let's start at the back end,
okay,
shall we, and move forward.
Okay. All right.
let's take a Dick LeBeau approach, Basinonians. Remember Dickie LeBeau?
Yes.
Famous, oh my goodness, defensive coordinator, of course, Dick LeBeau. What an awesome name that is, and a guy that is so well regarded and respected in the National Football League. Always believed that you need to call your defense from your two safeties forward to the line of scrimmage, which is not typical in the NFL. It isn't. But that was Dickie LeBeau. You had to be buttoned up in the back before you could do anything up front.
Okay.
That's the way he felt. That was his philosophy right now. So let's do it that way.
All right, well, I feel pretty good at safety. We just go Buddha and Jalen Thompson.
Okay, Buddha Baker, Jalen Thompson. But, ladies and gentlemen, Taylor Demerson needs to play.
You do have to get him some reps. Yeah.
You smell something, Rabbit? Fear.
Yeah, you've got to get Taylor Demerson some reps because he has been very, very promising. And I'm sure there's going to be some defenses situationally. And this is going to be a common theme throughout all of this, that Nick Rawlis is going to find a way to get Buddha, Jalen, and Taylor Demerson on the field together.
And I think that's I mean, Nick Rawlis is good with the rotations, and that's not trying to fit 14 guys into 7 spots or whatever. That's fitting 3 guys into 2 spots. So I feel pretty good about that. All right, this is where it starts to get tougher. Corner.
Let's go with 3 corners, Basinonians.
Okay.
You've got your 2 outside, and then, of course, your nickel corner.
Okay.
Your nickel back, some people call it right there.
Every time you say that, I'm worried Rick's going to start playing nickel back.
I know. Don't do that. Please don't do that. Okay, so Star Thomas.
Okay.
Max Melton.
Okay.
And Garrett Williams.
Okay.
Having said that, we all know what looms, do we not?
Will Johnson's just hanging out.
Will Johnson. Where do you think you could see? First of all, there's no way in the world he's going to line up over the slot, okay?
Okay.
Now, from time to time he will.
But that's not going to be his primary
But that's
spot.
not going to be it. He's going to be more on the outside. 6'2", 202 pounds. He's going to be on the outside. So that, to me, is going to be very interesting to see where he might challenge. And to me, it's going to be Star Thomas.
Yeah, I mean, that makes the most sense. Garrett Williams, I feel like, is the most locked in. And when I say I feel like, I mean everybody that watches football would feel like that. Max Melton's the upside guy. Star Thomas, though, at a certain point, if he just keeps performing, it doesn't really matter where he was drafted or where these other guys were drafted. If Star Thomas keeps performing, he'll be in there. But, yeah, I mean, let's not pretend Will Johnson is now just looming right now. If he's healthy, he's going to play. But okay, so there's our 3 starters at corner, though. Inside linebacker.
There we go. 2 inside linebackers. Who do you got, Luke?
Oh, Mac Wilson, for sure.
Yep.
And I would assume, right, I mean, if we're talking about week 1, it would be Akeem Davis-Gaither, I would assume. It's not going to be Cody Simon in week 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree with you right there. But it could be Kaiser White. Once again, I put it down. I refuse to say goodbye to Kaiser at this point.
That's fair.
I refuse to say goodbye.
Even though Jacoby Brissett has his jersey number right now, that can be undone.
Well,
if it needed to be.
And not only that, too, Kaiser, take a different number, okay? Hey, you hung out this whole time, and you know what? We had to act like we were still going to play a season. So we gave your number away to somebody because you weren't on our team. Which, once again, I refuse to read into that.
You just see Kaiser staring at Jacoby Brissett through meetings, just staring, not even saying anything.
Yeah.
All right, now we're getting to the tough part.
Oh, no.
Let's go 2 edge rushers. And as you and I both exclaimed before the show, Baron Browning's still here, too. They have so many options at edge. All right, let's go.
Okay, Josh Sweat.
For sure.
I feel really good.
Yes. It would be weird if he wasn't.
I feel real good saying Josh Sweat. I think it's going to be one of the edge guys. Okay, but this is where the down and distance and situation comes into play. This is where it comes into play right now. My defensive tackles, I have to talk about my defensive tackles before I start talking about the edges right now. Okay,
that's fine.
Okay, because Dalvin Tomlinson and Walter Nolan, those guys, I believe, are going to be for the most part, the guys that are going to be involved on the interior.
Okay.
Dalvin Tomlinson and Walter Nolan.
I'm going to write those in with pencil. Obviously, Dalvin Tomlinson for sure.
Okay, so now my edges. I've got Darius Robinson on the edge and Josh Sweat on the edge. But ladies and gentlemen, can I tell you right now, Darius Robinson on the edge. Interesting. He's going to compete situationally and down in distance. B.J. Ojolari, Zaven Collins, Baron Browning, and Josh Sweat on the other side with Jordan Birch. Man, I got to tell you, man, it is loaded. The edge is loaded, and so is that defensive line room.
Yeah, so if you play Darius Robinson on the edge, you basically have 6 edge rushers on this team now. And now, I mean, before we hit the break, let's get into the defensive tackles. If you have Dalvin Tomlinson and Walter Nolan, I mean, there's still so many other names there. You've got Calais. You got to find somewhere for Dante Stills, right? Where are we putting Dante Stills?
Yeah.
Let's see. You still
L.J. Collier.
L.J. Collier.
L.J. Collier.
I forgot about L.J. Collier. I mean, Justin Jones and Bilal Nichols are still both here.
Okay, I would see Justin Jones and Bilal Nichols really competing for reps with Dalvin Tomlinson.
Okay, so we'll put them over there. Okay. Similar
body types right there. But again, based on down and distance and situation, man, this is a veritable potpourri. This is unbelievable, the options that Nick Rawlis is going to have and the combinations. We used to have like 4 different groups offensively and dogs, whenever they called dogs. That was me and Kevin Mack.
I say that was probably your favorite play.
That was me and Kevin Mack. I was going to be the fullback, and K-Mac was going to be the tailback. We called it dogs. And, okay, right. That's what it was. Go look it up. That's what it was, Baseronians. But again, you had all these 4 different combinations for running backs. What the personnel groups would be. Kevin Mack and Eric Metcalf. Tiger. That's what they would call it. So it's different. How many defensive line combinations could Nick Rawlis have from a personnel perspective? Stunning.
You think if we had Nick Rawlis on right now and he had to tell us, he'd be able to tell us who his starting lineup is on defense? I don't think he even knows yet.
He's got an idea. I'll guarantee you he's got an idea, but he'll never know until he actually sees it.
All right, we come back over to baseball. What is up now with Erod and the Diamondbacks rotation in general? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Quickly and Marana mornings.
Only the 3rd time ever and the 2nd time in modern history where a player has hit 4 home runs in a game and his team lost. There's been some really frustrating losses for the Diamondbacks.
Yes.
Does that surpass the game in Chicago where they came back and scored 10 runs in the 8th inning and lost?
They both feel like games that happen to teams that can't break through. And I'm not saying that's the Diamondbacks' fate. I'm just saying that I know in all my decades watching sports, the teams that have the magical seasons seem to have the magical games. The Diamondbacks have had a couple of cracks at this and lost both of them.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. Listen, the basin's heating up. We all understand this. If you're tired of battling the Arizona sun, call my friends over at All Pro Shade Concepts. They have roll-down patio shades and retractable awnings that'll blow your mind, man. Cooler patios, no glare, total privacy. They came over to the Wolfley compound. They advised us on what our shading needs were and what our options were, and I can tell you right now, one of the best things we've ever done because they are experts in the industry. Now through Memorial Day, for every shade order, All Pro Shade will donate a pair of running shoes to a U.S. service member through their partnership with Shoes for Soldiers. So cool down your patio and support our heroes. Go to allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. You can book your free estimate right there. That's allproshades.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Worried about your battery and the heat? We get it. You don't want to get stranded somewhere with a car that feels like an oven. We've got you covered at AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination. Our free battery testing and charging service can help. And if you need a battery, we'll help you find a new one, no problem. Power through with free battery testing and charging at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better.
Stay fresher under pressure. This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better.
Stay fresher under pressure.
What's better than the thrill of reeling in your next trophy catch? Saving big while gearing up for it. The Shields Fishing Sale event is on now through May 4th. Save 20% on Shields Outfitters rods and 20% on baits, lures, and plastics from Berkeley, Rapala, BMC, Acme, and more. And don't miss out on over $1,000 in savings on Garmin Ultra 2 Live Scope bundles. Our Shields fishing experts are ready to prepare you for unforgettable fishing memories. Only at Shields and Shields.com.
Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning has built their business over the last 6 decades on one premise, and that's to save you money and make you happy. They pride themselves on those two actions, and that's why Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning is known as the home of the no-fee emergency. That means no trip fees, no overtime fees, and a promise from their owner to always give you the very best price possible. Trust Ready Services, your home of the no-fee emergency.
ReadyServices.com. Ready.
I'm gonna need you to keep time. Come on, just snap, snap, snap your feet.
Hey, it's Gambo. Which member of the Diamondbacks has been the most valuable through the first month of the season? Plus, we'll get you ready for D-backs Mets Game 2, starting at 2 o'clock on Arizona Sports.
Call for a proper introduction. Well, don't you see? I'm the narrator, and this is just the prologue.
All right, we're still talking about the Cardinals defense. When we rattled that off before, we tried to come up with the starting lineup last segment.
Yeah.
And then we started naming off some of the guys that would be behind them. And as you were saying, they can move guys around. Nick Rawls is going to love this. We rattled off 24 defensive players, and that leaves plenty of guys that played last year that are here off the list. I mean, you can only keep so many players when you have to trim it down to a 53-man roster. So that'll be something to keep an eye on as we get into camp and everything. Over to baseball and the Diamondbacks last night. You know, we were talking on the show yesterday going into the game, Wolf. You said, you know, Erod is kind of the guy that is sort of just doing what you expected of him this season. Brandon Pfaadt is probably I don't want to say overachieving.
Yeah.
Over-delivering so far.
Yes.
Zach Gallen is under-delivering. Corbin Burns is slightly under-delivering. I think Merrill Kelly is pretty much right there with
I agree. I think Merrill Kelly is
he's doing
trending in a good direction right now for Merrill Kelly.
But then Erod went out there and got lit up. Yeah. So now I don't even know where to put him at this point.
Yeah. Well, he was, once again, he was the guy that was kind of pitching consistently to his level. You're going to get lit up from time to time. We all understand that. It's going to happen.
He's got the worst ERA on the team now. Among the starters.
I know, because he didn't just get lit, he got lit up.
Yeah.
Of course.
Not great.
Yeah, no, it isn't. And that was a little disconcerting. And David Peterson was dominant. I thought, he only pitched 5 innings. But when you give up 1 earned run in 5 innings, that's pretty good.
Pretty good.
That is
Especially
really,
against
really
this
good
offense.
right there. Yes. Eduardo was not. He really struggled and gave up 3 bombs, of course. That really was bad. And it was bad, Ron Wolfley reporting.
Thank you.
Erod has gotten a lot
My sources.
Erod has gotten a lot of soft contact this season. He
Yeah.
really has until last night.
I mean, the Mets have a good lineup, but that's life in the National League now. Like all the people that had their power rankings before the season, and it was like, oh, the Diamondbacks, I have them 5th in all of baseball. But that has them 5th in the National League because 7 of my top 8 teams are NL teams, or 8 of my top 10 are NL teams. Boy, that's proving to be right. Not that there's not any good teams in the AL, but the National League really does look stacked. And the reason I'm saying that is you're going to have to get outs against really good lineups. And now Erod's ERA is 6.06 for the season, and his whip is 1.44. For all the people that are really upset with Zach Gallen, those numbers are worse than Zach Gallen's right now. So now, do I have 2 pitchers that I'm not sure what I'm getting?
Did you expect a little bit more from Zach Gallen than Erod?
Yes.
Yes.
But I expected more from both of them up to this point.
Well, again, I thought Erod, I'm not ready to go there with you on that one. I'm going to look at it and think Erod was kind of pitching up to what I thought his potential was for the most part. Now, yesterday got lit up, and that's going to happen. We all know that's going to happen from time to time. It's happened to every one of the Diamondback pitchers, as a matter of fact.
Except Fott, because
except Brandon Fott. Because Brandon Fott, let's just say he's fighting.
He fought for his right
and gentlemen.
to party.
And by the way, Brandon Fott, too, he's gone.
There we go.
Brandon Fott has gone through his own misgivings from time to time, hasn't he? So we all understand it's going to happen to you. It is going to happen to you. But Erod last night, it was bad. It was disappointing to see that, but not completely unexpected. Because, again, we know you're going to go out there and you're going to have 6 starts. At one point, you might go out there and get lit. And that's what happened to him.
I guess, and maybe this is unfair. Maybe these were unrealistic expectations before the season. But I in my mind, I just get like an ERA range for a pitcher of what I'm expecting. That's the best way I can describe what I was expecting from guys. And so, like, for Erod, I'm expecting, like, right around 4, maybe high 3s.
I would say 4.
Okay. Well, for Merrill and for Zach Gallen, I honestly expect, like, low 3s from those guys. Low 3s.
Yeah.
And from Corbin Burns, I expect in the 2s. Like, I expect sub 3 from him, which is, I understand that that's
2.79.
Yeah, how about a 2.79, Corbin?
How about that?
Which is still very attainable. We're still early in the season. It's not like Corbin Burns has a horrible ERA. It's at 4, which is where I was expecting Erod to be. So, and then Fott's the only one that's sub 3 right now. He's in the 2.7. He's at 2.78. One better than your 2.79. So there you go. The start today for Corbin Burns, I know we'll get more into this later on in the show, but like this right now is why it's one of the many reasons, but it's why you have him on your team. You've lost 5 of 6. You're kind of stumbling around as a team right now. Like you need Corbin Burns to come in and just tell the Mets to shut up for 7 innings. Like you just shut up and sit down.
No, I'm with you on that one. It really is. It's time for Corbin Burns to take the ball and go out and be dominant in an outing. And how cool would that be if this was going to be that outing right now? You're what, 1 game into this 6-game road trip?
Mm-hmm.
You got 2 more games here at Citi Field for him to take the ball and go out there and be dominant in a game. I don't know if we've seen one pitcher, I think, so far. Well, not really. No, Brandon Fott as well has been dominant.
Fott's had some pretty close to dominant
games. Really good outings. But Zach Gallen was dominant.
Gallen's had
in
the
New
only
York.
dominant outing.
That to me was the definition of being dominant. And I expect to see that from Corbin Burns.
Yeah.
I do.
It's always on the table.
I don't care who he's playing because it's more about Corbin than it is about who he's competing against. To me.
Merrill against the Marlins, 6 innings, 9 strikeouts, 1 earned run on 3 hits.
Okay.
So Merrill's had a lot of starts similar to Brandon Pfaadt's starts, where it's like, yeah, maybe you don't classify it as dominant, but the other team's not doing anything. So if you're saying dominant, you're right. That Gallen game against the Yankees has been the only truly dominant performance. But with Corbin Burns, it's always there.
The domination, too, is a lot of it has got to do with the high strikeout.
Yeah. Well, would he have 13 in that game, I think?
Yeah, he did.
Where did that Zach Gallen go?
I know. My goodness,
him
Zach,
all
what
season?
are you doing?
The other thing with Burns making the start against the Mets tonight, he's going to start against them next Monday, too, at Chase Field. So Cinco de Mayo, Corbin Burns. Well, he got Cinco de Mayo and April Fools. Does he just get every holiday? Is that what he was looking at?
Stretch to call April Fool's a holiday.
Well,
he is big. He is big on routine, though.
Yeah, let me see when Arbor Day is. We'll get that to you next segment. But yeah, so he's going to face the Mets twice here coming up in the next less than a week. So I wouldn't hate it if he went out there and kind of established some dominance tonight against this New York team. Erod I'm kind of operating as if he's your fourth or fifth starter, maybe your fifth starter right now. And I'm not saying in rotation, but just in terms of like what your expectations are for him the rest of the season. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I have like number 5 starter expectations from him on this team that might be like number 3 or even number 2 on a different team. But right now, everybody's got to move that bar up a little bit.
Yeah, my expectation, though, is so high. It's so high for some of these other guys. Like, right now, Zach Gallen, you could say Zach Gallen's your number 5 guy. You could easily, this is something we were talking about yesterday.
Yeah.
You could say Zach Gallen is your 5 in terms of results, in terms of production. Man, but your expectation level is so much higher for a guy like Zach Gallen.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to get where you want to go if Zach Gallen is your number 5 starter in terms of performance. I mean, the only way that would ever work is if the other 4 were so great that Zach Gallen was having a good year, but it was the 5th best among the starters. That's not the case right now. The role of staff ace is very much up for grabs right now, and that's normally something you would expect Zach Gallen or certainly Corbin Burns to go out there and grab. And maybe Corbin Burns will, because he has quietly been trending in the right direction.
Yeah, agreed.
All right, we come back. What does it mean that Patrick Peterson wants to mend his relationship with one of the current Arizona Cardinals? We'll get you what he had to say about it next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs at the Mets.
2 outs, the 2-2 pitch. Strike 3 called. The ball game is over. The Mets take the opener by a final score of 8-3. They got out front 8-0, and they never looked back.
D-backs at the Mets. Coverage of Game 2 of the series this afternoon at 3:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Chime. You know, it would be great would be a checking account without a bunch of stressful fees, and Chime has the answer. No maintenance fees and fee-free overdraft up to $200 until your next deposit. Just go ahead and learn more at chime.com. I remember getting out of college, first getting into radio. For some reason, I went to grad school too. But either way, I was living paycheck to paycheck because of that, trying to do a lot at once. And then if an overdraft fee or something like that would hit, it's a big deal at the wrong time. You don't need your bank working against you. They should be working for you. And Chime will take care of you because they've spotted members over $32 billion to date. Learn more at chime.com. Move toward a better financial future with Chime. Open a Chime checking account in 2 minutes. Get started today at chime.com. Chime feels like progress.
Banking services and debit card provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Members FDIC. MyPay line of credit provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. MyPay eligibility requirements apply. Not available in all states. Credit limits range from $20 to $500. $2 fee applies to get funds instantly. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs. Bank ranking and number of ATMs according to U.S. News & World Report 2023.
What's it like to study at Northern Arizona University? Good question. The smell of pine trees and crunch of fresh snow? That's NAU, all right. An affordable, quality education guided by seriously dedicated faculty? That's NAU, too. An inspiring, welcoming community that turns goals into impact? That's definitely NAU. When you get your degree as a lumberjack, your passion becomes action, and that's NAU. Learn more and apply today at nau.edu/join.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for University Housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, your local GM dealer. And folks, there has never been a better time to get in a new GMC truck or SUV. Take advantage of low 0.9% APR financing on a 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 Turbo Max full-size truck. Or electrify your savings with an even lower 0% APR for 60 months on 2024 Hummer SUVs or Sierra EV Denali's. All offers require approved credit and end soon. So hurry into Earnhardt Buick GMC or find it all online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. 0% for 60 months is $16.67 per month per 1,000 financed. Based on approved credit, not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 4/30/25.
Need inspiration? Shop Fry's. For mouth-watering meals and appetizing ingredients. Our low prices add up to big savings. Plus over $600 in digital coupons each week. And up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. At Fry's, you always get big flavors and big savings. Fry's. Fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
Right now, you can save on fresh medium avocados or delicious honey mangoes. They're 3 for just $2 with your card. Fry's. Fresh for everyone.
Slim down this summer and rock that swimsuit with Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get started today, and our expert doctors will help maximize your results from brand name medications like Wegovy and Zepbound. Red Mountain is the trusted leader in medical weight loss, helping over 1 million patients lose weight fast. Our doctors deliver safe, effective solutions tailored to your needs. Lose weight and look great just in time for summer at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Arizona Cardinals 2024 second leading tackler Kaiser White is still a free agent, and his number 7 has now been taken by a player currently on the roster. Backup quarterback Jacoby Brissett will wear the number 7 this season. For the full list of which players will wear what numbers, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. And the Arizona Diamondbacks fell 8-3 to the New York Mets last night at Citi Field. Eduardo Rodriguez gave up 8 runs in 4 innings. The Snakes will try to even the series tonight at 4:10. You can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Corbin Burns will get the start for the Snakes. This report is brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com.
Hey, this is Jared, and will there be any Suns news about front office moves, coaching moves, or apparently the 100 men that want to fight the Suns gorilla? We'll talk about it tomorrow on Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
All right, welcome back. It's Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday morning for another half hour. And you can't call it morning anymore. It's obviously the afternoon at that point. Wolf, what is the cutoff for you for when you wear shorts? Is it May 1st?
May 1st, yeah.
So we're close.
Yeah, yeah.
We're
really close. That's
like
tomorrow. Right?
Tomorrow.
Oh, wow.
Tomorrow. How about that, man? Yeah, the shorts are going on. It's short pants season. May is short pants season.
People don't understand about Wolf when he says that. You live by it.
I
like
know.
it is. It could be 170 degrees out today.
Right.
It could be, and you're wearing the jeans. It could be snowing on May 17th. You're wearing the shorts.
That's right. No doubt about it. Of course, it's what you do.
So Patrick,
routine. I'm all about routine.
You don't
know
say.
That.
You don't say.
I like it. I like order and structure and routine.
A to B.
Give me this madman thing. What is you gonna walk around? Not going to wear your boots.
Not wearing a belt like a lunatic.
That's right. Man, I got so much response on that.
So did
Not
I.
wearing a belt.
I
was great.
Told a couple years ago by people I consider more fashionable than any of us that you don't wear a belt with a suit.
Yeah.
I got.
Come on, man.
Hey, I'm just telling you how
wear
the world
a
is.
belt always, my brothers.
I'm going to play a couple Patrick Peterson cuts from 2022. Okay.
Okay.
And then I'm going to play a couple Patrick Peterson cuts from yesterday.
Okay.
So this is Patrick Peterson. Now, I'm just using it for context. He made it pretty clear yesterday that this is something he wants to move past, but I think we got to play it for context here. This is from the All Things Covered podcast back in 2022, talking about Kyler Murray.
Kyler Murray don't care about nobody but Kyler Murray. That's just a matter of the fact.
He went on.
And I think it's safe to say because of the contract they gave Kyler Murray, he has a lot of say-so within that organization.
Which is so crazy because it's the same guy that y'all put in his contract. You got to study 4 hours a week.
Yeah, and they removed it, but they had it in there initially. Correct.
But the system messed up. But they requiring you to study for 4 hours, but the system messed up.
Yeah. They had it in there. That was in there. You're right, my guy. So
and
we got to see.
On top of that, if you look at since Kyler been there, all the stats is all the same. Records, all that is the same. It's consistent.
I can't stress this enough times because people, I'm sure somebody's going to write in and be like, what are you talking about? That's from 3 years ago.
3 years ago.
It's from 3 years ago.
Yes.
Now, here's Patrick Peterson on the Up and Adams show with Kay Adams yesterday talking about his relationship with Kyler and where he wants it to go.
Is there a relationship there? What's the relationship like?
Yeah, there's no relationship there, but there will be. You know, I know that I was a little bit outspoken when I did say certain things, and I was kind of in the wrong. But at the end of the day, I know I'm a man, he's a man, and I definitely want to make, that better. Because at the end of the day, that was just talked out of frustration. That could have been something that me and him could have been able to, talk about. And, he'll tell you, I left a note in his locker room when I left. You know what I mean? Just telling him, just telling him how the team is going to be as successful as he leads them to. And, and I just saw some things from afar that I seen in the locker room, and that's just where that came from. But he has been doing a much better job of his body language, his leadership, and it's just going to continue to make that team that much better because they follow his every move, and he just has to understand that.
So you see a bit of a different Kyler now than you saw a few years
100%.
ago.
Yeah, honestly, right now, I just have to say this. Pat P, when he said that, he was butthurt. He was when he left the organization and how the organization left. And I think Pat P has already indicated that that's how he felt.
Yeah.
Right there, right?
I would say, sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying he was butthurt. And we all get butthurt from time to time. And Pat P was. And I think he was hypercritical of Kyler Murray because of it.
You're saying what he said on that podcast.
Yes.
Not because if the letter, and obviously we haven't seen the letter and we don't need to see the letter, but if the letter was just simply this team's going to go as far as you lead them, that's right. I mean, that's accurate. It's how maybe that got conveyed to the media, like you said, back in 2022 or, through his podcast. It's not even really the media. But it's interesting to hear him now in 2025 say that Kyler has evolved as a leader. I would say this. He wasn't the only one criticizing Kyler as a leader back in 2022, and he's not the only one saying Kyler has evolved as a leader in those 3 years. It's interesting to hear, though, that he wants to, however you want to say it, rebuild that relationship because they're not teammates. He doesn't have to. There's not, and it's not like they're like at odds constantly. It's not like they've been sparring in the media for 3 years. It's not that either. So it's just interesting to hear that.
Yeah, and honestly, this is not a surprise to me at all. Pat P's got a good heart-based earnings. He really does. He got butthurt, and he said some things that he should not have probably said, and he wanted to stick it to anybody that was wearing the Arizona Cardinals uniform at some point in time. But having said all of this, once again, it's not like Kyler Murray was not being criticized at that point in time.
Yeah. That was
he was being
the
criticized.
peak of criticism for Kyler.
That's right. But I think, again, you've got a guy in Pat P who identifies as an Arizona Cardinal. That's what he does.
Which
and
I think is cool to see.
He identifies as an Arizona Cardinal, and he's going to live here. And I think he wants to make amends and ask for a little forgiveness. And I think that is going to happen because if I know Pat P in his heart, he's going to make it happen.
Yeah, I mean, for more context, 3 years ago, Patrick Peterson's playing on a different team, too. I mean, it's been cool to see as he retires that he's coming back to the Cardinals because the dude had a great career, and the bulk of that great career and the best years and the best plays of that career were with the Arizona Cardinals. And he is one of the best Arizona Cardinals of all time. So it's
going to be in the Ring of Honor.
It's
going to be in the Ring of Honor.
You bring up the Ring of Honor because he talked about that with Kay Adams as well.
It's not even a thought to you to go into the Ring of Honor before Larry Fitzgerald. Why is Larry not in the Ring of Honor?
Yeah. I have no idea. I don't think he officially retired yet. I think that's the issue.
Really?
Seriously?
Yeah, I haven't seen anything that said Larry has officially retired. So I don't think he officially retired yet.
So what's this conversation? Because you want him to go in before you, but we have to get the Cardinals have not put someone into the Ring of Honor in a long time.
I know. It's a couple people going in this year. That's what I heard. Okay. I don't know who, but yeah, I don't think Fitzy officially retired just yet.
I mean, I kind of think he's right, isn't he?
Honestly, I haven't checked it. I remember when Fitz did retire base earnings, I remember it was a year later, maybe even actually 2 years later after he had retired, where we were talking about it, and all of a sudden went, he still hasn't officially
retired.
Filed his paperwork with the league.
He just stopped playing.
So you're telling me that still is in effect right now?
That's what Patrick Peterson's saying, and when he said it, my first thought was like, yeah, he hasn't retired yet. I mean, Larry Fitzgerald's last game was December 26th, of 2020 against the Niners. So it's been 4.5 years, basically, since his last game. But I have never heard any sort of, hey, Larry Fitzgerald officially announces his retirement. Now, I don't know what the rules are. Maybe the league retires you if you haven't played for, I would think it'd probably be about 5 years. I don't know, but that's a legitimate
They could always
hang-up.
unretire you if they do have a policy like that, which I don't think they do. But having said that, you give me 30 days and Larry Fitzgerald, and I think he could still play.
I'm sure he could. But he's
I'm
not
just saying that.
This is
Did I just say that? Because he wasn't beating guys based on speed, based on earnings. He was not.
You're
running
saying
great routes
because
beating him with his brain.
He could play forever because he went to Pitt. That's what I'm hearing you say.
No.
Are
you
the
kidding me?
of that.
It was yes.
Okay. All right.
I think what he should do, and this is what I've always thought, his last game was during COVID. There was no fans in the stands. So, he should come back for one game with fans in the stands and give it everything he has, and then call it.
Are we
quits.
going down this? Okay, now we have the number 2 receiver. Just fits 5 years after his last game.
I'm just saying for one game.
Yeah.
I'm here for that. Okay, can I just say that? Like the Krunks do?
He has to retire, otherwise nobody can ever go into the Ring of Honor.
I'm here for that.
Patrick Peterson's like, yeah, I'll go in, but Fitz has got to go in first. Well, he hasn't retired yet. All right, we come back. How do the Diamondbacks start getting back on track and rattling off some wins here, beginning preferably tonight in New York against the Mets? We're going to ask their assistant general manager, Mike Fitzgerald's going to join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Look at what we're expecting to be great next year for the offense. It's another year of Kyler and Trey McBride. We're all expecting a massive leap out of Marvin Harrison Jr. And if it doesn't happen, frankly, we've got some big problems, right? But we think Trey Benson is going to take a big leap in terms of what he contributes offensively. There's one thing. It's not even the wide receiver position, Gambo. If there's one thing I would have liked to have seen the Cardinals do a little bit earlier in the draft, offensive lineman.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Join the D-backs for Mother's Day at Chase Field. Purchase a special event ticket pack and get a ticket to the D-backs versus Dodgers game on May 11th, as well as a pregame photo on the field. Visit dbacks.com/family photos.
Make a precision decision with Precision Air.
Slow drains, Precision Air and Plumbing has a fast and affordable solution. Right now, get your drains cleared for just $39.95, and we'll even include a free camera inspection if needed. This offer, usually $59.95, gets your drains flowing freely without costing a fortune. Call 602-FIX-MY-AC today and let Precision Air and Plumbing get your home back on track. Reliable service with unbeatable value.
I'm sure everyone says this, but my mom really deserves the world. This year, I finally found a Mother's Day gift that comes close. She loves Hellsberg, so I'm getting her these timeless gold earrings she can enjoy for years to come. They feel special enough to show how much I truly appreciate everything she does for me. And I mean everything. I even sent my dad a link to the Diamond Eternity band he'll be getting her, too.
Save up to 50% on Mother's Day gifts Mom will cherish forever. Visit Hellsberg.com or a store near you.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-371-0505. 800-371-0505.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Celebrate the baseball season with Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing, the official beer partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for a shot at 4 tickets to the May 9th D-backs game against the Dodgers, courtesy of Four Peaks Brewing.
Message and data rates may apply. Are you afraid of running out of money in retirement? If so, you're not alone. In fact, studies show it's people's #1 concern, but there is a solution. Canvas Annuity offers a retirement savings product with one of the most competitive crediting rates in the country, up to 6.2% per year. The best part is you can get access to these industry-leading rates online in a few simple steps by visiting canvasannuity.com. Great rates, simple online products.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Front Office Focus with Wolf and Luke. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. Great rates that are guaranteed to be a home run for your retirement.
All right, welcome back. It's Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday morning as we get up near noon here. D-backs taking on the Mets. Game 2 of that series later this afternoon at 4:10 p.m. first pitch Arizona time. Pleased to be joined right now by one of our favorite guests, Wolf on the Arizona Sports Line, Mike Fitzgerald, Arizona Diamondbacks assistant GM. Mike, thank you for the time. What's going on?
You got it, Luke. Do you say that to everybody, or are we being honest here?
I was being honest. Yeah. But I should start saying it to everybody. You're right. That's a good idea.
Appreciate it. Yeah, no, we're just we're here at Citi Field watching the boys wrap up some early work and hopefully give them a chance to go out and get a W tonight.
Well, let's start, I guess, with the last week or so and the fact that you guys are struggling. I know every team will go through this over the course of the season, and 3 of those losses were in extra innings. But how do you ride the wave of that? Where 2 weeks ago you guys were winning every game, it felt like, over the course of 162 games without getting too high or too low.
I think part of it is the natural course of a season. You kind of anticipate some of these ebbs and flows. I think the job that we try to hold ourselves to is let's sift through what's real and what needs to be addressed, and then what might just be some funky baseball. So I think there's a little bit of both in between there. If we had an end-of-the-month report card, there'd be some C's on there, honestly, maybe even a D in a couple areas that we can definitely be better at. But then there's also some A's and some really good stuff going on, too. So we're constantly trying to sift through what's real, what needs to be addressed, what's just funky baseball, and how do we continue to evaluate where our feet are today and figure out what we got to do to give ourselves the best chance to find a W.
So on that note right there, Fitz, what do you think might need to be addressed?
I think the biggest topic that we are kind of feels like spending a lot of time on ends up being defense, and part of this is our standard in that area is so high. So most of the conversations end up being around the defensive side of things, and last night was kind of an interesting game in that the Mets did to us what we feel like we do to other teams, which is make a ton of low probability plays, but with the expectation that you can convert them into outs, and it's pretty deflating for the other side to see those types of plays get made on a regular basis. And it was, in a weird way, a nice little taste of our own medicine last night to say, hey, wait a minute, this is something that we pride ourselves on being a lead in, and we just had a team kind of take it to us in this area. How do we get back to the fundamentals and executing at a high level? And it's not just the work. Our guys have been working their tails off all month, but it's the combination of that early work paired with a commitment to be focused and intent on every pitch that's going to happen on both sides of the ball tonight. And if we do that regularly, we think we got plenty of talent to be able to make some of those plays like the Mets did last night and right the ship on the defensive side of things.
We're talking to Mike Fitzgerald. Mike, you got Corbin Burns going tonight. I mean, Wolf and I were talking about this earlier. You got him for a lot of reasons, but this is a really good place and a really good reason to have him where the team is losing some games and you can just go to Corbin Burns. He hasn't been necessarily dominant in any games yet, but it seems like he's getting better with each one of these starts. What have you seen from Corbin Burns lately?
Yeah, we'd agree with that. The last three outings in particular seem a lot more in line with who we've come to know Corbin Burns from across the dugout as and what we anticipate him being able to give for us through the rest of the season. So, like you guys said, this is the exact situation where we're looking for him, where the team's kind of sputtering a little bit, and having a guy with his resume and being able to take the mound for us tonight and his skill level and go out and give us a shot to hopefully put up some zeros early and let the offense get their feet under them a little bit and see if we can take an early lead here. And then as all goes to plan, we hand that over to the bullpen, and getting Kevin back will be a big piece of that, obviously. Always helpful to have guys in the power stuff in the back end of the bullpen who, back end of the game where we know we can trust them to execute pitches and also throw solid breaking stuff as well. So, if all goes to plan, we go Burns to some combination of Ginkel, Shelby, and Jamar, and we can find a W tonight.
So, Fitz, there's a report that is out there right now that surgery is not going to be required for A.J. Puck. Can you give us any information or insight on this?
Yeah, so we try to be as diligent as we can in this space. I don't think anybody has perfectly right answers. You're trying to crowdsource as much information from respected doctors across the nation. And fortunately, you don't always get this, but we got consensus across the different people that were asked to take a look at this, that this is not surgical, not requiring surgery, and rest and recovery should be decent enough to put him in a spot. Hopefully in a few weeks from now, we can try to ramp up that progression. But it was nice to see a consensus across all the doctors that took a look at the imaging that this can be managed with some rest and recovery.
Wow.
Wow, that is a big deal.
Yeah, that's much better news than we were expecting a couple weeks ago. You brought up Kevin Ginkel. I kind of want to go back to him because you have that situation with A.J. Puck, and then whatever's going on with Justin Martinez with fatigue, but he's still able to pitch. How big is it to just have a guy like Kevin Ginkel back to maybe settle down the bullpen just in general?
It's huge. And we want to be fair to Kevin. We don't want to necessarily just knife him right into it, but circumstances may dictate otherwise. Kevin's had a ton of success in this league, pitching in the back end of our bullpen for a while. So there's a lot of trust there. And we believe the best bullpens that we've had, there's been some consistency in the names that are coming out in those 7th, 8th, and 9th innings. And so I think as we sit here today, the names most commonly coming out in the 7th, 8th, and 9th for us are going to be Ginkle, Shelby, and J-Mart. And obviously on the days that those guys need to blow, we have a ton of confidence in the rest of the guys. Beeks and Thompson and Murillo have been throwing the ball really well. So we feel good about that, but we're really happy to have some stability and consistency here because we think that's been a key variable in some of the best runs that our bullpen's put together over the last few years.
You know, boy, Brandon Pfaadt right now is pitching really, really well right now. When he's going well, what is it for him that is an indicator that he's on?
Tory talks about this a lot. I think it's a fastball command, and you're absolutely right. He's going really well. He's been nailed. He's arguably been one of the top. If anybody deserves an A on the report card, he's probably one of them across the whole team, and definitely on that side of the ball. But I feel like fastball command, it really sets the tone for his outings. When he's winning count leverage, getting ahead, you're able to kind of force guys to be more aggressive to the breaking stuff. And then on days when he has real good command of the slider and the breaking ball and the curveball the curveball and the changeup, that's when we've seen some really special outings from him.
Talking to Mike Fitzgerald. Mike, how do you guys plan for what you're going to get from Gino in a game where, he's had his slumps this season, but then he started the season off hitting everything over the fence. The other night he hit 4 pitches over the fence in one game, which is not something that happens in a major league game very often.
It is not. I think he was the 19th person to do that, and a lot of us were joking because the last time it had happened, we had a chance to see that happen up close too with J.D. Martinez doing it at 17th. So, Gino's really talented. There's definitely some historical volatility there. I think the upside potential and the best night is one of the best 19 nights ever that he had, right? So we know that there's capability to possibly take over a game on his own. So you're always excited and looking for that. I think the good thing with Gino is he still maintains an approach, even when we're seeing, maybe the bat to ball loudness isn't always there. You still feel like he's going to give you a good professional at bat and be consistent in that space. And then really the whole offensive attitude that we feel like has been really productive for us over the last couple of years has been this 9-on-1 mentality. So, we want to be able to stomach some of the downturns on individual performances with the other 8 guys saying, hey, no, we got this tonight. We can pick you up. Maybe we can't do it in the same way that you can do it with hitting 4 home runs in a game, but we can have really stubborn at-bats tonight, pick up 6 walks, be really good job with situational hitting, find a way for us to get to that magic 5-run number that has generally resulted in W's for us, and not necessarily need Gino to feel like he's got to do it all the time. So, the best way to do that is to have a consistent 9-on-1 mentality, and whoever it is on any given night, Gino might have more of the power nights that come, but we want the other 8 guys to know that they're just as impactful to our overall team run scoring as well.
Mike, before we let you go, it seems like Ketel Marte, that's trending in a pretty good direction here soon.
Yeah, we're hopeful to see him this weekend, and that'll be a great addition, not just because of the talent that he is, but then also we've scored, I think, the 3rd most runs in the game so far, but we're doing it in a fairly unconventional in terms of our typical path, where last year we were just, like we were just talking about the 9-on-1, our lineup was really deep, really long. Now we've been kind of carried by that 1 through 4, 1 through 5, so getting Ketel back should be good, not just because he'll continue to help that 1 through 4, but that also might let us shift some other guys around and get back to that lengthening lineup, 27 tough outs, not giving pitchers a chance to kind of catch their breath throughout the course of an outing, and just having a relentless, stubborn attitude throughout the entire game.
Well, Mike, we appreciate this as always. Always good to talk to you.
Have a great day, Fitz.
Thanks, guys. Talk soon.
All right, you too. That's Mike Fitzgerald joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. I wasn't joking. He always gives us good answers. He's always
good stuff, man.
Coming up next, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to Diamondbacks Front Office Focus, brought to you by Canvas Annuity. Great rates that are guaranteed to be a home run for your retirement. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Worried about your battery and the heat? We get it. You don't want to get stranded somewhere with a car that feels like an oven. We've got you covered at AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination. Our free battery testing and charging service can help. And if you need a battery, we'll help you find a new one, no problem. Power through with free battery testing and charging at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
2 words we've been waiting for: employee pricing. Yep, employee pricing right now at our Desert Ford dealers. From America, for America. Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford has been part of our country's story for more than a century. That's why Ford is offering employee pricing. That means we pay what Ford employees pay, and we're talking the full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. Take that 2024 Ford F-150. If you're looking for a perfect work truck or a powerful weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. Besides, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get employee pricing plus 5.9% APR financing for 72 months and $3,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. But employee pricing won't last forever. Click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2024. Terms and conditions may apply. See your local Ford dealer for details.
QC Kinetics provided amazing pain relief for a former professional baseball player, and you have access to the same life-changing treatments as retired pitcher Jose Alvarez.
I put a lot of stress and strain and work on my right arm, but my right elbow took most of the damage with 3 surgeries.
Arthritis developed, and the pain was unbearable.
It wasn't just pain when I was trying to play sports. It was anytime I was moving the right elbow. It was pretty excruciating at times.
That's when Jose discovered QC Kinetics and their regenerative treatments that help the body heal itself, restoring damaged tissue and providing relief with no surgery or downtime. Jose's message to the medical professionals at QC Kinetics:
my elbow is feeling outstanding. Where were you 10 years ago, for crying out loud?
QC Kinetics is right here. Call for your complimentary consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Arizona Cardinals 2024 second leading tackler Kaiser White is still a free agent, and his number 7 has been taken by a player currently on the roster. Backup quarterback Jacoby Brissett will wear number 7 this season. For the full list of which players will wear what numbers, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. And the Arizona Diamondbacks fell 8-3 to the New York Mets last night at Citi Field. Eduardo Rodriguez gave up 8 runs and 4 innings. The Snakes will try to even the series tonight at 4:10. You can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Corbin Burns will get the start for the Snakes. This report is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Spring is in the air, and that means home improvement projects. Need a roll-off to haul that trash and debris away? WasteConnections.com/Phoenix.
And I'm hungry like the wolf.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does it smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it is noon. It is time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick.
What's up, guys? The Arizona Diamondbacks lost 8-3 to the New York Mets yesterday at Citi Field. Starter Eduardo Rodriguez allowed 8 runs in just 4 innings of work. This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question up now at ArizonaSports.com, which asks, what are you most concerned about as the Diamondbacks enter May? Starting pitching, bullpen, defense, or injuries?
You kind of gave me the out there with that last one. I'll say injuries. Because I feel like the defense is going to come around. I'm assuming the starting pitching is going to come around. So it's got to be bullpen or injuries. I think they go hand in hand. I'll just go injuries.
Yeah, for me, I'm going to say defense. It's really bothering me. It is. It's bothering me that the Diamondbacks are number 23 in terms of errors allowed this season. Number 23, 18 errors. That's something you can control for the most part. You can control that. We haven't seen the same commitment on the defensive side of things for the Diamondbacks that we've seen in the past. And Tory's been talking about it all the time. And at some point in time, I think he's going to blow his top if they continue at this pace going forward, which we all don't expect. Yet at the same time, yeah, it's defense.
It was kind of interesting to hear Tory after the game say, like, hey, we just watched the Mets do what we usually do. And then we had Mike Fitzgerald on last segment, and he was like, yeah, maybe kind of a wake-up call to see the Mets do what we usually do.
Tell me that wasn't the biggest kick in the cradle watching that last night. It was.
But doesn't it feel like maybe they're trying to use that as a reminder of like, yeah, this happened, and it sucked, but that's supposed to be us, and there's 133 games left, so let's start doing it.
No, the management for the Diamondbacks just said, hey, taste it, because there it is.
All right, I liked Wolf's answer better than Luke, so I went with defense.
Is that the first time that's ever happened?
It's not. I went with defense, which is only at 7%, along with injuries at 7%. So the audience strongly disagrees with you guys.
Wow.
Starting pitching 42%, and the winner was bullpen at 44%.
Yeah,
wow,
I mean
okay.
that would have been my other answer because I think it's tied in with injuries is bullpen. So I accept that.
I would have voted defense as well.
Okay.
Why wouldn't you vote defense? I mean, honestly, that's something you can control. Booting the ball all over the place, throwing the ball.
I think that's probably why. That was at least for me why, because I assume they're going to get it under control.
I know, but why is it a problem to begin with?
No, that's a whole different conversation.
ESPN NFL draft, or just NFL analyst, but he also does draft analysis. Field Yates joined Bickley and Murata this morning and talked about the strategy the Cardinals went with in this year's NFL draft.
People always ask
around the draft time each year, like, how do the Philadelphia Eagles get away with it again? And how do the Baltimore Ravens get away with it again, where they end up taking players who everybody says is really well rated, but they somehow make it, whether it's 32 or whatever it was for Philadelphia, 31 or 28 for Baltimore. They say, how does this happen? And I always tell people the reality of what those two teams do, amongst others, is they just draft for value. They don't worry about need as much. And the reality about drafting for value is at some point early on in the process, before you're this well-oiled machine who just does it every single year out of muscle memory, is that it may come with the concession that earlier in your drafts, you're doing things like maybe not addressing offensive roster holes that may be perceived at that time. So the Cardinals are one of those teams that I felt like got some really strong values. Does it mean that they don't have work to do right now for the rest of the offseason? It doesn't, but I remember walking that. I don't do the draft grades like Kuiper does, but I didn't walk away from that draft thinking to myself, I just wish they had gone these three other directions they did not do. I thought it was another solid draft after a class that I really liked last year.
Yeah. Should this be how Arizona approaches every draft moving forward?
Well, what do you always say, Wolf? And I'm going to get it wrong again, but one's a point, two's a trend, three's a pattern?
Correct.
Okay, I finally got it.
Yes.
If they did well in this draft again, I got the ding. If they did well in the draft again, and I don't mean with the first-round pick, I mean throughout the draft. And I don't mean hitting on every pick, but I mean, hey, you had 7 picks, and I don't know, 5 of these guys have careers in the NFL, and 4 of them are pretty impactful for your team for a while. If you've done that again, this is how you build teams that are perennially dangerous. And when you start to go back and look at teams over the last decade or whatever, 2 decades, you probably go back the whole history of the NFL, but certainly over the last decade or two, and you look at teams that were around it and were either in the Super Bowl or winning the Super Bowl or consistently in the conference championship, you go back and realize it wasn't because they nailed one draft pick. It was because they were consistently finding 4 or 5 guys from each draft class.
I think you're right on it right there, Luke. For me right now, positions, it's not so much about the positions. It's not so much about the need. I think the Baltimore Ravens, by way of example, and the Detroit Lions, they have a way of vetting players and their personalities better than every other team in the league. And I think the Arizona Cardinals also have a way of vetting players, regardless of the position that you play. And that is the key to it. That's the key to having good drafts, that you get the type of player that is going to thrive in your culture. And the Ravens do that, the Lions do that, and I think the Arizona Cardinals are starting to do it and will prove it by having this draft turn out to be one of their better drafts as well.
All right, last one for you guys. We're going to get to the NBA playoffs at 12:30, so I'm going to skip over that here. I'm going to go to the NHL playoffs, which have been wild as usual. If you're not watching them, you should. In the Eastern Conference, the Hurricanes closed out the Devils in 5 games yesterday, and the Oilers and Golden Knights took Game 5s in their series. Tonight, the Capitals and Panthers look to advance to the second round, while the Blues look to take a 3-2 series lead on the NHL's best team from the regular season, the Jets. Is there a clear favorite right now?
No, there's not. And I would say if you are a sports fan that kind of gets into the NHL playoffs, you get in the NHL during the playoffs, and you're like, okay, I'm not going to watch all these series because I don't know all the players on these teams, but you're looking for one series to watch one of the ones from the West and not Winnipeg-St. Louis. I mean, that Winnipeg-St. Louis is great if you're like a hardcore hockey fan, but either watch Oilers-Kings because Connor McDavid is 10 years into the NHL and does not have a Stanley Cup yet, and he's playing out of his mind to try and drag them through the first round, or watch Stars-Avalanche. Those are the 2 series you need to check out.
Yeah,
there is no favorite.
Yeah, for me right now, I agree with what you're saying. There is no favorite, but for me in the compound there is. We're Toronto Maple Leaf fans. And I hate to say that.
It'll make Shane Doan happy somewhere.
Donor, and that's why we are right now. And don't tell anyone in Buffalo that I said that.
That's
please.
Tough for you.
That's really difficult.
I will say with Toronto, and it's weird because the Canadian team hasn't won the Stanley Cup in, 33 years, I think?
It was the early 90s.
Yeah. But Toronto has Shane Doan involved in the front office. Brad Treliving, who used to be the Coyotes' assistant GM, is their GM. Austin Matthews. Matthew Nyes, who's from Phoenix, who plays on the line with Austin Matthews. And then Oliver Ekman-Larsson and Max Domi, who used to play for the Coyotes. Like, Toronto is the most Arizona team in the league at this point. It's crazy.
I can't root for Toronto, though.
No, it's tough.
Well,
it's tough.
what do you mean?
But if you were ever going to, you got Shane
You're not
Doan.
a Buffalo boy.
Yeah, but I just don't like them. You just don't root for the Maple Leafs because their fans are annoying.
Oh, I never thought this is where today's
it's like
show would
it's
go.
like why you don't root for the Canadians because their fans are annoying.
All right, we have to go to break here. That was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick, as always. Catch the excitement of the Arizona Sports Half Day Club May 7th as the Diamondbacks take on the first place New York Mets. Snag lower level tickets for only $9.87 by texting half to 620-620. Again, text half to 620-620 to secure your seats. Back to football when we come back. When it comes to value picks, Matt Miller thinks the Cardinals did pretty well for themselves this past weekend. We'll tell you who he thought were the best picks for the Cardinals and how they compare to the rest of the NFL. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs at the Mets.
2 outs, the 2-2 pitch. Strike 3 called. The ball game is over. The Mets take the opener by a final score of 8-3. They got out in front 8-0, and they never looked back.
D-backs at the Mets. Coverage of Game 2 of the series this afternoon at 3:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care. That's right, DISC. I can tell you, Basinonians, I've been telling you for months now, as a football player, I suffered an awful lot of damage. That's not going to surprise you. As a wedge buster, suffered a lot of damage. The spine surgeons over at DISC, they've helped me in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation for you. If you're out there, your back is jacked up in any way, shape, or form, you need to see my brothers over at DISC, man. DISC surgeons have developed a personalized pain mapping system that pinpoints the spine pain generator to diagnose back and neck problems and customize a treatment plan that caters to the patient's goals and active lifestyles to provide long-term relief for you. This is so important. Enjoy life again. Sciatica.com. Go to sciatica.com or 602-944-2900 for DISC.
Every day, savings, energy efficiency, rebates. Every day at APS, you have ways to save energy and money. We know how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. That's why we offer programs to help you manage your energy use. Schedule a home energy checkup for savings recommendations tailored to your home. Find rebates on smart thermostats. Compare your rate plan options and switch to the plan that would have saved you the most money. Find ways to save at aps.com/brighter.
Water safety is a critical issue in our community. We're here today with Garrett, representing the YMCA, who's doing so much to support bringing awareness to this important cause.
Drowning is the leading cause of unintentional death for children under the age of 4. This is something that we can prevent. Arizona is unfortunately one of the top leaders in this statistic of any state in the country annually. So what we know is that if students come to the YMCA, they do formalized swimming lessons, they're 88% less likely to have a drowning incident. This is why it's so important to us that we can affect change. And it happens through multiple ways. There's barriers to entry, having appropriate pool fences, locks, gates. Drowning is a silent killer. It can happen within 2 seconds that a child goes under the water. They will not scream, they will not yell. It's something that we need to be vigilant on because it is a silent killer. 2 seconds of not watching your children is too long.
KTAR News, Arizona Sports, and Fulton Homes want to remind you that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. Take action today. Visit Fulton2seconds.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California and via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
An MLS showdown in the desert. Get ready for a night of top-tier soccer as Phoenix Rising hosts Major League Soccer's Houston Dynamo for the first time ever. Wednesday, May 7th at 7 p.m. It's a round of 32 clash in the Lamar Hunt U.S. Open Cup, and tickets start at just $9. The first 2,000 fans through the gates will score a limited edition Phoenix Rising t-shirt, and the night features fan-favorite drink specials throughout the stadium. Get your tickets now at phxrisingfc.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. Which member of the Diamondbacks has been the most valuable through the first month of the season? Plus, we'll get you ready for D-backs Mets Game 2, starting at 2 o'clock on Arizona Sports.
All right, well, we'll play a game here real quick before we get to this this value pick story.
Okay, I'll play your little game.
I've got the numbers. Rick brought this up earlier. The Cardinals, they assigned their jersey numbers and everything today. Got taken care of.
Yeah.
So you haven't seen them yet, right?
No.
Okay, so I've got the numbers for the draft class. I'm just going to tell you a player's name, and you just tell me a number you would associate with them. We'll see how close you are.
Oh, that's good,
okay?
man. I like this. Okay.
So we're just going to do 4 of them. We'll just do the top 4 picks, okay? Let's go Walter Nolan. What number?
Walter Nolan. 78.
No, 97.
Okay. 97.
I don't know what I'm going to do if you get one of these right.
97.
Yeah, so Walter Nolan will be wearing number 97 for the Cardinals.
Yes.
Let's go Jordan Birch, edge rusher, Oregon.
Oh, Jordan Birch. 90.
52.
Oh, 52.
52 for Jordan Birch.
See, I'm just reacting again. I don't know who's wearing 90 for the Cardinals, of course. I'm just reacting.
It's supposed to be number association. It's like word association, number association.
52.
52.
Man, I don't know if I'm ready for that.
Yeah.
52.
I was 97 for Walter Nolan. I was like, that feels right. 52 for Jordan Birch. I don't know what number I was expecting.
52, yeah. That's for a guy who's 6'4", 280 pounds. 52 seems weird.
But you know what, Wolf? As long as he's bashing your face in, what do I care what numbers?
Of course, I'm with you on that.
How about Cody Simon, linebacker, Ohio State?
Simon, I'm going to go 51.
Ooh, 50. You were close.
Oh,
50.
Okay.
All right, and then you got one more. Will Johnson.
Will Johnson.
Second-round pick. Shouldn't have been there at 47, probably.
22.
0.
He went 0.
He's wearing number 0.
Okay, now I love that. I really do. I wish 0 was around. I wish it was around when I was playing.
Would you have worn it?
It appeals to me.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah, big 0. Just the way that every scout felt about me, basically coming out. Until I ran a 4.58 and a 4.59 at the combine. Then all of a sudden it was 104 overall.
All right, so there you go.
I like 00 for linemen. They need to bring that back. That's super old school. That's like 40s and 50s football.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, Rick. I like that. 00.
Offensive lineman. Got to clarify.
Yes.
Well, Will Johnson will be wearing number 0 for the Arizona Cardinals this year, it looks like. Matt Miller, who does a great job for ESPN. He's been on this show before. He's a friend of the show, I would say. Has a story up today, the 100 best picks, steals, and fits of the NFL draft, okay? So not just, hey, here's the 100 best players, but it's like based on where you got them, how great of a value was this, what sort of impact, how good of a fit is it for his team. He's got 3 Cardinals in the top 75, okay?
Wow, okay.
As context, he has Luther Burden, who I did want for the Cardinals. He has him as the best in the whole thing, and just in terms of value pick, fit, whatever.
Pick right there. Okay, I like that.
Number 1 to Chicago.
Yeah, Luther Burden. That was somebody that Pash tipped me off on. Dave Pash, of course, was talking about this Luther Burden guy. Really liked this guy. He saw him actually live, as you would imagine. That's what Dave does.
Well, yeah, when he calls every game in America, he's
so much of the time he's doing college games as well, and yet he loved a little Luther Burden III.
Well, here's who Matt Miller has number 2 out of the entire draft. Will Johnson to the Cardinals at 47.
Number 2?
Number 2 in the entire draft.
That makes sense. So it does. Again, his talents and where so many people believed he was going to be drafted. I did see a couple of mock drafts that had him going in the 20s late. I did see that, but most of all the mocks leading up to the last week of the draft had him in the top half of the first round.
Yeah, especially if you were just looking at like big boards and you get like Matt Miller or Daniel Jeremiah or Mel Kiper, these guys that just rank them not based on how the whole draft they are predicting is going to go and maybe a player slides just because you're trying to project the entire draft, but just in terms of how good the player is. He was pretty high in a lot of those. So here's the write-up.
And he's wearing number 0.
Wearing number 0.
I love that. I think that's so tough, man.
At least that's what I'm reading. I mean, I'm not out there right now, but it says number 0. So here's the write-up from Matt Miller on Will Johnson, okay? And this I think he sums it up pretty well.
Okay.
He says, Johnson was a top 10 player in this class when looking solely at film and not accounting for injuries. Well, he didn't want to slip to round 2. Jonathan Gannon's system is a great fit for him. That's something you've been saying. Johnson has Trayvon Diggs-esque ball hawking skills and is a shutdown corner when healthy. This is one of the steals of the draft as far as value. He was taken 40 spots lower than I had him ranked, unquote.
It is. It's a perfect fit for this system. It really is. I mean, this is something, again, you've got a corner that actually has size to him. This is something the Arizona Cardinals have been missing. A corner with size. DRC had a little bit of size as well. Remember that. Dominique Rodgers-Cromartie, just how good he was. Will Johnson is a guy that honestly is going to fit very well in this system. Cover 4, quarter coverage, 4 deep, 3 underneath. Cover 3. You're going to see zone coverages where Will Johnson is going to be given the opportunity to jump some route combinations and make plays. He's going to be a perfect scheme fit with JG, of course, and Nick Rawless.
That's something I'm glad that he brought that up because it's worth cycling back to because it's something you said a lot in the month leading up to the draft. Oh, yeah, this guy would fit. But then once they drafted him, it's only been a couple days that we've been on the air. It's the story has been more like, wow, how'd they get him at 47? How hurt is he? Is he going to be fine? But it's not just that he was a guy a lot of people thought was a top 10 talent or a top 15 talent. It's that the Cardinals got him at 47 and he fits the Cardinals too. Not everybody would do that. Real quick, the other Cardinals on this list, Matt Miller has Walter Nolan at number 34.
Okay.
And he has Jordan Birch at number 75 in terms of best values.
Man, you know what? The more I'm looking at Jordan Birch, the more I'm wondering, man, what is going on?
What did you get
and what
in the
could
third
you
round?
possibly get for Jordan Birch? Talk about a guy that I think is still developing and his ceiling is high in front of him. That is really encouraging.
And I don't know what this says, but Shadur Sanders, in terms of a value pick, a guy who went 144th in the draft, he has him as the 10th best value pick in the draft. So I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, considering he went 143 spots lower than some people thought he might go.
Exactly
or
right.
I guess 142 lower.
Yes. So I could see where he would have to put him in the top 10 in terms of value.
Yeah, but still, like if you have to put him in the top 10, but then it's only 10. So it's like it still isn't. When you drop that far, that's not really like a ringing endorsement either. All right, when we come back, over to basketball. Do these NBA playoffs seem a little different to you? We're going to get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
This notion of throwing money at something and rolling the ball out there and relying on talent does not work in today's NBA.
No.
Chemistry matters. Skill set matters. Even though everybody talks about positionless basketball, positions matter.
Mm-hmm.
Coaching matters. All of these things matter. This is what should be driving not only the front office search, but the coaching search. That's the situation the Suns have put themselves in.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Northern Arizona University is a school and experience like no other. It's an affordable, accessible education outfitted with high-quality programs and dedicated faculty. It's a community that's welcoming, caring, and thriving. As you enjoy the life of a lumberjack in Arizona's best college town, you'll make an impact every day on your community and your future. That's NAU. Learn more and apply today at nau.edu/enroll.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Homeowners, upsizing, downsizing, and relocating all have one thing in common. You need to sell your home. If that's you, call Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Tom and Lindy needed a fast sale, and Carol was able to get them 100% of market value in 6 days with her guaranteed multiple cash offer program. Carol did it for them, and she can do it for you, too. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, life gets busy. How does Liberty GMC help customers stay on the road?
What's up, Dave? We know your time is valuable, and that's why our service department is open late. Drop off your vehicle by 8 p.m., and we'll have it for you ready by the next day. Plus, right now, when you buy 3 tires, you will receive the 4th one free. And if you're looking for a truck, you can enjoy $12,250 off a brand new 2025 GMC Sierra 1500.
Shop and buy online all the time at LibertyGMC, AZ.com, GMC. We are professional grade.
With Progressive, it's easy to reach customer service with our app, website, chat, or by phone. Because when getting help is hard, it's not help at all.
Little help. A little help over here.
Thank you for calling Bench Press Assistance.
What?
Due to excessive gym volume, all available spotters are currently lifting heavy weights off the chests of other bench pressers.
Seriously?
Please continue to hold, and we will remove the barbell from your chest in the order in which your cry for help was received.
Getting assistance should be easy. With Progressive, it is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Need inspiration? Shop Fry's. For mouth-watering meals and appetizing ingredients. Our low prices add up to big savings. Plus over $600 in digital coupons each week. And up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. At Fry's, you always get big flavors and big savings. Fry's. Fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
You can save big on 12 to 15 packs of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or Dr. Pepper. Select varieties or buy 2, get 2 free with your card. Limit 8. Fry's. Fresh for everyone.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Arizona Cardinals 2024 second leading tackler Kaiser White is still a free agent, and his number 7 has been taken by a player currently on the roster. Backup quarterback Jacoby Brissett will wear number 7 this season. For the full list of which players will wear what numbers, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. And the Arizona Diamondbacks fell 8-3 to New York Mets last night at Citi Field. Eduardo Rodriguez gave up 8 runs in 4 innings. The Snakes will try to even the series tonight at 4:10. You can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Corbin Burns will get the start for the Snakes. This report is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Spring is in the air, and that means home improvement projects. Need a roll-off to haul that trash and debris away? WasteConnections.com/Phoenix.
Hey, everybody, it's Burnsy. Should the Phoenix Suns be worried about another star player stealing trade rumor attention away from Kevin Durant? The Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
To the sound of a heartbeat pounding away.
All right, well, I want to remind everybody we're on YouTube live. You can watch all the shows live on YouTube. You mentioned DRC and G Block Live on the YouTube chat is loving the DRC mention.
Okay, yeah.
Anytime
Dominic Rogers, boy, he was long and whippy. Oh, my goodness, he was so talented.
He also built on Rick's idea of bringing back Fitz for a game and said bring back Kurt Warner for a game, too.
You know what? Seriously, there's another great. You give Kurt, I want to say maybe 2 months. Larry 1 month. Kurt 2 months. I think he could still conduct a drive, an orchestrated drive down the field. Now, if he took a shot, he'd probably explode, okay, at this point in time. No offense, Kurt. But if you could keep him upright in the pocket, I guarantee you, man, he still would find a way to complete a pass over the middle, if not down the field.
Still sling it down the field, you're saying?
Oh,
you're
man.
not worried about that? The NBA playoffs are going on. What are we down to? We're down to 12 teams already. And we have a chance to see the Lakers and Rockets both get eliminated tonight. And they're both facing elimination. So I do think in the second round in the Western Conference, this is going to get crazy, some of these matchups.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you right now. In the first round, what has this first round been like, Babes and Orleans? If you've been watching the NBA playoffs, what is the first thing that comes to mind?
Well, the first thing, because he was just on TV and here talking about it, is Giannis and Tyrese Halliburton's dad getting into it after a game. How just awkward that was.
That was not what I was thinking.
They've been a lot more physical.
That is very awkward. They have been physical. These playoffs, man, you know, I'm talking to NBA analysts and NBA play-by-play guys who are talking about this looking like a 1990 playoff game in the NBA.
I don't hate that.
I don't either, and that's what I want to ask is, you know what, Basin O'Neill's, how do you feel about that? Do you enjoy this kind of basketball? Maybe it's because we haven't seen it to this degree. This has been, this is just my own impression here. This has been one of the most physical postseasons I've seen in the NBA since I've been broadcasting.
Yeah. I mean, certainly if you're watching Knicks Pistons, that one just looks like they're playing in like the mid-90s, like you said. Yeah, it's been a few. I mean, Houston loves to play
Rockets,
that style.
Warriors.
And that's been probably the most compelling series. Well, Clippers Nuggets.
Yeah.
Lakers T-Wolves, Rockets Warriors, and I would say Knicks Pistons have been, to me, the three or the four most compelling series so far.
Look, right now, if I had to pick one, it would be Lakers T-Wolves.
Just because you're enjoying seeing the Lakers?
Just because, let's face it, when Luka Doncic was moved to the Lakers and it was LeBron and Luka, and we all saw what happened and how much better they were playing, and they started winning games. A lot of people were like, this is a team who could win the whole thing. This is a team who could do it. Now, all of a sudden, you look at the T-Wolves, who have them down 3-1.
Mm-hmm.
And Ant-Man, Anthony Edwards, he's the best player on the court.
We saw this, unfortunately, firsthand last year in the playoffs in the first round against the Suns. It was like, man, okay, Ant is taking that next step. And he did. And they went on a run in the playoffs. It feels like he's finding another step to take in this series against the Lakers. I know I realize I just named the 4 series that aren't done yet and named them the 4 most compelling. So, no kidding.
Right.
But they've been considerably more compelling than the other series. Pacers-Bucks was entertaining just because those teams, for whatever reason, just seem to hate each other. But, yeah, Lakers T-Wolves, because you wouldn't expect the Lakers to just go out in 5. And that might happen tonight. This is what I would say.
That's a serious possibility, especially with the T-Wolves playing at home.
Yeah, I heard somebody ask this question yesterday of, okay, well, I mean, could you see the Lakers coming back? Are they capable of winning 3 straight? Yeah, they are, but I can't see Minnesota losing 3 straight. Absolutely not.
Yeah.
So in my mind, the Lakers are basically done.
when you think of Luka Doncic, okay, I think he's played really well for the most part, but it does remind you that defense is part of the game too.
Somewhere Nico Harrison's like, see, I told you.
And I'm just saying, I'm just saying that, he is a liability on the defensive end of the floor. He's a great basketball player. He is so great. But you have to wonder, is this going to change people's minds if the Lakers get ejected unceremoniously in 5 games in the first round? Is this going to change your opinion of the deal? And to me, I'll say this. No, not in the short term.
It's not going to change my opinion unless Luka goes out there and purposely is scoring in his own basket tonight. And he's like, I'm going to throw every game I play for the Lakers. That's about the only way where I'd be like, okay, maybe the deal's slightly more even than I originally thought. But how about the fact that the Lakers and J.J. Redick just in the last game was like, the U5, you're playing the whole second half. Just play the whole second half.
I know. That's still, I can't believe that happened in the modern era of basketball.
And LeBron was able to do it. I mean, it's not – look, I don't want to get in the whole LeBron-Jordan debate because this is not really what this is about. But LeBron being able to play 46 minutes in a playoff game at his age now and, look good defensively, maybe we shouldn't be surprised by it. I'm obviously not a big Lakers fan. I'm not the world's biggest LeBron fan necessarily either. I'm kind of indifferent towards him. But it's kind of insane that he's able to – if you're J.J. Redick, you're able to look at LeBron and say – how long have you been in the league? You're going to play the entire second half, and you have to be great, too.
Yes.
And he basically was, but not great enough to beat Ant.
Can we talk about the Rockets-Warriors series?
I know you want to.
Yes, I really do right now. The Warriors, of course, have a 3-1 lead. Ron Wolfley reporting. Look, I love the Warriors because of all of the intangibles, the things that have changed, and how it has had a very tangible impact on the Golden State Warriors, all of the intangibles that make a basketball team great. There's so many things you can't see. And we're starting to see the results of the things you can't see right in front of our very eyes. That's what is so cool about this series to me. That and the fact that the Rockets, my goodness, do you need a closer?
You sure could use the guy that will score in the fourth quarter no matter what. You absolutely could use that. Along those lines, though, Wolf, so Houston's probably not making it out of this round, which is kind of something we were all looking at and saying, yeah, Houston, you can say you don't need Kevin Durant, which is what they essentially did. They whoever leaked that out at the end of the season. No, maybe we're not that interested in KD. You clearly need him. You clearly need a player like that if he's available. But Milwaukee losing, I don't have time to play the press conference audio after the game, but people asked Giannis if he thinks he can still win another title in Milwaukee, and he just kind of played it down the middle like he should. And he's like, no matter what I say, it can get used against me, so I'm not going to say anything. Damian Lillard's probably out for all of next year. He's at least going to be out for a chunk of it with a torn Achilles.
I would be surprised if he played.
Yeah. So, I mean, if Giannis is on the move and Houston gets Giannis.
Antetokounmpo.
Yeah, that guy.
Antetokounmpo.
If Houston gets him, they're not going to be in the KD market, and we're all going to have to deal with Giannis in the Western Conference, too. So just
I know.
Keep an eye on that.
That's a horrible thought right there.
Yeah.
It's almost a worse thought than the Lakers winning.
Well, I don't know that you're going to have to worry about that unless they get going real quick here. I would say Giannis in the Western Conference is a worse thought. Just add him in there, too.
I would agree, ultimately.
All right, we come back to baseball. Who needs to step up now for the Arizona Diamondbacks to get back on track quickly? We're going to get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Tory Lavell. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information right now. Whether it's a local move you got coming up, you're just going to move across town, Maybe it's a long-distance move. Yeah, that's right, Base Earnings. Maybe you're going to head up to Yellowstone. That's what you're going to do. Or maybe all the way across the country. It really doesn't matter. Moving Team 6, they got you covered right now. Commercial, residential, they are the professionals. They offer packing services as well. How beautiful is that? You got a business maybe you're going to relocate. They can come in and they can pack all that stuff up, all your files, everything that needs to be done. They can do it. They're honest. They're trustworthy, of course, and experienced. They're proud supporters of our veterans and first responders. I love that about Moving Team 6. They love to hire veterans and first responders to join their moving teams. Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com.
Northern Arizona University offers affordable, accessible education, guided by dedicated faculty and a welcoming, thriving community. Make your mark. That's NAU. Learn more and apply today at nau.edu/join.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Bunker to Bunker, the golf show, invites you to join them for a very special May Day bonus. 2-person scramble golf tournament at the Trilogy Golf Club at Vistancia, presented by Shady Ray Sunglasses. Join them Saturday, May 3rd for a breakfast, golf, their big raffle and mulligan drawing, and a bounce-back round of golf coupon benefiting Phoenix Children's Hospital, all for just $145. Don't miss Bunker to Bunker May Day bonus tournament. Space is limited. Register today at bunkergolf.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Starting on May 9th, celebrate Mexican Heritage Weekend presented by Coors Light. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com/Mex.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will Corbin Burns lift the Diamondbacks today? Let's hope so. We'll discuss tomorrow morning starting at 6 a.m.
All right, well, before we get into baseball, I'm back in the YouTube live chat. Rob D says, yeah, it's 90s basketball, and that's why LeBron won't win tonight.
Ooh.
Take that.
Wow. Yeah, LeBron. Think you're going to be all 40, 41? Is that what you're going to? No. You're going down.
I don't know if the Lakers are out tonight, but I just don't see Minnesota losing 3 games in a row at this point. Not the way Ant's playing. So we'll see. I mean, that's why we're into the compelling part of the NBA playoffs now, because we got the kind of garbage series out of the way. We've got 4 good ones left in the first round, and then there's There's some really good second-round ones. Like even Cleveland, Indiana. That's an interesting series, Cleveland, Indiana.
Yeah, that is. That's going to be really, really good, man. I can't wait for the second round. I think we're getting a lot of the chaff cleaned up here in the first round. And then when the second round comes around, man, it's going to be good.
The Diamondbacks have dropped 5 of their last 6. They play the Mets tonight. The Mets have won 10 of their last 12. Wolf, we had Mike Fitzgerald, D-backs assistant GM, on earlier in the show, and it's like, yeah, look, I mean, there's how did he say it? They try to weed out what's real as far as issues and what's just kind of funky baseball, as he called it. You know, you play 162 of these games. There's going to be some games that just maybe you don't have the best luck or whatever. Maybe just not even luck, but just stuff that kind of conspires to beat you in a game that wouldn't do it consistently over the season. But there's also obviously stuff that they're not doing right that they need to get fixed too. So whether this is because they're getting grossly outplayed or just because they lost 3 extra inning games in the stretch, they've lost 5 of 6. They need to pull out of this now pretty soon. So in terms of guys that could step up and help pull them out of it, what's the first name that jumps to mind for you?
There are 2 names that really come to mind.
Good, because I have 3.
It's Lourdes Gurriel Jr.
That's one of them.
And it's Eugenio Suarez.
Okay.
Those 2 guys right there. And I know you can say, Wolf, what are you talking about? Eugenio Suarez, and he had 4 home runs in a game, but I need to see it even out more. I want to see it. I don't need to. I mean, Eugenio Suarez is not sitting there thinking, oh, man, Wolf says I need to even it out.
Hit 5 home runs tonight.
Just knock it off. For me, though, I'd like to see him be more consistent. Listen, the first half of last season, Eugenio, it was abandon all hope, ye who enter here. Mm-hmm. It was bad. It was really bad. We all know it. And then the second half was just veritable fire for Eugenio Suarez. There's got to be a middle ground. There's got to be a little bit more consistency. He's one of the streakiest guys I've ever seen. And Lourdes Gurriel Jr., I think, is second to Eugenio in terms of being streaky. And I would just like to see those 2 guys even out a little bit. Those are 2 guys I think need to step up.
Man, I shouldn't have looked this up, and I did while you were talking. First of all, I agree with both of those.
Okay.
Lourdes was definitely on my list. He's hitting 168, and he typically is hitting right, somewhere in the heart of the order or near the middle of the order. And he's a guy that they have relied on in the past. You come to rely on a guy when he's been here for a couple of years, and he is a pretty good hitter for you. Yes, he's streaky, but he's not usually this streaky, and he's not as streaky as Gino. The stat that I looked up, and I shouldn't have looked up just out of curiosity, Gino's hitting 198 right now. Okay.
Below the Mendoza line.
Yes. It's April 30th. On April 30th last year, and you're right, he had a miserable first half last year. He was hitting 241. So he's hitting 43 spots higher.
Yes. How many home runs does he have?
Yeah, he didn't have the home runs last year. He had 2 at this point. But as far as average, man, I didn't think he was hitting 43 spots higher than he is right now. 43 points higher, I should say. So, yeah, certainly you're right. It's tough to say, hey, Gino, can you start picking up the slack because you hit 4 home runs in a game the other night and we still didn't win. But, yeah, you need those guys to get those averages higher up. And the 2 names I would add, it's not a surprise, but they're the 2 guys pitching the next 2 nights. Corbin Burns, not in the sense that he's like sinking the Diamondbacks right now, but it's almost May, and he still doesn't have his first win as a Diamondback. He's 0-1 as a Diamondback. And then certainly Zach Gallen tomorrow. You go into a stretch like this, and I understand the Mets are a good team. They have the best record in baseball right now. But when you can go Corbin Burns and Zach Gallen in back-to-back games, that should be we're going to win these 2.
Yeah, that is a situation right there where it's why you were so optimistic coming into this season for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Are you kidding me? They're going to be able to run Corbin Burns and Zach Gallen out back-to-back? Now, at first, we thought that was going to be Corbin Burns as your 1 on opening day and then Zach Gallen as your 2. We all know it got messed up. Zach Gallen was actually your 1, and then Corbin Burns went to 5. I still can't believe it happened the way
weird
that
start
it
to the
did.
season.
But it was weird.
But it doesn't matter now. You could go to Corbin Burns and say, hey, you're the number one starter because you're starting tonight.
Yes, this is exactly why you looked at the Arizona Diamondbacks and you thought to yourself, man, they're going to be good. They can beat some of the best teams in the league. Why? Because of their pitching. Their rotation is going to be stout. And right now, here you are. You got Citi Field in front of you. You lost the first game. You have 2 games against the Mets, the best team in baseball right now from a record perspective, to play in a tough place like Citi Field. But you've got Corbin Burns and Zach Gallen. Mm-hmm. Both those guys are capable of going out there and just shutting down anybody in a certain outing. They're capable of doing that. This is exactly why you thought the Diamondbacks are going to be a good team. They're going to be good. This is going to be a team that is going to compete. They're going to be hard to beat in a series. Why? Because of their rotation. This is exactly why we were so optimistic about the Diamondbacks, and now will it come to fruition?
Well, you would think with those 2 guys in your rotation, you're almost slump-proof, right? Because you would think, well, either way, one of them is going to win every time through the rotation, and most times through, they're both going to win.
Yep.
And they've combined for 1 win so far this season. I mean,
that is. Of all the numbers, Luke, you throw out from time to time, and we know you throw them out there.
Throwing out a lot this segment.
From time to time. That's the one that is a frying pan to the face.
You didn't expect Jalen Beeks to have more wins for the Diamondbacks heading into the last start of April than Corbin Burns?
No.
Or Shelby Miller to have more wins than Zach Gallen? Because that's where we are right now.
Yes. More wins than Corbin Burns and Zach Gallen combined. That's correct?
That's a good point. It makes it even more disturbing. Shelby Miller, 2 wins.
Boy, did you see that, Rick, what I just did right there? I took an awesome stat by Luke, and I just made it better.
Threw it back. It's like I was throwing like 95, and as the hitter, you caught the ball and threw it back 102. That's what it was like. You're like, that's all you got?
No, it's not about catching it. No, I took your 95, and my exit velo was 110
that works
coming
too.
Off the bat.
Right over the fence. Brandon Pfaadt, 5 wins. Merrill Kelly, 3 wins. That's 8.
You gotta fight for your right.
Yeah, Brandon.
8 wins between those 2. 1 win between Zach Gallen and Corbin Burns this season.
Wow. Man.
It's got to change.
It's got to change right now. Corbin Burns takes the ball. Man, this is going to be some awesome stuff, right? Corbin Burns is going to take the ball today.
We talked to Mike Fitzgerald earlier, and we kind of brought up with him, hey, it seems like Corbin Burns is pitching better almost quietly. And he was like, yeah, that's kind of what we're seeing too. His last start, Wolfie gave up 1 earned run against Tampa in 5 1/3. Now, he gave up 3 runs, but it was 1 earned run.
Yeah.
That's what's deceptive about him. I know I said this yesterday, but he's given up 16 runs over 26 2/3 innings. But 4 of those 16 runs have been unearned, which is a crazy ratio. All right, I'm out of numbers, so we have to go to break. We come back. What's the biggest question you want answered about the Arizona Cardinals right now? If you could ask anything and the universe had to answer the question, what is that question? We'll get into it next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
That was funny.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Trajan Well, 480-990-3300. Listen, have you ever heard of the 5 Ps? Of course you have. Proper planning prevents poor performance. I've told you about the 5 Ps before, but the 5 Ps can be applied to most areas of your life, but it's especially true for your finances. Yeah, the 5 Ps. Proper planning prevents poor performance. Now, we all know you can't control what's happening with the stock market, of course, but you can control how you plan for it. The folks over at Trajan Wealth have been helping clients with the 5 Ps for years. It's one of the reasons why you've got to give Trajan Wealth a call today and learn about how the 5 Ps can help you. Trajan Wealth, your local trusted financial fiduciary. Pick up the phone and give them a call, 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Hey, it's Gambo. Summer is coming and you got to get your air conditioner ready. My friends at Christian Brothers HVAC are doing an AC tune-up only for the month of April. This full 22-point AC inspection also includes the condenser coil cleaning plus a condensate drain line cleaning. All this for only $129 per unit. I just had it done at my house and you should too. Call my friends at Christian Brothers today and ask for the AC tune-up at 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
It matters who your lawyer is. At Berg Simpson, we truly care about the quality of work we do, that fair compensation is given, and that our clients are getting the best possible representation. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result. We're proud of that, and it shows.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Slim down this summer and rock that swimsuit with Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get started today, and our expert doctors will help maximize your results from brand name medications like Wegovy and Zepbound. Red Mountain is the trusted leader in medical weight loss, helping over 1 million patients lose weight fast. Our doctors deliver safe, effective solutions tailored to your needs. Lose weight and look great just in time for summer at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
2 words we've been waiting for: employee pricing. Yep, employee pricing right now at our Desert Ford dealers. From America, for America. Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford has been part of our country's story for more than a century. That's why Ford is offering employee pricing. That means we pay what Ford employees pay, and we're talking the full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. Take that 2024 Ford F-150. If you're looking for a perfect work truck or a powerful weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. Besides, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get employee pricing plus 5.9% APR financing for 72 months and $3,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. But employee pricing won't last forever. Click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2024. Terms and conditions may apply. See your local Ford dealer for details.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Arizona Diamondbacks assistant general manager Mike Fitzgerald joined Wolf and Luke earlier today and shared an update on reliever A.J. Puck's elbow injury.
You don't always get this, but we got consensus across the different people that were asked to take a look at this, that this is not surgical, not requiring surgery, and rest and recovery should be decent enough to put him in a spot. Hopefully in a few weeks from now, we can try to ramp up that progression.
The D-backs will try to even their series with the Mets today. First pitch is at 4:10. You can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Corbin Burns will get the start for the Snakes. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Hey, this is Jared, and will there be any Suns news about front office moves, coaching moves, or apparently the 100 men that want to fight the Suns gorilla? We'll talk about it tomorrow on Bickley and Murata Mornings.
We're already in the final hour of the show here. It's Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday. All right, Wolf. This is how we're going to do this, okay?
Okay.
Play this. You've already played one game that I wanted to play. We're going to play another one, okay?
Okay.
You can ask the football universe anything about the Arizona Cardinals.
Oh, all right.
Anything. Any question you want answered about the Arizona Cardinals.
And we would have a definitive answer.
You get a definitive answer.
Okay. Will Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr. have the chemistry we expect them to have?
That's it.
You know that. I've been very, very consistent on this.
You have. You have been very consistent, and I should have seen that coming.
Right.
I thought you were going to say, are they bringing back Kaiser White or Will Hernandez?
Oh, man, that is good. What question do you have? What is your question for the football universe in regard to the Arizona Cardinals?
I have a few. They're not as. I mean, the big one is like you said. Mine, I guess, would be how do you get Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr. to have that chemistry? Because if the football universe was like, nope, next question, I'd be like, all right, well, I guess I have nothing left to pay attention to here. But some of the smaller ones would be like, how are you going to fit all these guys on the field defensively? Who's sticking around at the end of training camp? Like, they're going to be one of those teams that other teams are keeping an eye on when cuts come down.
Oh, I honestly, there are 4. You can rush the passer with 4 and get consistent pressure on the passer with 4. You can do that, basically. You really can. Pick the 4 guys that will be doing that for the Arizona Cardinals right now. It is really, there are 13 names for 4 spots that, you're thinking to yourself, okay, well, Josh Sweat has got one of those.
There's one of them. Okay.
And that's going to be the case.
So now you got 12 names for 3 spots.
I would also say, and this is going to be a little shocking maybe, Walter Nolan is one of those.
You think he's one of them already?
I think he's going to be that good in terms of being an interior pass rusher. Okay. Now, hopefully, he's going to be a really good 3 technique against the run as well. But Walter Nolan, I think, is going to be one of those guys that could provide a little something for the Arizona Cardinals.
We're going to do this right now. We're going to get command and control involved in this too, real quick.
Okay.
It's just a quick question.
Yeah.
All right, for everybody. Somebody write it down. I'll write it down on this piece of paper, but then I'll throw it away. Who has more sacks next year, Walter Nolan or Darius Robinson?
Oh, man.
We'll start with command and control. Let's start. Rick, where would you, Walter Nolan or Darius Robinson more sacks next year?
Walter Nolan.
Okay. Jamal?
D-Rob.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go with Robinson too. He kind of feels, not like a risk, but like he's played a season, but he missed a lot of it. Walter Nolan might be a little unique if he's just rushing right up the middle. That's tough.
Boy, that really is. You know what I'm going to do?
I'm going to go D-Rob.
I'm going D-Rob as well.
Okay.
I'm going to go Darius Robinson, and the reason being is because I think that Nick Rawlis is going to move Darius Robinson around. I think we're going to see him in a lot of different areas. And Darius Robinson also, when you think about the motivation factor, do you think there's going to be a player that is more motivated than Darius Robinson? You know how squared away this kid is.
Yeah, no, that's a good point.
This kid is squared away.
He loves the process.
He loves the process and he loves the game. And, man, last year was a massive disappointment for Darius Robinson. Yeah. So I think he knows he's got a lot to prove. And I think he'll accept and embrace that challenge. And because of that, I think he's in for a big year. Now, once again, year 1 to year 2 is typically the most you're going to grow as an NFL player from year 1 to year 2. How much will that be the case for Darius Robinson?
I also think what you said about Nick Rawlis moving them all around. Like I feel like we're going to see Darius Robinson on the line. He's going to be edge. We're going to see him
over the center,
dropping out of the sky in a parachute to land on the quarterback. Like Nick Rawlis is going to just like have him everywhere that he possibly can to get. Yeah, so I'm excited to see what he can do, assuming he stays on the field and everything. But you gotta see what he can do. This is Monty Austinfort when he was on with us earlier this week. We asked him flat out, "Is there anything else you need to do to this roster?" And this is what he said.
Well, Luke, I think the team building process never ends, right? So, I think we just actually had a meeting today with our pro department and just talked about who's still out there and who's available and where we might have some room to add somebody or move the roster around a little bit. So, that never quite ends. But, I think to your point, that has been a huge focus is we want to increase competition. And we feel that we've been able to do that over the course of, 3 drafts now and 2 free agency periods. We feel like we've been able to do that. And so, that's all. It's only going to bring out the best in everybody. It's going to bring out the best of everybody on the practice field in the preseason so that when we're ultimately deciding this 53-man roster, it's going to increase our depth. It's going to increase our starting spots, and you guys know this is a long season, and we saw it. We've seen it the last 2 years, just the attrition that takes place at positions. You can never have enough talented depth on the team, and we're excited to see that depth and that competition play out once we get into August.
How much did you talk about Kaiser White and Will Hernandez? How much did you talk about him?
Answer me. I didn't answer on Will Hernandez and Kaiser White.
I think that's when I followed up.
You did.
Didn't I bring that follow-up?
I did, and that's when he was like, I'm going to give Wolf the most median GM answer I can. Because I said this earlier this week when we had him on, Monty's really good at giving you an answer as a GM, like a legitimate answer. Like I came out of the interview like, wow, they are almost as surprised as we are that Will Johnson was still there. Like, he gave us some real good stuff. But when you tried to corner him on Kaiser White and Will Hernandez, this is what he said.
Yeah, Wolf, I think we keep lines of communication open with a lot of players. And so, that's constant checking in and seeing where everybody is. And so I think those are conversations that continue to take place. And we got to see how it goes here. We got to see once we get our own guys out on the field and see how that goes. And just check in and see. Everybody's got, those 2 guys are still free agents, and so they may have opportunities too. So, I certainly keep those lines of communication open, and we'll continue to do that here and if there's a fit for adding to our roster, we won't hesitate to do it.
He basically told you he owns a phone.
Yeah.
That's basically what his answer was.
Yeah, right. Exactly, man. I'm so distracted right now because we've got something on one of these televisions here in the studio, Basinonians.
It looks pretty old school.
It literally was showing Jeff Hostetler in West by God, Virginia, 1983, as a matter of fact. And there was Don Nalen, Daddy Don, head coach of the West Virginia Mountaineers, ladies and gentlemen, and a guy that I love to my very bones. And there he was wow. I actually saw myself on a highlight.
I was going to say, was that you
Are
right there?
you kidding me?
What is going on
Okay,
on the TV?
Very distracting going on right now. I'm sorry, Luke. I apologize.
That was you in college right there.
That was, 36, number 36.
Okay, what's going on
as a
over
matter of fact, and I just jacked some dude up from Boston College. I'm not bragging, Basinonians. It happened.
NFL Network just
Jacked
put it on
up.
the screen. That's live as we're doing the show. I got one more question before we go to break that I would ask.
Yeah.
Is Michael Wilson going to be like a clear-cut, bona fide number 2 receiver this year?
Yeah.
That would be a question I would ask.
You know what? I think he's going to take that next step. Yeah, I think he will.
If he can do that, I think they're a playoff team.
The problem is the combination of Marvin Harrison Jr., and if he really, really takes that next step himself, man, he's going to get a lot of targets with Trey McBride.
Yeah.
Those 2 guys alone, Marvin Harrison Jr. and Trey McBride. So it might be difficult for him to make the kind of impact we're hoping for.
All right, we come back. We'll stick with football. Did everybody in the draft get prank called? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
After falling behind 10-3 in the first half, the Mountaineers' defense came up with one of its patented big plays when the hardest little hitter in football, Tim Agee, picked off a Boomer Esiason pass. That set up a bowling score by fullback Ron Wolfley, which knotted the score at 10 after 30 minutes.
Our
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The player that needs to make the biggest leap next year is Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray's we need to know if Kyler Murray's the franchise quarterback or not here. This is it, right? We've all said it. With the contract or the way the contract is, you weren't going to get off Kyler this year. If Kyler has an average year and doesn't take the team to the playoffs, he's the biggest one, right?
I won't object to that, yeah.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. You know what's coming up? Cinco de Mayo is coming up, and Twin Peaks is celebrating big this year with sweet deals through May 5th. So get there, and while you're there, you get the great scenery Twin Peaks is known for, and you get wall-to-wall TVs to watch all the sports going on right now, and there are plenty of sports going on right now because baseball's here, which means games every day. We're closing in on a champion in basketball. We're down to 12 teams, and we could be down to 10 by the end of tonight. Same with hockey. We're down to 15 teams. We could be down to 13 by the end of tonight. Plus, Twin Peaks has an entire menu made for MVPs. Wings, steaks, burgers, flatbreads, tacos. They got the spicy meatball parmesan sandwich, soups and salads. They got desserts as well. If you're looking for an appetizer, I would suggest the loaded fries. I'd also suggest the chips and queso. And if you're going to do that, I would further suggest you add the brisket chili to those chips and queso. Whatever you need, Twin Peaks has you covered with the great scenery they're known for at 5 convenient Valley locations. So never settle. Stop by and experience the lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Shane O'Hanrahan. And Shane, with all the confusion over tariffs, what does it mean to the automobile industry?
Right now, all that is in limbo. But what I can tell you is every vehicle on Chapman BMW's lot is tariff-free. With financing as low as 1.99%, the time to buy is right now. So get in and get your best selection of your brand new BMW.
That's really good news for people who want to drive off in the ultimate driving machine.
Yes, it is. And Chapman BMW is here to help.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-961-5544. 800-961-5544.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California and via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
At Shane Company, we love a spring engagement. But you might be wondering, how do I find the perfect engagement ring? As a trusted family jeweler since 1929, we get asked this a lot. We have a wide selection of ring settings, like vintage designs with romantic details, floral settings inspired by nature, and classic styles with clean lines and sleek metals. Dreaming of the most beautiful diamond you've ever seen? At Shane Company, we handpick only the sparkliest center stones in all shapes and sizes, from oval to round to marquise, and more. We have gorgeous natural and lab-grown diamonds at competitive prices, in-store, ready to compare side by side. Drawn to certain colors? We're known for our rainbow of vivid natural sapphires, including shades of blue, straight out of a fairy tale, handpicked by our owner, Tom Shane. At Shane Company, we have the best free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, plus resizing, repairs, and cleanings for life. Visit us at shaneco.com or in store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will Corbin Burns lift the Diamondbacks today? Let's hope so. We'll discuss tomorrow morning starting at 6 a.m.
All right, Wolf, I have officially lost track of all the players who got drafted over the weekend who apparently got prank called.
Man.
Sounds like Abdul Carter. You can add him to the list.
Yes.
Tyler Warren, I know, was one of them. There's been a few other ones. Obviously, Shadur is the original, I guess.
Yep.
Here's Ryan Clark on First Take earlier today on the Shadur prank call.
I think this has to be done by the NFL. When you look at just all of the prank calls, but now a coach's son is calling an NFL hopeful, NFL draftee on the most important day of his life, and that is with the intention of being mean. That is with the intention of it having a negative effect. When you are in charge of this sort of sensitive information, it is your job to keep it confidential. And I think Jeff Albrecht, being at his home, may have gotten too comfortable, but what this incident shows us is you never can be. You never can be in a situation where you have this sort of information and you don't protect it with your life, because this is not only your career, but this also affects many other people.
Man, I've got a little bit of understanding for Jeff Albrecht. If he left his laptop open, I'm not going to expect my 21-year-old son to be so dense as to go ahead and take the number and film himself pranking Shadur. I mean, I'm going to give him a little bit of leeway on this, yet at the same time, I agree. The NFL is going to crack down on this in a big way.
Well, the Falcons got fined $250,000. Jeff Ulbrich got fined $100,000. Can you imagine doing something, and I don't mean like accidentally, but like you intentionally do something because you think it's going to be funny, and your dad gets fined $100,000 for it? Yeah. I'm guessing that doesn't go over real well, especially, again, Jeff Ulbricht's son is not 5. He's 21.
Can you imagine what the holidays will be like?
I assume Jeff Ulbricht's son's paying for all the food, and he doesn't get any presents this year. It's
going to be a little uncomfortable Thanksgiving Day table, is it not, my brothers?
Hey, son, can you pass the cranberry sauce and $100,000?
Can I talk to you for a minute right now? Because I want to take this cranberry, and I want to jam it right down your throat.
Hey, did you want another turkey leg and a phone number to prank call a draft prospect? Oh, no. You just get the turkey
goodness. Leg. You know what? You get nothing but sweet potato.
And pumpkin pie.
And pumpkin.
That's
enjoy
it. That's the punishment. Jeff Ulbricht's son has to eat all the pumpkin pie at Thanksgiving this year. I found a list. You want the list of players that have been prank called, Wolf?
Okay.
CBS has it. Okay, Shadur.
Yeah.
Kyle McCord.
That's the one I forgot.
The Syracuse quarterback. Texas wide receiver Isaiah Bond. Penn State tight end Tyler Warren.
Yep.
Oregon offensive lineman Josh Connerly Jr. UConn offensive tackle Chase Lunt. And Penn State edge rusher Abdul Carter.
Yeah. It's not new. It really isn't. It's been around for a long time. It's one of the reasons why I didn't believe Larry Wilson was Larry Wilson when he was calling me to tell me that the St. Louis Cardinals had drafted me 104 overall. It's been around. Prank phone calls. I pranked myself. That's the weird thing about it.
Well, yeah, and I feel like if that had been somebody pranking you, it would have been one of your friends.
Yes.
Not just, hey, anybody in the country could be doing this.
Good point.
Because that's
different. Changes everything.
7 names I just rattled off right there, and that's... I don't know what the NFL is going to do. I would assume they're going to say, hey, if we give you this number, maybe close your laptop. How about this? This is on Jalen Milroe, who the Seahawks took in the draft, and the idea that the Seahawks believe he's the best quarterback in the draft.
The Seahawks believe I'm the best quarterback in the draft, and they emphasize that. And then also with them getting to know me is, spending time with me, one-on-one at the facility, and just, talking ball as well. So we just took it as an opportunity to, get to know me, how I view X's and O's, what drives me, all the process when it comes to preparation, all those different things. I was able to talk to everyone on the staff about that.
How about that? Seahawks believing Jalen Milroe is the best quarterback in the draft.
Very interesting. The comp as well. They compared him to their former quarterback, Geno Smith. It's West Virginia. Okay, don't get me started, but you get my point. They think he's Geno Smith. Interesting.
Now,
I don't see that.
I should play this follow-up audio from John Schneider saying, we did not tell Jalen Milroe he's the best quarterback in the draft.
No, I don't think he was, actually. No, but he was damn close. Yeah, he's a unique, special kid, special athlete, special young man. Athlete, and we're going to develop him as a quarterback, but with that, he's can add something special as we go.
Wait a minute, who was that?
That was John Schneider.
Oh my goodness.
Whoops.
Jalen Milroe just burst into a billion pieces. Oh my goodness. Wow. Okay. You know what? I think that was intentional. They may have told him that. I don't know. Some scout may have told him that.
Maybe.
That's intentional to go out and actually say, no, he wasn't.
No, we didn't say that.
No, we didn't say that.
We didn't say that, and we don't feel it.
Oh, man, that's a beatdown right there. Hey, Jalen, you know what? I don't know what you're talking about. You better come in here, and you better earn your spot on this team.
What about what he said at the end? About, he almost sounded like he was leaning towards and maybe he'll play a different position at some point. Did you hear that, the very end of it?
No.
Here,
I was too shocked at what he was saying.
Yeah, I the first time I didn't even hear the second part. Here, I'll play it again.
No, I don't think he was, actually. No, but he was damn close. Yeah, he's a unique, special kid, special athlete, special young man. Athlete, and we're going to develop him as a quarterback, but with that, he's can add something special as we go.
Said athlete.
Mm-hmm.
Athlete.
Didn't say quarterback.
Yeah, athlete before he said quarterback. Interesting.
Well, they went out and got Sam Darnold, so they probably, I don't know. I don't know I don't totally know what Seattle's doing. Now, I say that not in the sense of, I think they're going to be bad.
I would love to see that, man. I honestly would. Sam Darnold might have a meltdown at some point. I'm not looking forward to that. You know that. I don't root against people. I don't. But, man, if that happened, I'd like to see Jalen Milroe play quarterback at the NFL level.
He's the best quarterback in the draft, depending who you talk to. Just depending who you talk to within the Seahawks.
Just
front
not
office.
their general manager.
No, I would assume not. That's a team that you look at the 49ers and what they did this offseason, and you look at the Cardinals and what they did this offseason, and you look at the Rams and just what they have become.
Luke Wolf's just watching himself on TV.
No,
I am not watching.
He's watching something much more concerning. The whole Bill Belichick.
Okay, I love Coach. I love Coach Bill.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Out of respect for you, we haven't brought that up on this show.
Yeah.
Because also I don't really understand what's going on with Coach Bill.
Yeah, I don't either. Honestly, I don't either. I just know that the memory of Coach I'm going to keep right where it is. Just the best football coach I've been around.
Well, according to The Athletic, if you were expecting to see UNC on Hard Knocks, that was kind of a thing that was supposed to happen. According to The Athletic, Bill's girlfriend shut that down very quickly.
Okay.
So there will be no UNC on Hard Knocks. Yeah. All right. When we come back, who do we expect to take the biggest leap forward on defense for the Cardinals this season? They only have about 24 candidates. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs at the Mets.
2 outs, the 2-2 pitch. Strike 3 called. The ball game is over. The Mets take the opener by a final score of 8-3. They got out in front 8-0, and they never looked back.
D-backs at the Mets. Coverage of Game 2 of the series this afternoon at 3:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Polls. Go to presidentialpolls.com for more information. Man, if you are looking to build a dream pool in your backyard, you got to go with the name Arizona trusts the most. That's right, Presidential Pools and Spas. As the #1 pool builder in Arizona by volume, they earned my business over 7 years ago, Basinonians, and now I'm recommending them to you because of what they did at the Wolfley compound. And to show their gratitude for military members and first responders, they offer exclusive discounts. That's right, Presidential Pools. They love our military and our first responders. I can tell you, they came over to the Wolfley compound and they put a pool in our backyard. And I've told you this, but it's one of the best things that we've ever done. Yeah, the family hangout time around the pool has been great. Maybe you're ready to dive in. Go to presidentialpools.com and start your backyard transformation with their long-term partners. That's presidentialpools.com.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
When you switch to Progressive and bundle your home and auto, you could save hundreds, and that's a surprising amount of money.
Whoa, that's like farmer's market money.
That's like give me a gallon of that locally sourced raw honey money.
That's certified organic heirloom tomatoes in every imaginable color except red money.
That's let's get 2 pounds of pink oyster mushrooms money. I'm not even sure I like pink oyster mushrooms.
Guess it's time to find out, because you could save hundreds when you switch to Progressive and bundle. Then the world is your pink oyster mushroom. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and for 8 years, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical relief for joint pain with over 50,000 satisfied patients, people with knee and back pain now living pain-free, shoulder and hip pain gone. What QC Kinetics is doing is nothing short of remarkable. They're using regenerative cell therapy to restore the tissue in your achy joints. They're using biologic growth factors with robust healing properties carefully and strategically placed in your joints. And the best part is, with QC Kinetics, there are no drugs, no surgery is involved, and there's no downtime. This is an all-natural option with lasting relief. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation and learn about these cutting-edge treatments that can help you live your best life with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Reach them at 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Arizona Diamondbacks Assistant General Manager Mike Fitzgerald joined Wolf and Luke earlier today and shared an update on reliever A.J. Puck's elbow injury.
You don't always get this, but we got consensus across the different people that were asked to take a look at this, that this is not surgical, not requiring surgery, and rest and recovery should be decent enough to put him in a spot. Hopefully in a few weeks from now, we can try to ramp up that progression.
The D-backs will try to even their series with the Mets today. First pitch is at 4:10. You can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Corbin Burns will get the start for the Snakes. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Sweating the price of a new AC unit? Learn how to save up to 20% on your new AC unit installation at submittosave.com today. Your ticket to a sweat-free summer.
JG, when we picked him, literally 8 defensive coordinators texted me, unquote, talking about Will Johnson.
Oh.
There's another quote that says this was JG's response in the moment when they drafted him, quote, dude, am I missing something? This is the best corner in the draft, unquote. And there was another part, I want to make sure I'm not misquoting this, but they basically said he didn't think there was any chance. He was under the impression there would be a 0.02% chance that Will Johnson was going to be there when they picked in the second round. It's interesting to hear that a lot of people around the league were as surprised that the Cardinals got Will Johnson at number 47 as we probably all were watching it. I mean, I remember flipping that on Friday of the draft and being like, oh, okay, here's some players that I wanted the Cardinals to take are already gone. Luther Burden was one of them. Okay. The Cardinals are taking Will Johnson. The Cardinals just got Will Johnson at pick 47.
Yeah, and once again, it is the scheme fit, Basinonians. I know I keep talking about it, but you have to understand how important that is because the Arizona Cardinals do play a lot of zone, and yet that's exactly where Will Johnson shines the most is in a zone room. It really is an innate ability. It's one of the things that coaches will look for in terms of players and where to play them defensively, to play him as a safety as opposed to a corner. Now, a lot of times that's just because of the athleticism. A corner is typically one of your most athletic dudes on the field, if not the most athletic dude on the field. But at the same time, a lot of times you see safeties that are very, very athletic, no doubt about that. Yet they have a brain that is so important to how they play the game. Think of Troy Polamalu. Troy Polamalu had a brain that made his athleticism special because of his brain. He would jump so many plays because he would work at his job. He would study the opponent, of course. But more than that, too, he had this innate ability to guess what the play was and be right more times than not.
That helps.
That helps a lot. Will Johnson, the same way. As a corner, I think he guesses on some things, which is a little dangerous. Yet at the same time, if you guess right more times than not, you are a pick six waiting to happen.
Well, and the Cardinals really haven't had a guy like that in a while that is just like an interception artist.
Everson Walls was one of the best cornerbacks ever to play in the National Football League. Everson Walls. Google it, my young crunks. He was a cluer. That's what he was. That's what you call a cluer. And he would peek, and he'd look at the quarterback and lose sight of the receiver just so he could jump certain routes, and was really, really good at it. Now, every now and then, it would burn him.
Yeah. I mean, that's going to be the downside, although Will Johnson was so good in college, it's hard to really see the downside yet. But the upside to that is when you've got Budda Baker and Jalen Thompson and Rabbit as your safeties behind him, you maybe don't get burned as much. Here's Jonathan Gannon on Shine on Sports today talking about his surprise when they got Will Johnson.
We were really comfortable with the medical. You know, I know he was nicked up a touch in his career, just like most of the guys. But when we left on Thursday, he was we had him, graded very high. And in my mind, I was like, there is no chance he's there when we pick in 2, like none, right? And we get there Friday, and Monty has all these algorithms that he has all the analytics people run and all this stuff. And I said, what are the chances that he's there in 2? And they're like, Coach, like 0.02, like no chance, right?
Well, he was there.
Monty running all the algorithms.
I feel like Monty programs the algorithms himself. Here's more from JG talking about that decision.
So when he was sitting there, right, Adam, I'm like, dude, am I missing something? Like, this is the best corner in the draft. Like, what are we talking about? Like, and there was a group of players that we liked when we were picking, and that was kind of a no-brainer too. Where like, we think this guy's a starting corner, and just the person is phenomenal, his intangibles. He's very intelligent, and he really is a scheme fit for us too. So it was like, dude, like let's take that guy. You know what I mean? So when we picked him, it was like, holy cow, man.
Okay. I love to laugh, Mason. I do, but who was that laughing right
I don't know, but that was quite the laugh.
That was, I didn't think it was that funny.
No, nothing's that funny. Let's be honest. Real knee slapper.
Oh, my goodness.
Look, every year, I feel like every GM and coach, every pick is like, that guy was number 1 on our board. Well, coach, that was your 7th round pick. Yeah, he was number 7 on our board. He just happened to be there. But in this case, he obviously wasn't number 1 on their board because they took Walter Nolan before him. And he didn't say that Will Johnson was number 1 on their board. But the whole, we were stunned he was there even going into round 2. No chance he'd be there at round 47 or pick 47. Weren't we all feeling that in the moment too?
Yeah. How about this? Their first 3 picks. I'm going to focus on their first 3 picks right here. And I'm going to ask a question of you guys. How many interceptions will the combination of Walter Nolan and of Jordan Birch and Will Johnson, those 3 guys, how many picks over the course of their career could you see them generating? Stop and think about that. The pass rush of Walter Nolan getting in the face of somebody, and all of a sudden a quarterback throws the ball up and Will Johnson picks it off. Or maybe it's a Jordan Birch around the edge with a little arm under, swat. And suddenly the quarterback steps up and throws another pick. I mean, that combination right there, I do wonder about that. That's a good thing to grade and a good thing to keep track of. How many picks will that produce? The combination of those 3 guys.
Yeah, like you snap the ball, you see Walter Nolan running right up the middle, so you try and roll out. There's Jordan Birch, so you just chuck it up, and Will Johnson intercepts it.
That's exactly right. I mean, honestly.
Now that you have all this time on Sundays, Wolf, that sounds like something you could do.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you know what? Honestly, I'm going to be taking notes on a lot of other things other than that. How many picks? I think that's something good for Jamal. As a matter of fact.
Jamal's in the seat where you just get handed homework.
Jamal's just going to be, Jamal, this is going to be your task right here on a Sunday. How many picks does that combination actually generate?
So just for clarification, it doesn't have to be Will Johnson who gets the pick. Walter Nolan could trigger an interception that gets thrown to Star Thomas.
No, I want it Will Johnson.
Oh, so it's got to be
Will
those
Johnson
3 together?
Only. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
How many? Those 3 right there. Could you see Walter Nolan getting interior push on a quarterback that would pressure a pick? Yeah, I could see that.
What if Jordan
right there.
Birch just gets an interception himself? That doesn't count either?
Oh, yeah, okay.
We'll
That
take
does.
that too.
So like a Walter Nolan or Jordan Birch interception does count if they leap up and grab it.
Listen, if a corner in the NFL gets 4 or 5 picks on the season, you're talking about incredible.
Yeah.
That's an incredible amount right there if a corner gets 4 or 5.
Sean Murphy Bunting led the Cardinals last year with 3.
Yes.
They haven't really had a ball hawk back there since Patrick Peterson, unless I'm forgetting somebody. Real quick, one more cut from Jonathan Gannon on Shine on Sports today.
I'm like you, Adam. I did not think he was going to be there. And you know what's funny? I'm going to air dirty laundry here, but as the draft's going on, coaches are texting back and forth, not just our staff, but other staffs. People that you worked with or that and you make a pick, and certain coaches like certain guys. And when we picked him, Adam, literally 8 defensive coordinators text me oh my God, number 1 corner on the board, blah, 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 blah. They all want, you know what I mean? And for whatever reason, he came to us. And so we're just like Walt, we're excited to get to work with him too, man.
He was the guy. He wasn't the only guy, I'm sure, Wolf, but you heard people and draft experts leading up to the draft say, the way this draft becomes a matter of personal preference or need for teams after the first couple picks is probably going to lead to somebody sliding, but in a non-traditional way. Not that teams didn't want him. They just had other things they felt like they needed, and a lot of guys were relatively even. And I am surprised other corners went ahead of him, but at the same time, I know that there is at least a little bit of an injury concern. Doesn't sound like the Cardinals are concerned, but I'm sure it doesn't have to be all of the 31 teams were concerned. It just has to be the couple teams that took corners were concerned.
Had a need for a corner.
Yeah.
No doubt about it, Luke.
All right, we come back. Final segment of the show. What are we expecting from Corbin Burns tonight in Queens? D-backs Mets Game 2. And a couple injury updates that we got from Mike Fitzgerald earlier in the show on the D-backs, some of their key players. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel to watch and listen to exclusive conversations and content. From Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. I am Santan Ford. Listen, Santan Ford has employee pricing going on right now. The employee pricing, it is for a limited time, but it can save you thousands of dollars, brothers. Plus, at Santan Ford, you can buy a new 2025 Ford Explorer for as low as 2.9% APR financing. That is a great rate. Or take up to $8,700 off brand new 2025 Ford Escapes. And what I love about this, Santan Ford, they have hundreds of Escapes to choose from. Their lot is full, Basinonians. Let's recap. Employee pricing, financing options that are good for your wallet, and selection galore. It's all going on right now from America for America. We'll see you over at Tim Hovik Santan Ford in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
Hey, it's Gambo. Summer is coming and you got to get your air conditioner ready. My friends at Christian Brothers HVAC are doing an AC tune-up only for the month of April. This full 22-point AC inspection also includes the condenser coil cleaning plus a condensate drain line cleaning. All this for only $129 per unit. I just had it done at my house and you should too. Call my friends at Christian Brothers today and ask for the AC tune-up at 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
Slim down this summer and rock that swimsuit with Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get started today, and our expert doctors will help maximize your results from brand name medications like Wegovy and Zepbound. Red Mountain is the trusted leader in medical weight loss, helping over 1 million patients lose weight fast. Our doctors deliver safe, effective solutions tailored to your needs. Lose weight and look great just in time for summer at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon, you wish would never end. The homemade taste of Bluebell, and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
Chocolate lovers are going absolutely bananas over our new Bluebell Banana Fudge. Rich milk chocolate ice cream swirled with a scrumptious banana-flavored ice cream. Your favorite banana fudge bar, now in a carton.
The good old days are being made right now. The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at all Fry's food stores and all Walgreens.
Hey, it's Gambo. Which member of the Diamondbacks has been the most valuable through the first month of the season? Plus, we'll get you ready for D-backs Mets Game 2, starting at 2 o'clock on Arizona Sports.
Oh. And there are worse songs to close the show with.
My goodness. I mean,
nobody's going to be upset.
I mean, the most famous closer song of all time.
Yeah, maybe this should just be our closing music every day.
Yeah, the most famous post of all time. Hit the post or hit somebody. That was never a bad thing. Out on the football field, of course, Base Loadies. In between the white lines. Spot above the eyebrows. On the spot below the lips. Ding! How'd that feel, bro?
You know what's kind of fun to do, Wolf, is to, when we're playing Metallica on the show,
yes,
to look out into the newsroom and have Metallica as the soundtrack to whatever they're doing. And right now they're not doing anything.
Okay.
They're just sitting there working. But there was like somebody walked by slowly. Didn't really match up with Enter Sandman.
You know what is also really fun, too, is to remember what it was like to hit somebody with a spot above your eyebrows on the spot below his lips.
Finish him!
And I'm talking, ding! Oh! Boy, it felt so good because you didn't feel it.
Until that guy was your teammate 5 years later.
Yeah, right. I'm sorry about that, Carl Banks.
Mike Fitzgerald, D-backs assistant GM, joined us earlier on the show today, and he gave us this update on Ketel Marte.
Yeah, we're hopeful to see him this weekend, and that'll be a great addition, not just because of the talent that he is, but then also we've scored, I think, the third most runs in the game so far, but we're doing it in a fairly unconventional in terms of our typical pass. Where last year we were just like we were just talking about the 9-on-1, our lineup was really deep, really long. Now we've been kind of carried by that 1 through 4, 1 through 5. So getting Ketel back should be good, not just because he'll continue to help that 1 through 4, but that also might let us shift some other guys around and get back to that lengthening lineup, 27 tough outs, not giving pitchers a chance to kind of catch their breath throughout the course of an outing, and just having a relentless, stubborn attitude throughout the entire game.
What is the first thing you think of when you listen to Fitz talk about that? We scored the most runs for me now. Okay, third most runs in baseball right now. Once again, this offense is holding up its end of the bargain.
Yeah.
The defense and pitching has not.
That's probably why the Ketel Marte injury, look, it's a big deal, and it's not like it hasn't been talked about at all, but it hasn't been as, I don't know that it's been viewed as like, wow, that's really holding the Diamondbacks down right now, because they're still scoring a ton of runs. Now, what he's saying right there makes a lot of sense. I mean, your lineup is a lot more dangerous top to bottom if you can just go ahead and put Ketel Marte back near the top of the order, and you can put Geraldo Perdomo further down, and that way his impact can be felt in the 8 or 9 spot or whatever. Like, I can read you their lineup today, Wolf, because it is out. I believe this is for today. Yeah, okay. So here's the order, okay?
Yeah.
And this is, I'm not saying this is like as a knock on any of these guys, but imagine how much better it is if you're able to put Ketel Marte back near the top. Tim Tawa's batting leadoff. Tawa batting leadoff.
Okay.
Corbin Carroll. Randall Grichuk is DHing and batting third. Gino cleanup. Josh Naylor 5th. Gabby Moreno 6th. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. 7th. Jorge Barosa 8th. And Garrett Hampson 9th. So some guys are getting days off, but also be nice to just have Ketel Marte in there.
Yes. Boy, it's going to be great to have him back. You can see the impact that he has on his teammates as well. He's a guy that smiles an awful lot, and his teammates love him from what at least I've heard. I've heard that he is one of the more popular guys inside of that dugout, and it makes perfect sense as to why he goes about his business in a very professional kind of way, yet is not a look-at-me guy.
Mm-hmm. Also, when we had Fitz on earlier, he gave us an update on the A.J. Puck injury, because there already was the update from Tory yesterday that he's just going to not throw for 2 to 3 weeks, and they're going to kind of reevaluate from there, which is not ideal. But when you compare it to what we were all worried might be the case, a week or so ago. That's relatively really good news. Here's Mike Fitzgerald.
Yeah, so we try to be as diligent as we can in this space. I don't think anybody has perfectly right answers. You're trying to crowdsource as much information from respected doctors across the nation. And fortunately, you don't always get this, but we got consensus across the different people that were asked to take a look at this, that this is not surgical, not requiring surgery, and rest and recovery should be decent enough to put him in a spot. Hopefully in a few weeks from now we can try to ramp up that progression. But it was nice to see a consensus across all the doctors that took a look at the imaging that this can be managed with some rest and recovery.
Man, that really is that even more positive than the first time I heard it, because I missed the word consensus twice. This is really good news.
It almost sounds like they did get the initial news and it was good news. And they're like, we got to get a second and a third opinion. And they both agreed.
And what did we think immediately?
We were like, there's no way it's good news if you're getting a second or a third opinion.
That's right. A consensus. This is one of the reasons why, ladies and gentlemen, you always have to be very careful in what it is that you say as you're broadcasting, all right?
Way to give us that lesson with 2 minutes left in the show.
Just saying right now.
Where were you 4 hours ago?
Be careful, Basin audience.
Is this a shot at me?
No. You're going to do a podcast? Is that what you're going to do? You fancy yourself as a podcaster. Be careful of what you say. Even a radio host, be careful of what you say. You might assume a second and third opinion. That is a bad thing. That's bad. That's like, oh, man, this is bad. We need second and third opinions to verify the badness. It was not the case, my brothers.
Doesn't sound like it.
Don't be Dr. Rick.
Don't be Dr. Rick. So far, Dr. Rick, thankfully, 0 for 1 on the air.
Yes. He was very confident, though, that he was right.
That's good.
Okay.
For a few weeks after.
So, you see, here's the thing.
Okay.
I'm still slightly concerned because, just moving forward. Do I think he'll be back this season? Yes. Still slightly concerned, though.
Well,
okay.
I think that's fair. That wasn't the Dr. Rick I know.
Boy, that was Rick out on a limb right there.
We're all slightly concerned. He has an elbow issue, but a week ago, Dr. Rick burst in, done. Everybody's done. Everybody's
That's
out
right.
for the year.
That's right.
Shutting down the league.
Yes, I'm going to put myself in the slightly concerned category as well. I think it's safe.
Look, if you're an Arizona sports fan, you've spent some time in the slightly concerned category in the past. Everybody knows how to navigate it. Corbin Burns, what are we thinking? No-hitter tonight?
No. Okay. I think Corbin Burns, I expect Corbin Burns to be really, really, really good. I'm talking about 7 innings, 2 earned runs.
Yeah, I really like the no-hitter, I'm being honest.
What?
I'd really like a no-hitter.
Well,
I'll go 6 1/3, and yeah, I think I'm with you. I think he gives up 2 runs and 6 1/3, and he strikes out 7. How's that? All right, we gotta go. Thanks to Rick and Jamal. For Wolf and Luke, we got Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
Bickley and Marana mornings.
Cam Scadaboo came off the board, 105th overall. You talked about Vic, wanting it to be the Arizona Cardinals for not just football reasons, but almost community reasons.
I became everything I despise over the weekend. My hypocrisy was overwhelming me. But going into the selection before Jordan Birch, I was like, please do it. You got Walter Nolan in the first round, and you got Will Johnson. Great value in the second round. Do it. Just do it. Give the people what they want.
And they didn't do it.
And they didn't do it.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
What's better than the thrill of reeling in your next trophy catch? Saving big while gearing up for it. The Shields Fishing Sale event is on now through May 4th. Save 20% on Shields Outfitters rods and 20% on baits, lures, and plastics from Berkeley, Rapala, BMC, Acme, and more. And don't miss out on over $1,000 in savings on Garmin Ultra 2 Live Scope bundles. Our Shields fishing experts are ready to prepare you for unforgettable fishing memories. Only at Shields and Shields.com.
Dan Bickley here, and New Life Dental Implant Center is doing more than giving people people new implants and new smiles. They are giving people their dignity and their happiness back. And that's because they offer amazing quality, great convenience, and unbeatable prices, the lowest you are going to find anywhere. And that is how they are transforming the lives of so many people in the Valley. And you can be next. Call 602-855-0000 or online at newsmilearizona.com.
With Progressive Snapshot, you could save on auto insurance rates by driving safely, which is nice because you can just keep doing you. So keep on using that broken phone charger because it occasionally works. Keep quoting something you heard on a podcast as your own. Keep ignoring your sister's texts while you drive and after. And when baggage claim says, have a great trip, keep on saying, you too. And keep driving safely. And you could save with Snapshot from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Worried about your battery and the heat? We get it. You don't want to get stranded somewhere with a car that feels like an oven. We've got you covered at AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination. Our free battery testing and charging service can help. And if you need a battery, we'll help you find a new one, no problem. Power through with free battery testing and charging at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
As a fan, you know all the important sports cliches. And when you save money by bundling your home and auto with Progressive, you can get out there and give it 110%, even though that's mathematically impossible. And remember, failure is not an option. Well, it's always an option, just not a good one. But you're not worried because you've got ice in your veins. You're on fire. How can both of those things be true at the same time? Well, that's between you and your doctor. So get out there and leave it all on the field. Leave what? Who cares? Just leave it and save with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and then moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. That sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. You buy your new home now, you sell the old one later. Think about that for a second. Moving's a big enough deal as it is. How are you supposed to time everything out perfectly so you're selling your old home right as you're buying your new one? It's not realistic. Well, Orchard has the solution for you. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves, none of that nonsense. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home. They make price-boosting upgrades. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. So Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, then sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com. Get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Diamondbacks looking to bounce back after last night's blowout loss to the Mets. They're sending Corbin Burns to the mound to get back into the W column. He'll oppose the veteran right-hander Huáscar Brazoban. First pitch is at 4:10. Pre-game coverage starts at 3:30. That'll be right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Cardinals announced jersey numbers for the newest members of the squad. Calais Campbell is reclaiming number 93, the same one he donned when he began his career in AZ. And Will Johnson opting for 0 as his number in his rookie season. You can see the full list right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. And tonight in the NBA playoffs, the Lakers are in danger of being eliminated in front of the home crowd, and we're all very upset about that. They're down 3-1 to the Minnesota Timberwolves in the first round series. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage starts at 6:30 on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports, The local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw. On this Wednesday afternoon, good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo.
Burnsy, what's going on?
Not much, my friend. How we doing over there? We good?
Good.
Gambo working from home today. Yes, not here in the studio with us. Although I'm told there is, going to it right now, I'm told there's a new photo that we're using for you when you're working from home. Yeah, they picked it. Oh, look at that. Yeah, it's a handsome photo at that too. If you're watching on YouTube,
well, I'm a pretty handsome guy, so I mean,
we had so many to choose from with you, Gambo. It was very difficult back here for our web team to choose a photograph of which one to use for you for our YouTube stream. But we are
very handsome guy. I got to admit.
You know, and I regret even bringing this up. You can subscribe to our show on YouTube. Search Arizona Sports. You can subscribe to the station at YouTube. Search us at youtube.com and subscribe to the show. Then you can watch us whenever we want, which Mitch reminds me that we're also on Instagram at Burns and Gambo. We're at Facebook at Burns and Gambo. We're
YouTube?
on X at Burns and Gambo.
MySpace?
No, not MySpace. YouTube.
Napster. We're on Napster.
At Arizona_sports. We're on TikTok at Arizona Sports 987. We are all over the place on social media here on Arizona Sports.
AOL.com. We're on it.
with the old-fashioned dial-up, you've got mail kind of thing, right? Yeah. So just like yesterday, Diamondbacks on the East Coast. Hopefully not like yesterday. The Diamondbacks can do a little bit better than they did against the Mets, as we got a short show for you today. Let's weigh in on our top story of the day on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
2 outs, the 2-2 pitch. Strike 3 called. The ball game is over. The Mets take the opener by a final score of 8-3. They got out in front 8-0, and they never looked back.
Yeah, that was about as bad as it could be for
that was ugly.
Arizona Diamondbacks. It was. Yeah. Everything about it was ugly.
Yeah, this season is not going as planned right now for the Arizona Diamondbacks. I mean, the bullpen issues aside, the starting pitching has not been what we expected. We came in and we looked at – I remember me and you doing shows. So like, oh, this rotation, it's going to be top 5 in baseball. This is where this person has the rotation ranked, and this is where this has the rotation. Look, the rotation sucks right now. I mean, Eduardo Rodriguez was clobbered yesterday, just clobbered. It was just so bad. I mean, that game got away from him quickly. His ERA's over 6. He pitched terrible in that baseball game. Just didn't even give him a chance. So the rotation just has to be better. It has to be, or forget it. Like this season is going nowhere unless this starting rotation pitches better.
Yeah. Now okay, I'm gonna be that guy for just a second, and if you want to accuse me on social media of being that guy, okay, fine, knock yourself out. Diamondbacks have played what 29 games so far, right? Is that the deal? 29 games so far. I believe their record now is they're 15-14. They have played 29 games so far. You want to guess their record after 29 games a year ago? You want to take a gander at what it might be?
Record last year, 14-15.
You're close, 13-16. 13-16. So
that was my first thought, but I didn't go there.
So worse than it is now, and yet they still, went off on that run and put themselves in a position. Now they ultimately failed, and they failed because of some of those games they failed on early in the season. So I'm not trying to sit here and say, hey, everything's going to be fine, everything's okay. There is plenty of time to recover from this, but you are so right about one thing. The starting pitching has been so far removed from what we expected it to be that it's really been like it's problematic. It's like you're trying to judge this team and what they can do. They're not going to get anywhere if they don't get better starts out of Zach Gallen, Corbin Burns, and Eduardo Rodriguez. They're not going to go anywhere like this.
Yeah, we said it the other day. Your top 2 pitchers are Brandon Pfaadt and Merrill Kelly. That's that's good for them, but it's not good for the team. I thought about this yesterday as I was watching Rodriguez pitch, and I watched Ryan Nelson come into the game and just throw BBs. Man, he didn't give up a hit. He was so great. And I'm thinking to myself, and without even looking at the log for Eduardo Rodriguez, I'm thinking like, is it time to flip-flop these two? It's my thought. Now, again, I had to do a deeper dive into it to look at what Eduardo Rodriguez had done in his 5 previous starts because, as you mentioned on our emails to each other, his 16 starts with the Arizona Diamondbacks are not good. Overall, they're not good.
16 starts. He's 4-7 with a 5.44 ERA over 82
sucks.
innings. It's not worth $80 million. I know that. It's not $80 million worth of greatness right there.
No, it's not $8 million. It's $8. That's what that's worth. $8. That's what he should be paid for that. That's terrible. It's not getting the job done. I thought about it last night. I'm not going to lie. I didn't even look at what – I know Rodriguez had a couple of decent starts. I do know but I'm thinking to myself, like, if you want to, like, Ryan Nelson is lined up to pitch the same time that Rodriguez is now after all those pitches he threw last night, and he was great. He didn't give up a single hit. I mean, I think it's fair. I think it's a fair question to ask. Are they better right now with Ryan Nelson in the starting rotation with the problem the rotation is having? You're not taking out Burns. You're not taking out Gallen. You're not taking out Kelly. You're not taking out Fott. If you were going to make a change, you would take out Eduardo Rodriguez. Mm-hmm. I know he's $80 million, and you got him signed for the next couple. But if you were going to make a change, that would be the one you would have to consider.
It would have to. There's nobody else you would think about doing it to. I mean, there's nobody else to even think about it with. And yes, Ryan Nelson was very impressive. His last time out, not so much. And that's something you got to factor into this a little bit too, that Ryan Nelson has had, I'm going to go off the top of my head here and say 6 appearances so far this year. 2 of them have not gone well at all for him. But with how he pitched last night and how Eduardo Rodriguez is not exactly bringing up the rear of this rotation, Gambo, I assure you, without actually knowing for a fact, I assure you they're having these conversations internally right now. They're wondering about Ryan Nelson, and they're wondering how exactly is it going to look and how exactly is it going to work when it's time to put him in the starting rotation. I guarantee you they are. It's because first and foremost, it starts with getting a better Zach Gallen. It starts with getting a better Corbin Burns. Corbin's been better as of late, but he hasn't been what you thought you were getting for the money. That starts tonight with his start against New York. It's a pretty big start for Corbin Burns, I think, in this game to at least give you a chance of winning this series. I can't wait to see how he does. But if you're going to make a switch, it's going to be Eduardo Rodriguez, and Ryan Nelson last night is clearly giving them something to think about. It's just a question of when and how many more starts do you want to give Eduardo before you realize it's not working? How many more does he deserve? And I'm sure they're having these conversations, if not out loud, at least inside their own heads right now over the Diamondbacks.
I think you have to. It's just you're going to have to take a guy out of a starting rotation and make him a bullpen guy. It's just it can't be a money decision. It can't be. I mean, it's just these games are too important, and there's too many teams like. Even if you just look at the wild card standings, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 teams within 4 games of each other, 11 within 5.5. But 10 teams within 4 games of each other for a while. These games are you've mentioned it 100 times. These games are so freaking important. Even the ones now in April and May, you don't want to. We saw what happened we know what happened last year. If you've got to make a decision to take Eduardo Rodriguez out of the lineup, the rotation, and you think that's best for the team, then do it.
Now they're not going to. I'm sure he's going to get another start, which makes that start very, very important for him. I do want to say this in fairness to Eduardo Rodriguez. His 5 previous, and you kind of referenced this for a second.
Yep.
His 5 previous starts before this one, he had been fine. He really had. He had been maybe not spectacular, but and certainly I don't think there is a pitcher on this staff who has been more of a victim of the inconsistent defense of the Arizona Diamondbacks than Eduardo Rodriguez. He has pitched much better than I think some of his numbers have shown, and I think the defense has betrayed him maybe more than any other pitcher on this staff. So this is a relatively new conversation that we're having about. I mean, a week ago we weren't having this conversation because he was fine. What he was doing was fine. More of what we saw last night, even one more of what we saw last night, as long as Ryan Nelson continues to pitch well, you're going to have to start to think about it after another 2 or 3 starts like this. And it's just a question of how, because you're right. It can't be a money decision. You can't make it about the money. It's just going to be, it's not even going to be awkward. It's just, when do you do it? What's the decider on that?
And I think that you're right. I wouldn't pull him. I'm keeping my eye on it. I give him the next start too, like you do. But his last 2 starts, he's given up 12 earned runs in 10 2/3 innings. So the last 2, he's given up 12 runs earned in 10 2/3 innings, 8 against the Mets and then 4 against the Rays. The 2 starts before that, only 1 against Miami, but Miami's terrible, and then 2 against Milwaukee. They were good starts. Like, that was the Milwaukee start and the Miami start were good starts. So I know what you're saying. Maybe we're rushing to judgment right here, but, man, the way Ryan Nelson pitched last night, you're like, wow, okay, that looked great.
And I'll tell you something else. This continues to be a very, very bad matchup for the Diamondbacks and a very bad place for them to play. They are now 4-18 at Citi Field since 2018, and they're 7-24 against the Mets overall since 2018. This is just, and it's a bad time for it to be a bad matchup because you really want to win this series to at least give yourselves a chance to win the tiebreaker with them if that's what it comes down to. Join Kyler Murray and friends for the first annual Kyler Murray Foundation Celebrity Softball Game. It's happening on May 17th at Salt River Fields. And if you want to be there, register now for your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets. Head to the contest page at arizonasports.com for all of the details and your shot at winning. Which Arizona Cardinals draft pick is getting the most love? You can probably take a good guess at that. What other Cardinals draft pick is getting the most love? We'll talk about it next on Burns and Gambo.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Tory Lavell. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Love telling you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. Jay Schwartz. My daughter Gabby was there just the other day getting her new glasses and getting her eye exam, and her eyesight always gets worse, so she keeps getting new glasses. But she only trusts Dr. Jay Schwartz. Dr. Jay Schwartz has been her eye doctor since she was a kid, and now that she's 29 years old and a doctor herself, she goes to the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, still goes to see Dr. Jay Schwartz, and she'll tell anybody that listens, yeah, that's my eye doctor. Like, that's the guy I trust. Like, she trusts him. My whole family does because he does such a great job of, taking care of our eyes. I had LASIK surgery done. I had dry eye issues, and he took care of that as well. Kevin Ray went and had a vision correction procedure, so did Vince Marotta. More and more people trust the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. He's the team eye doctor for the Suns and the D-backs. Now, your eye care needs may be different than mine. For you, it might be you need contact lenses. You need high-end sunglasses. You need to just have an eye exam. For somebody in your family, eyesight's starting to change a little bit. You just want to get an eye exam. Well, contact the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. They do a great job of helping you with any and all of your eye care needs. Call them at 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One Landscape Supply. That means more products, better pricing, and 14 locations. We stock bulk rock, sand, soil, hardscapes, artificial turf, tools, lighting, and now irrigation at select branches. Visit pioneerco.com to find your nearest branch and order pickup or job site delivery.
Fast, reliable, trustworthy, reputable, highly decorated. Those are all words used to describe Parker & Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Listen, you need to trust who you let into your home and who you let fix your home, and that's why you call Parker with your sacred space, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Need inspiration? Shop Fry's. For mouth-watering meals and appetizing ingredients. Our low prices add up to big savings. Plus over $600 in digital coupons each week. And up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. At Fry's, you always get big flavors and big savings. Fry's. Fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
Right now, you can save on fresh medium avocados or delicious honey mangoes. They're 3 for just $2 with your card. Fry's. Fresh for everyone.
Homeowners, life can be stressful, and so can selling your home, but it doesn't have to be. Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty is going to price your home properly and get it in front of thousands of exclusive qualified buyers. That's exactly what Carol did for the Martin family, selling in 11 days for 100% of market value. Call Carol Royce today and ask her about her 100% of market value guarantee, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Okay, sometimes what was once in style just doesn't make any sense anymore. Like those outdated jeans. Oh, you know they look good at one point. But they no longer fit.
Hi, I'm Michael Halliday, attorney and partner at Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm.
Just like fashion, your estate plan can become outdated over time. Whether it's new family members, changes in your financial situation, or shifts in your personal goals, your estate plan should reflect your current life. Think of it like spring cleaning. There's no point in keeping clothes that no longer fit. Much in the same way, key components of an estate plan can easily become outdated, like beneficiary designations, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives. These elements need to be periodically reviewed to ensure they align with your current circumstances. The attorneys at Morris Hall can help.
It's time to update your estate plan with Morris Hall. Schedule your complimentary consultation today at morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Shane O'Hanrahan. And Shane, with all the confusion over tariffs, what does it mean to the automobile industry?
Right now, all that is in limbo. But what I can tell you is every vehicle on Chapman BMW's lot is tariff-free. With financing as low as 1.99%, the time to buy is right now. So get in and get your best selection of your brand new BMW.
That's really good news for people who want to drive off in the ultimate driving machine.
Yes, it is. And Chapman BMW is here to help.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One Landscape Supply. That means more products, better pricing, and 14 locations. We stock bulk rock, sand, soil, hardscapes, artificial turf, tools, lighting, and now irrigation at select branches. Visit pioneerco.com to find your nearest branch and order pickup or job site delivery.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Why Refi. I'm Tyler Drake. Would Giannis' availability affect a Kevin Durant trade? Field Yates says Cardinals hit a home run with second-rounder Will Johnson, and jersey numbers revealed for the Cardinals' NFL draft class and free agent signings. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Why Refi.
I'm like you, Adam. I did not think he was going to be there. And you know what's funny? I'm going to air dirty laundry here, but, as the draft's going on, coaches are texting back and forth, not just our staff, but other staffs, people you worked with or that and you make a pick, and certain coaches like certain guys. And, when we picked him, Adam, literally 8 defensive coordinators text me oh, my God, number 1 corner on the board, blah, 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 blah. They all want, you know what I mean? And for whatever reason, he came to us, and so we're just like Walt. We're excited to get to work with him too, man.
It was Jonathan Gannon who was on your guy Adam Shine, the Adam Shine Show on Mad Dog Radio.
Adam Shine
and
the Arizona Cardinals.
I don't know, Gambo. I'm not sensing the same passion in your Adam Shine impersonation.
What the hell's going on here?
Wait, what was that? I got multiple sounds coming out there. That was Jonathan Gannon yesterday or today. I'm not exactly sure when that was. Speaking on how, he even said, "Look, man, I didn't think he'd be there either, Adam. I really didn't."
We were really comfortable with the medical. I know he was nicked up a touch in his career, just like most of the guys. But when we left on Thursday, he was we had him graded very high. And in my mind, I was like, there is no chance he's there when we pick in 2, none, right? And we get there Friday, and Monty has all these algorithms that he has all the analytics people run and all this stuff. And I said, what are the chances that he's there in 2? And they're like, Coach, 0.02, no chance,
wow.
Right?
Wow. So they had the same feeling that. I don't know if we have the audio when Dave Burns was, oh boy,
yeah. When you said the name, I'm like, what?
Yeah.
What? When he was there, I guess it didn't. I just couldn't believe he was there. I'm still preaching a little bit of caution about the fact that he was there. Yeah. You know what I mean? Okay, there's
I know.
There's a reason he was there at 47, and I don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth, but at the same time, let's all acknowledge for a second that for a player that is just being universally praised and a pick that's being as universally praised as it is, there is a reason he was there at 47 and that 46 other opportunities for teams to pick him went by the wayside. And he was, so let's, I'm just trying to tap the brakes a little bit about Will Johnson because he was there. You know what I mean?
I get it. Your little turf toe, little shoulder, a little knee, even with the guy we had on from Michigan that covers the team didn't even know that much about the knee injury. So, I don't know. A lot of great players fall to the second round. Where was Buda Baker taken? A lot of great players fall to the second round.
No question.
He fell. And maybe that was because there was a run on offensive linemen and defensive linemen, and there wasn't the run on the wide receivers and the cornerbacks and the running backs. It was more of we got to get these offensive linemen and defensive linemen now. We can't get them in the second round. They'll be gone. We got to get them now. And so maybe that's why, teams avoided the cornerback spot really until they took Will Johnson. But I mean, I'll never forget your reaction to when I announced that they were going to take Will Johnson, and then you're hearing Gannon say, Webb texted, and the coaches had texted me, and coordinators, and we're because nobody thought that he would be there at that pick, even when the second round started, right?
Yeah, and
you're seeing the draft go, and you're like, and he still didn't get picked until the Cardinals picked, which was a shock.
When the second round started, I mean, it was even then I was like Gannon. It's like he's going to be gone. This pick, he's going to be gone. That pick, it just as each one came off the board, it's like there's just no way. There's no way he's still going to be there. It's just too good of a value for him to take, and again, I'm not trying to be a buzzkill about this. I'm just trying to. The other side of the story, I think, needs to be told on this. And the other side of the story is that for all as excited about Will Johnson as we all are, there are 46 other opportunities for him to get picked, and they all passed in the moment. So let's just kind of keep that in mind. Now, that being said, the excitement about the Will Johnson pick, heck, we've got a story up right now at ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi, and it's dedicated just to what a home run the Cardinals hit with second-rounder Will Johnson. This morning, Field Yates, one of the draft insiders from ESPN.com, was on Bickley and Murata. He called it a home run value pick.
To me, it's a home run at that stage, regardless of how things turn out, because he's just too talented of a player to slide any further than he did. Will really had great tape for 2.5 seasons at Michigan. He's got awesome size, great ball skills, very instinctual, guy who made some huge plays and big moments for Michigan during their national championship season. But, I'm not a doctor, and each team's tolerance on where a guy is worth going based off of whatever he is dealing with is different. But I really have a hard time thinking that even if he's not a great player, even if he just makes the roster and plays for you, to get a guy who has that much potential upside at that point in the draft, to me, is just too good to ignore.
Today, another insider of ESPN's draft coverage, Matt Miller, wrote a story about the best 100 picks of the NFL draft. It might disappoint you and other Cardinal fans out there to know that Will Johnson did not finish first on this list. He finished second on the list, but he didn't finish first on the list. You can feel me setting that up, right?
I totally set that up.
That was a total tell on my part. I set that one up. Will Johnson was the second best pick of the NFL draft, according to Matt Miller, in relation to where he was picked and what his value is. Okay,
Luther Burden from the Chicago Bears was number one.
And Lauren just patted the chest and pointed to the sky. Luther Burden, the wide receiver, Matt Miller had him ranked as the 13th best available player in this draft, and he went 39th. So he finished first. Will Johnson finished second. Shadur Sanders finished 10th on the list. Said just regardless of why he fell, this is great value getting him in the 5th round. For what it's worth, Josh Simmons, the offensive tackle that we talked a lot about, who is a member of the Gambo 5, he finished 29th on this list in terms of value for where a guy was picked. And for what it's worth, part 2, Walter Nolan was chosen as the 34th best overall pick of the NFL draft relative to his value going in.
Okay, now read. This was fascinating. I loved this. Read what they said about Walter Nolan, what Matt Miller said about him.
One scout told me before the draft that Nolan had, and I quote, the highest potential of any defender in the class, close quote. He's now paired with Arizona coach Jonathan Gannon, a proven developer of defensive line talent. The Cardinals' 4-3 scheme will help maximize Nolan's quick first step. Yes, the highest potential of any defender in the class.
Okay, that stands out like a sore thumb. Like a sore thumb that stands out. That is a great – you love hearing that about the player they just read. You love hearing about that player that's now on your team, that he could be the best defender that in this entire class, the highest potential, And now it's up to the coaching staff to get that out of him. And I'm sure that Gannon and the guys and Nick Rollis and those guys can't wait to get their hands on him and get to work and, try to get all that potential out of him. Terrific player. that's why I think a lot of people love this draft, and I was fascinated by Monty talking about we weren't planning to go with all these defensive players. It's just kind of the way the board fell and that type of thing. And we're looking at the defense, and like, my God, they're just loaded in the depth, and like how you're gonna have to cut some pretty good football players on this roster soon.
It feels like a big swing draft for Monty Ossenfort between the enormous potential of Walter Nolan, the injury of Will Johnson, especially the first two picks, feels very much like if these both work out in terms of their upside, it is a big swing draft for the Cardinals potentially. Catch the excitement of the Arizona Sports Half-Day Club. It's next week, May 7th. Diamondbacks taking on the first-place New York Mets for a day game at Chase. Snag yourself some lower-level tickets for only $9.87 by texting the word half to 620-620. That's half to 620-620 to get your seats. Has another star player entered the trade machine conversation, and how does he impact the market of Kevin Durant? That conversation coming up on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Only the third time ever and the second time in modern history where a player has hit 4 home runs in a game and his team lost. There's been some really frustrating losses for the Diamondbacks.
Yes.
Does that surpass the game in Chicago where they came back and scored 10 runs in the 8th inning and lost?
They both feel like games that happen to teams that can't break through. And I'm not saying that's the Diamondbacks' fate. I'm just saying that I know it all my decades watching sports. The teams that have the magical seasons seem to have the magical games. The Diamondbacks have had a couple of cracks at this and lost both of them.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about Sanderson Ford and Sanderson Lincoln. And right now, Sanderson Ford and Sanderson Lincoln have employee pricing. You pay what they pay. Take a look at Sanderson Lincoln, just east of the I-17 on Bell Road. And when you start to look at some of these prices with the Sanderson discounts and the employee pricing, you are getting a great price on a brand new 2024 Lincoln Navigator Reserve. I love the Lincoln Navigator, my favorite vehicle that I've ever had. 2025 Lincoln Aviator. How about a 2024 Lincoln Aviator? They've got the Nautilus available as well, and of course the Black Label Navigator. I had a buddy of mine right down the block from me, Daryl, who bought a Lincoln Aviator not too long ago, and he says, look, I don't think I could ever go to another car dealership. I'm like, why? He goes, service. He goes, like, having a luxury car like a Lincoln, like when I need an oil change, they come, they pick it up, they leave me a loaner, they take it, they do the oil change, rotate the tires, wash the car, bring it back. I don't lift a finger. I don't have to go anywhere. I don't have to plan my day or lose half a day or take time off of work. He loves the service that you get when you purchase a Lincoln from Sanderson Lincoln. They are just east of the I-17 on Bell Road and the boutique store in the Scottsdale Quarters. Online for more information at sandersonlincoln.net.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and for 8 years, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical relief for joint pain with over 50,000 satisfied patients, people with knee and back pain now living pain-free, shoulder and hip pain gone. What QC Kinetics is doing is nothing short of remarkable. They're using regenerative cell therapy to restore the tissue in your achy joints. They're using biologic growth factors with robust healing properties, carefully and strategically placed in your joints. And the best part is, with QC Kinetics, there are no drugs, no surgery is involved, and there's no downtime. This is an all-natural option with lasting relief. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation and learn about these cutting-edge treatments that can help you live your best life, with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Reach them at 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. Before you know it, the temperatures will be rising into the 100s. Is your AC system ready? For a limited time, we are offering AC tune-ups for just $59.95. Plus, we're including a free 1-year maintenance membership at absolutely no charge. Don't wait until the last minute. Make sure your AC system is up to the task for handling Arizona's scorching desert weather. Call Precision Air and Plumbing today at 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Back here to tell you about Global Credit Union. Never a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now, as they are celebrating a decade of member service. And that is the key phrase to remember there. When you're making a decision about where to go for checking accounts, savings accounts, loans, everything that a bank has to offer, yeah, you can go to a bank, but banks at the end of the day are about shareholders and stockholders and ultimately answering to them. Global Credit Union is about answering to you, their members. Their strength is in their membership. And because of that, they can just do things that banks can't do. For example, while these days everything seems to have some kind of a fee attached to it, at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees. Global's members enjoy no-fee checking, no-fee savings accounts, no fees for accidentally going over the account balance. There's so many more. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks looking to bounce back after last night's blowout loss to the Mets. They're sending Corbin Burns to the mound to get back into the W column. He'll oppose veteran right-hander Huáscar Brazoban. First pitch is at 4:10. Pre-game coverage starts at 3:30. Right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. The Cardinals announced jersey numbers for the newest members here in the Valley. Calais Campbell reclaims number 93, the same one he donned when he began his career in Arizona. And then Will Johnson opting for 0 as his number in his rookie campaign. You can see the full list on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. And then tonight in the NBA playoffs, the Lakers in danger of being eliminated in front of the home crowd. Oh, that's a bummer. They're down 3-1 to the Minnesota Timberwolves in their first round series. Tip-off for Game 5 is at 7, and coverage starts at 6:30 over on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Does your portfolio match your personal comfort level for risk? Visit AssetPreservationWealth.com for a free portfolio review to make sure.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Diamondbacks baseball is on at 4:10 this afternoon. It's why we're off a little bit early again today. Don't worry, tomorrow we'll have a full edition of the Burns and Gambo show from 2 until 6.
Good night, everybody.
No, not yet, Gambo, not yet. We still got about 55 minutes to go here. But what's on tonight? Diamondbacks, Mets. Game 2 of this series. We'll preview that coming up in about a half hour from right now. Game starts at 4:10. You'll hear it here on Arizona Sports. NBA basketball is on tonight. And, ooh, boy, what a doubleheader we have for you tonight in the association. Warriors, Rockets. Golden State goes for the elimination on the road of Houston. That'll be a major talking point tomorrow if the Rockets get eliminated and they want to go superstar shopping. And then after that, the Timberwolves and the Lakers, as Minnesota can send Luka and LeBron home after a 50-win season and
Send
a
them home.
first round. Send them home.
Send them home.
Send them back to L.A.
Send them home.
Be done with them. Get him out of here. Get him out of here.
It doesn't matter if Luka's on L.A. or Dallas. It doesn't matter where he is. Like, you're not going to root for him. And the Lake, we don't root for the Lakers here.
Very satisfying to see Luka
go down to defeat.
No question. No Eastern Conference games tonight. There's only one series left in the East, and that's the Knicks and the Pistons anyway. So tonight, two double dose of West Coast Western Conference playoff basketball action. Now, speaking of the NBA, Giannis Antetokounmpo last night, after his Bucks lost in overtime to the Pacers and the season ended and they were eliminated, he was asked the very loaded question as to whether he thinks he can win another title with Milwaukee.
Look, I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do this. I know how this is going to go. Whatever I say, I know how it's going to translate. I don't know, man. I wish I was still playing. I wish I was still competing and going back to Milwaukee. I don't know.
Translated, no matter how I answer that question, you're going to twist my words into whether I want to be here or not next year, and so I'm just not going to answer the question. He has moved to the forefront of everybody's conversation in the NBA about his availability, hasn't he?
Yeah, there's no question. I mean, he's 30 years old, and he's an apt. Did you see the game he had last night?
Yeah.
My God, 30 points and 20 rebounds and 13 assists. He did everything he could to help that team win. But, they got, I would have never gotten rid of Drew Holiday. I think Drew Holiday is such a glue guy. But they did, and they got Dame Lillard, and Dame's a great player. But Dame got hurt and missed a lot of the end of the season and got hurt here. Now he's out all of next year. There's no hope for Milwaukee to be competitive next year with, Dame's not going he's got a player option. He's going to pick it up. He's going to pick it up and not play next year and get paid $50-something million. Like, that's just the way of the world. So that really hampers Milwaukee's ability to do anything. So, yeah, Giannis could basically say, I want out of here. I want out, and he can force his way out.
He can, and if you're a Suns fan, you probably have put 2 and 2 together on this one and trying to figure out what it means for the Phoenix Suns. We're largely operating under the premise that the Suns are going to look to move Kevin Durant this offseason.
Yes.
We very much expect it. You've said many times to expect it. The superstar market just got a little bit more crowded potentially with Giannis out there. In some ways, it might make it easier to trade Kevin Durant. In some ways, it might make it harder to trade Kevin Durant. It just kind of depends on who's interested in who, I think.
Yeah, I've seen a couple people like Giannis for KD. Kevin Durant's not going to want to go to Milwaukee.
No, I'm not.
I know you're not, but what Kevin? You think Kevin Durant's going to want to go to Milwaukee and get his brains beat in with no Dame?
Absolutely not.
No,
I'm not. No, if you want to entertain a conversation about Giannis coming here, the only way it works is like some 3-team deal, some 4-team deal. And again, I'm not even thinking about it like that. I'm thinking about it like, hey, Houston wanted Kevin Durant. Oh, wait, we can get Giannis? Never mind, Phoenix. We're going to put you on hold. We're going to take Milwaukee's call on line 1. San Antonio wanted Kevin Durant. Wait, we can get Giannis? Yeah, hold, please. We've got a call right now with Milwaukee on line 1. I was thinking about it more like that, or more even like these teams. Wait, you want how much for Giannis? Yeah, I'd rather go get Kevin Durant. Thank you very much. Like, to me, that's the impact for the Suns. It's not based off of, I wonder if Giannis Antetokounmpo could become a Phoenix Sun. That's great to think like that, but that's not where my brain's at. I don't know if that's where your brain's at. That's not where my brain is at when it comes to this.
No. Look, if you're the Milwaukee Bucks, and I know this sucks, you had that guy for, 12 or 13 years? I mean, Giannis has been there for a long, long time. And you got the ability to win a championship with Giannis, and I know it sucks that you may lose the guy. And I would think at this point, I really would think at this point they'd lose him. His first year with the Milwaukee Bucks was in 2013. It's 2025. They had 12 years of having Giannis there. He stayed. He did what he had to do. But if he doesn't feel like this team's going to be competitive over the next couple of years, then he absolutely will probably force his way out. But it's a different situation. Like, the Suns aren't going to be competitive, so they're going to move on from Durant because they're not going to be competitive. With him and Beal and Booker coming back, because we've seen that and it doesn't work very well. Giannis and Milwaukee are going to part ways because, Giannis is going to be the one that decides that, hey, I don't want to come back because I don't think we can be. Milwaukee doesn't want Giannis to leave, but he's probably going to be the one that says I want to go.
Yeah, look, if the Suns can figure out a way to explore it, I certainly wouldn't say no to that. It's just I just don't think that it's possible. And yeah, they are two totally different situations. But then when I look at this story on the Ringer today, titled 7 Fake Giannis Antetokounmpo Trades We Want to See This Summer. It lists a few teams, not all of them, but a few teams that potentially could be swimming in the Kevin Durant pool as well. It lists Orlando, Atlanta, Detroit, Houston, Oklahoma City, the Spurs, and the Pacers.
Oh, that's a lot.
Now, you could argue Houston, yes. The Spurs, yes. Maybe you could argue Detroit for Kevin Durant if you wanted to. Oklahoma City, I don't know if they'd want to swing that big with, how good they are without these players. But, Gambo, I think in some ways that's kind of a shared list in some ways between the Bucks and Giannis and the Suns and Kevin Durant, and that's going to add a unique flavor to this offseason with the Suns trying to move Kevin Durant.
It is. I love hearing all those teams out there because, we always knew that once the playoffs started, these teams had to get eliminated in the first round. It might be like, we need, what was our problem? We couldn't really make good shots down well, Kevin Durant could solve that issue. So, Orlando's got a great roster, that I would love to pick off of that roster. Atlanta, not so much, but there is talent there. So I think that there's going to be and I've said this, I think there's going to be a lot of teams that have interest in Kevin Durant. How many can pay the price that's going to be asked? I don't know.
Yeah.
The Suns aren't going to ask for 5 first-round draft picks. They're not asking for a similar package back to what they gave up. I know somebody reported that last week, but that's not the case. They're not going to ask for they know they're not getting 5 first-round picks and 3 players. But I do think they're going to get back 2 really good players and maybe a draft pick. I really do.
And obviously it goes without saying, but first things first when it comes to the Phoenix Suns, front office restructure, head coaching hire, the player movement and all that stuff. It's just going to be speculation at this point. None of that is going to get resolved until the playoffs end and the offseason begins. Right? So it's kind of one thing at a time right now when it comes to the Suns.
Yeah, and I think what you're going to see now, and I tweeted this out just a short time ago, there is no coaching search going on right now. There's nobody leading a coaching search. Anything you've heard about that is just incorrect, as there's been a lot of incorrect information out. What I'm expecting is that you will hear front office changes that will be announced in the next 48 hours or at the latest early next week. I think a decision to change the restructuring of the front office is very close. I believe it will happen either Thursday or Friday of this week. That's my gut. If it doesn't happen Thursday or Friday, it'll be Monday next week. It'll happen very, very quickly. At that time, Burnsy, and only at that time, will they then begin a coaching search. There is currently not a coaching search going on, contrary to the reports, and this guy's leading the search, and James is leading the search, and there is no search. There is no search. They're not interviewing coaches right now. They're going to make their front office changes, and then after the front office changes are made, they will then start to look for a head coach.
You can good stuff. Thank you for passing that along.
You're very welcome.
Thank you for that.
$5.
You're not charging me for. We don't charge people for information here, Gambo. This is not.
I gotta make a little money. I'm trying to retire.
I think you've made plenty of money. You're fine. No one's giving you $5 for information. Just stop. Catch the excitement of Arizona Sports Half Day Club on May 7th as the Diamondbacks take on the first place New York Mets. Don't pay Gambo. Instead, text the word half to 620-620. And for only $9.87, you can get a ticket to go see a day game between the D-backs and the Mets. Again, text the word half to 620-620. It wasn't all bad for the Diamondbacks last night. There was a little bit of good news about that bullpen, and we'll talk about it next on Burns and Gambo.
D-backs at the Mets.
2 outs, the 2-2 pitch. Strike 3 called. The ball game is over. The Mets take the opener by a final score of 8-3. They got out in front 8-0, and they never looked back.
D-backs at the Mets. Coverage of Game 2 of the series this afternoon at 3:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
I know you see him. I see him every day when I drive into our studios here. All the billboards all across town. Injury lawyer this, injury lawyer that. And you're probably thinking to yourself, man, if I ever got into an accident or I did get into an accident, I wouldn't even know who to call. There's so many choices out there. I'm here to tell you about Berg Simpson, the Arizona personal injury and car accident lawyers, as they are just different than the other options that are out there. They have 31 lawyers named the best lawyers in America by that publication. They have 14 lawyers in the Super Lawyers publication. Their law firm in particular is frequently cited as one of the best out there and certainly one of the most influential law firms out there. They're just different. And when you want somebody on your side, you'll do your research and you'll find that Berg Simpson, they're just different than the other options you've got. If you're ever in need, let the best team represent you. 602-777-7000. That's 602-777-7000. Or visit them at bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
Spring is in the air, my Kronk brothers, and so is the Brooklyn Betting Spring Sale going on now through May 6th. Everything, and I mean everything, both in-store and online, is 25% off. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you. There's no pushy salespeople, just knowledgeable sleep experts that will help you find the perfect sleep solution. And just for you, Basinonians, shipping is always free. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
The D-backs face Francisco Lindor and the New York Mets at Chase Field for a 3-game weekday series starting May 5th. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One Landscape Supply. That means more products, better pricing, and 14 locations. We stock bulk rock, sand, soil, hardscapes, artificial turf, tools, lighting, and now irrigation at select branches. Visit pioneerco.com to find your nearest branch and order pickup or job site delivery.
Love telling you about JLC Roofing. In the summer heat, it's right around here. It's brutal. And right after the heat come the monsoons are always right around the corner. Once the heat comes, your roof needs to be ready. The intense weather can cause hidden damage to your roof, so you don't want to wait until it's too late. JLC Roofing is here to help you get your roof monsoon ready before the rush and get you through the hot summer months. Their experts provide a thorough inspection and quality repairs to ensure that your roof can withstand the upcoming storms. They're an A-plus Better Business Bureau rated company, licensed, bonded, and insured, with free on-site estimates and affordable financing available. They've installed thousands of new roofs, and they're standing by to install or repair yours right now. Protect your home and your peace of mind. Schedule your inspection today. Call 602-ROOFING for a free estimate. That's 602-ROOFING. Give your roof some TLC with JLC. You can also go online at jlcroof.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
Got our poll question for you today. No idea what it's about, but Lauren is here to shed some light on this. What are we asking the people today, Lauren?
Well, we're turning it over to the people, what you guys just talked about in the last segment. So today's poll question is, you're the GM of an NBA contender that's looking to make that final push edition. Get over the hump and get your team to the NBA Finals. Who would you rather add via trade? Is it Kevin Durant or is it Giannis?
That's not a serious question, is it?
That's a serious question.
Oh, boy. If it's not like 99% to 1 for Giannis, then something's really wrong.
Yeah, it's. I'm sure it's going to be Giannis in a landslide. As always with a question like this, I'm curious how many people didn't vote for Giannis.
Do you want to guess some percentages here?
I think 0% voted for Durant. It should be 100 to 0.
If it was 100 to 0, that would be the first time we've ever run a poll question.
I mean, it should be. I mean, if anybody's saying that they'd rather have Kevin Durant than Giannis, they're insane. They should be check them into a mental institution.
I mean, look, I'm certainly going to vote for Giannis, and I'm certain that 94% of the people did vote for Giannis. I will say the cost of acquiring Kevin Durant will be significantly less than acquiring Giannis. And so if you're looking at it that way, that's the argument you make for Kevin Durant. That said, put me down for 94% going with Giannis Antetokounmpo.
80% going
That's
with
it?
Giannis, 20% going with KD.
It's the KD honks. Honk, honk. It's the KD honks.
Somebody explained himself in the comments saying that he has more trust in Kevin Durant to take that game-winning shot need be than Giannis.
Yes. Okay, Giannis does everything. Everything.
Wow. Yeah,
on the basketball court.
Yeah.
Everything.
No, I mean, I expected a question like this to be a landslide, but more landslidey than that. You know, it should end up
80-20
that
not
way.
landslide enough.
Yeah, it wasn't enough of a landslide. It needed to be more of a landslide than that. All right, that's poll question on this quick edition of the Burns and Gambo shows. We're with you until 3:30 today. Then we'll step aside for Diamondbacks baseball. Rest assured, we'll have a full edition of Burns and Gambo tomorrow, and we've definitely looked forward to that. This is Mike Fitzgerald. He's the assistant general manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks. He was on Wolf and Luke today with the updates on A.J. Puck's injury. It was pretty much the only good thing to come out of last night for the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, so we try to be as diligent as we can in this space. I don't think anybody has perfectly right answers. You're trying to crowdsource as much information from respected doctors across the nation. And fortunately, you don't always get this, but we got consensus across the different people that were asked to take a look at this, that this is not surgical, not requiring surgery, and rest and recovery should be decent enough to put him in a spot. Hopefully in a few weeks from now we can try to ramp up that progression. But it was nice to see a consensus across all the doctors that took a look at the imaging that this can be managed with some rest and recovery.
Tory Lavell had said yesterday, left flexor strain. He will not throw for 2 to 3 weeks. Once he is asymptomatic, thank you, he can begin a throwing program after that. It is great news for the Arizona Diamondbacks.
It is great news. I mean, even if you could just get him back around, let's just say the All-Star game, right? Second half of the season, 2 to 3 weeks. And, I mean, now you're talking basically May is gone. May is gone. So he's not going to pitch in May. But you start to get into, can you get him back in June? Can you get him back in early July? That's fantastic news to just have him. It'd be like a trade at that point, as we always talk about. But be great if they could get him back. The good news and the really good news is not hearing that he went to the 2 or 3 specialists and they decided that he's got to go under the knife and have surgery and he's out for the year. That would have been devastating.
It would have been. And so now we play the waiting game a little bit. And while we're waiting, now all eyes turn to not only Kevin Ginkel, who joined us on the show yesterday in his return to the Diamondbacks bullpen, but Justin Martinez. I think we'll all be extremely curious the next time J Mart pitches to see what he looks like, how he looks. He made some comments to reporters yesterday in New York that he feels fine, that there's nothing structurally wrong at all. He said, quote, I was probably doing too much work. That's why maybe I was throwing that velocity there. It's nothing to worry about. My arm feels good. That's the best part, close quote. Tory Lavell on April 27th described the velocity as fairly alarming for Justin Martinez. He went from that to describing it yesterday as a minimal concern on Justin Martinez. I hope he's right. I hope they're right, because if you're going to survive without A.J. Puck, as much as I want to put it on Kevin Ginkel, you're going to need Justin Martinez to be very, very good, and he was not the other day. I hope he's okay.
Yeah, and I guess that's a managed thing too, right? The velocity was down quite a bit, right? The last time he pitched, and he hit a batter, he gave up 2, he walked 2 guys, he gave up an RBI hit. It was a very scary outing to watch Justin Martinez pitch like that, because he just didn't have that oomph on the fastball. And without that, he's going to get hit, right? He's going to get hit. He's got some decent secondary pitches, but if that fastball's not popping 100, that really affects the look of the secondary pitches. So that'll be big too. Ginkel coming back to me is huge. That's really huge. And I think The bullpen really just, the bullpen's got to figure itself out. And I think Ginkel will stabilize a lot of it.
I would hope so, too. And I agree with you about the Justin Martinez. He needs that fastball in order to set everything else up. Well, I don't have time to play it, but I will tell you that Mike Fitzgerald also mentioned that Ketel Marte should be back very, very soon. Most people are eyeing this weekend against Philadelphia. His recovery continues to go very, very well. And based off of the lineup the Diamondbacks are rolling out today, it's a really good thing that Ketel Marte is going to be back really, really soon because they could use him. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, time now to go on the road with the D-backs. And we'll talk with D-backs radio play-by-play man Chris Garagiola. What is he looking for from the Diamondbacks in Game 2 against the Mets? We'll talk with Chris next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play.
And on score!
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. Liberty, GMCAZ.com. The best vehicles, the best trucks, the best SUVs, and the best variety can be found at Liberty GMC. You want a truck? You want the very best truck out there on the roads right now, and that is the 2025 GMC Sierra 1500. And right now, Liberty GMC, $12,250 off a brand new 2025 GMC Sierra 1500. You want Yukon, the very popular people mover out there, $9,500 off a 2024 Yukon. Or maybe you want EV, and you've been thinking it's the time to make the switch, but you want to do it in style? The Hummer EV. And at Liberty GMC, 0% for 60 months on a Hummer EV right now. So whether it's a truck, whether it's an SUV or an EV, there's a deal for everyone. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. Liberty, GMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tim Lee, founder of Moving Team 6.
We're in the people business, right? I mean, a service business is a people business. So it's all about relationships. It's the relationships from our customers, and it's the relationships from our staff and our team that cares about those customers. My business model has always been give the customer more than what they pay for. And if you can do that, you'll never fail.
Built on ethics and service. MovingTeam6.com. Your move is our mission.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Hi, I'm Carol Rice with your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many homeowners move out of necessity, which is why I developed my Guaranteed Multiple Cash Offer program, giving you up to 6 of the best offers, including at least one at 100% of market value, or I'll pay the difference. A fast sale doesn't have to mean settling for one lowball offer. To get multiple offers, call me, Carol Royce, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com.
Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Love telling you about Christian Brothers, and a lot of people say, oh, the AC tune-ups. They have anything for plumbing? Yes, they have a great plumbing special, because a lot of times people don't like the companies just to come out and do inspections. They want some work to get done. Well, for $129, Christian Brothers will come out. They've got a great plumbing unit, and they will come out and they will flush your water heater. They'll flush it, get rid of all the hard water sediments, which needs to be done usually once a year to get your hot water heater. You want to get it flushed, get the hard water sediments out. It helps preserve the tank so your tank can last longer. You don't have to replace it. They'll also do a plumbing inspection where they'll check the water pressure, inspect all the fixtures, including the hose bibs, and do a free water quality test for you. So that way you know what type of water is coming into your home and whether you need to do something about it or not. We have terrible water here in Arizona. Maybe your water's great, maybe it's not. But wouldn't it be nice to at least know how your water matches up? Well, Christian Brothers will flush the water heater, make sure all your faucets and fixtures are in good shape. That way, if you got any clogged drains or a toilet bowl that's not flushing properly, they can help you with that. For $129, you get the plumbing special. Call them at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks looking to bounce back after last night's blowout loss to the Mets. They're sending Corbin Burns to the mound to get back in the W column. He'll oppose veteran right-hander Huascar Brazuban. First pitch is at 4:10. Pre-game coverage starts at 3:30 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. Arizona Cardinals announced today new jersey numbers for the newest members of the Cardinals. Calais Campbell is reclaiming number 93, the same one he donned the last time he wore Cardinal red. And then Will Johnson opting for 0 as his number in his rookie campaign. You can see the full list right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. And then tonight in the NBA playoffs, the Lakers in danger of being eliminated in front of the home crowd. We're all very concerned. They're down 3-1 to the Minnesota Timberwolves in their first round series. Game 5 tips off tonight at 7. Coverage starts at 6:30. That'll be on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall Estate Planning. Whether you need adjustments to an existing estate plan or just need to get one started, the attorneys at Morris Hall are ready to help. For a complimentary consultation, visit morristrust.com today.
The home of the D-backs. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. It's D-backs on the road with Burns and Gambo.
3 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo show. Every time the Diamondbacks are on the road, at least once during the road trip, we check in with one of the Diamondbacks broadcasters who is on the team, on the road with the team. And for the first time this season, it is our pleasure to welcome in the play-by-play man for the Arizona Diamondbacks on the radio side, Chris Garagiola, who joins us live here from Queens on the Burns and Gambo show. Chris, how are we doing today?
We doing, fellas. How's it going? I got to ask you, Gambo, were you like classic New York sports? Was it like Knicks, Giants, Yankees? Was it Mets, Jets, suffering?
Yankee fan. Didn't hate the Mets. I actually loved it in '86 when they won the World Series. That was a great year. Used to go to games with Seaver and Carlton all the time. I could name all the old Mets, Felix Millan and John Milner and Buddy Harrelson. But I was a Yankee fan. Sure. 76, 77, 78, made it to the World Series. The Chambliss home run, the Bucky Dent home run. But then Giants. So Yankees, Giants. And then I went Islanders. I didn't go Rangers. I hated the Rangers. So I went Islanders. And so little crazy there because you're supposed to go. And then Knicks, of course. The Knicks, because although they never.
Yeah, I mean, like it as much as it is such a popular sports town. When the Knicks are doing well, there's just a different vibe when you're walking around the city, like they got going on right now.
Sure. And I had, I was around, when they drafted Patrick Ewing, and they had 2 runs to the finals, and they lost both of them, and it was heartbreaking for them to lose in those finals, but to Houston and Spurs, but they did. But yeah, I was born a Yankee fan. My nickname in Little League was actually Yankee.
I thought you were going to say it was Mickey Mantle. I was about to be like, Burnsy, go ahead and cut his mic. All right, let's do a one-on-one.
Now, Chris, you can talk about this. I do have one question, though, for you. I was listening to the game yesterday when I was driving home because we got the early show with you guys being on the East Coast. The way It sounds like when I'm listening on the radio that there are 200,000 people there watching the game in Flushing. I don't know what it is about the placement of the microphones or just the crowd or whatever, but I swear when Lindor hit that home run, it sounded like there were about 250,000 people who were in that building. Are they just that excited about the Mets right now? Because they probably should be.
I'm telling you, it was only like a little more than half capacity as well. Who would have thought that, midweek D-backs series might have been a tough draw out in Queens, but I do like the crowd mic placement because it's easier to feel a little juiced for the game, where sometimes when it's just kind of a flat crowd mic, you're trying to not over-manufacture excitement. But look, I mean, the way that the Mets have gotten started, the fact they have this incredible home record, they got 13 of 14, they're trying to make it 14 out of 15 to begin the year. Like, for as much as the Mets fan has known to be a bit of a skeptic, there's a real belief with what they did in the offseason and the way that they've started the year, best record in baseball. Like, a lot of people really think this is a legit Mets team this year.
What's shocking about the Mets is the starting pitching being so good because, they're without two of their best starters right now. And, remember a couple of years ago they went all in with Scherzer and Verlander and it didn't work. They're not spending any money on their starting pitching rotation. You're like, it's just a shock. It's just so many guys are pitching so well, but nobody really expected that.
Yeah, and I mean, the fact their bullpen has also been really, really good, despite the fact that outside of Edwin Diaz, right, there's not a bunch of huge sort of high-leverage names that people are familiar with. And I would have thought that with the departure of a guy like Severino, who had such a good year last year, like, okay, you're expecting a step backwards. But, Peterson has kind of picked up where he left off last year. We saw that last night. They're in a stretch right now where I think they've got 12 games in 13 days, so that's part of the reason why you're seeing this lefty Waddell come up. Hasn't pitched in the majors since 21, so kind of curious to see how this group does for the D-backs. But, the Diamondbacks last year, they really thrashed left-handed pitching, but reality is when you lose an everyday right-handed hitter like Christian Walker and you replace him with an everyday left-handed hitter in Josh Naylor, it doesn't surprise me to see this team doing better against right-handed pitching versus left-handed pitching this year. And look, I think they need to find a way to gut this win out. You got Corbin Burns on the mound. They're kind of piecing it together in the dugout, across the diamond. Like, I know the Mets are playing well, but the fan in me wants to see a response, even though, Perdomo's getting the day off. We're still probably just a couple days away from Ketel making his return. This is an important game as much as games can be important on April 30th.
And that kind of, honestly, Chris, that kind of led me into my exact question that I was going to ask for you. Keeping everything relatively in perspective here, given that it is April 30th, I think this is kind of sort of a big start for Corbin tonight. Just to respond to what happened last night. He's been better as of late, but certainly I think it's fair to say we were all expecting a little bit more early on in his Diamondbacks career. This feels, relative to where we are in the season, but given who you're playing, this feels like a kind of a big start for Corbin Burns tonight. Do you think?
I agree with it a little bit. I do want to give the player a little bit of runway when you're going to your third organization in 3 years, and now that you've kind of taken care of the big financial side of your career, you just want to focus on the winning. So I think the last start, we finally saw some breadcrumbs. The cutter location was much better. Some of the called strikeouts he had, I mean, that cutter was right on the corner. That was like vintage Cy Young winning Burns. The curveball just didn't match it, and the one time he kind of got hit hard, third time through, it was right when the pitch count was getting elevated, against Tampa, so he's got to come out. In the bullpen, unfortunately, that was a homestand where they kind of spilled their lunch on their lap, so to speak. So, look, in his career, an ERA north of 4 against the Mets, and different years are different years. You don't want to put too much stock into it, but it's a long-winded way of me kind of agreeing with you where this team needs a win. The starting pitcher sets the tone. We've seen flashes. Let's see a whole game. Let's see 6 or 7. Let's see another quality start. The bullpen is fresh with the solid 3 innings that Ryan Nelson turned in yesterday. Everything is there to win. You just got to go out and execute.
How shocked were you at some of those defensive plays the Mets made in that game yesterday? And how hard is it to describe that on radio? There were some absolute gems, including the 3 plays in 1 inning. The play by Taylor in center field was an incredible defensive performance by the Mets.
So, I mean, again, like, being born and raised here, like, there is a real fandom that burns in me, and as someone who is not, technically in uniform, like on the field or whatever, like, losses can really tick me off. So when they were making all those plays consecutively, I'm not going to lie, I was getting pretty pissed. But then But then I just sort of laughed and was like, you know what, that's baseball. Like, this is just one of those days. And I'm sure Erod would like to have, executed a little bit better on certain pitches. But there are some days where one team's going to make all the plays. And not only that, Taylor's little dinker base hit, Acuna's first 2 hits had exit velocities at like 90 miles an hour. They both drop in. You're just like, it's not your day today. That's going to happen. There's going to be some days where we're playing a team and every bounce goes our way, and it's going to be really fun. And, they're a good team, and so it was such an uphill battle, and I will be shocked if they make the same caliber of defensive plays today because of how sweet it was for them.
But along those lines, okay, I read the comments, and maybe you were in the room when he said it, maybe you weren't, but I'm sure you're aware of them as well. It sounded like it kind of got under Tory's skin a little bit too, or at least he wants to use those defensive plays the Mets made as inspiration for his team, because his team hasn't been making them like that this season. That's been maybe the biggest rub for Tory so far in this 2025 season, is where his team is not defensively right now. Do you think he used that as inspiration? Do you think it pissed him off a little bit too, that the Mets were making all those crazy plays out there because it's been such a struggle for his team?
Yeah, I think it did. And I think when you look at the last 2 years, right, 23 and 24, the D-backs were the best defensive team in Major League Baseball. And I know that you lose a guy like Christian Walker, who is so far above every other defensive first baseman, but outside of that, pretty much everyone was coming back. And this group has gone from the best to, like, the 5th worst. So that's a staggering drop-off. And you can say, well, it was a sluggish start to begin the year. But the defense should be something that you can kind of rely on day in and day out. And so I'm sure Tory obviously is not happy with the way the defense has started. And part of it is a little head-scratching. Like, we have the same personnel. I know Tony Perez-Chica left, and that was a guy who was responsible for a lot of the infield work day in and day out. But it should not be a drop-off as strong as it's been to start the year. And I think we're all expecting that to be cleaned back up and see this team performing at a top 10 sort of defensive level from here on out.
How much do you think it's hurt the D-backs just having Perdomo bat in the beginning of the lineup instead of at the end? It was always nice having him bat ninth. They always thought a second leadoff hitter and everything, but it's kind of shifted so many things around. And I know Todd was done a decent job, but for a while there, they were really struggling with the last 3 in the lineup.
I think it's hurt a lot. I think you've really put your finger on something, Gambo, because as we talk about all the time, right, the guys towards the bottom of the order, when they're able to get on and create RBI opportunities for Corbin Carroll, it makes such a difference in the way that you can kind of stretch out this lineup. And I also think while Perdomo's done a good job, sometimes he's kind of morphing into a different player, right? We're starting to see him a little more swing and miss in that 2 spot. We're also seeing a little more power. He's not Ketel, right? He's a high on-base guy, high contact, low strikeout rate. And when he's doing that, like, I always think of it to basketball. Perdomo was the guy who came off the bench and gave you 10 points or 15 points. And that's awesome. That's what you want him to be. You don't want him to try and be the 30-point guy because you have someone who does that. But when he isn't getting his 15 points, it hurts just as much as missing one of those key guys. And when he's trying to be a different profile hitter, but he has an 0 for 3 or an 0 for 4 with 2 strikeouts and no walks, you feel that just as much as you miss, Ketel's 4 at-bats where he's just getting a ton of slugs. So I'm excited Ketel will be back soon because obviously he's one of the best players in the game. And I hope that Perdomo keeps a few of the things he's picked up in the 2-hole and makes him a little more dynamic in the 9 spot. But I hope to see a little bit more of the high contacts, the walks, and set the table for other guys.
We'll be listening to you on the drive home. Safe travels, Chris. We'll see you when you get back, okay?
All right, sounds good, fellas. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Chris Garagiola, Diamondbacks play-by-play announcer on the radio side here on the Burns and Gambo Show. When we come back, we'll preview this D-backs-Mets game tonight. How are they going to respond to getting bullied yesterday in Queens? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Tired of rental prices always going up? And what was your rent 5 years ago compared to what it is now? How about 3 years ago? How about just a year ago? That's why more and more people are calling the Lund Mortgage team and saying, get me pre-approved for a mortgage, because they do it for free. And that way you have the ability to go purchase a home and stop paying those rent prices. You can pay into something that's yours. Build equity in your own home. Have tax write-offs at the end of the year for mortgage interest. And just becoming a homeowner, it's still a lot of pride and joy in becoming a homeowner. So if you're tired of renting and you're like, okay, I'm ready. I like Arizona. I'm going to be here for a while. Contact the Lund Mortgage team about getting pre-approved for a mortgage. They do it absolutely free. There's no charge to do it. You call them at 623-889-0130. They can help you with all of your mortgage needs, refinance, new home loan, getting pre-approved for a mortgage. Just call the Lund Mortgage team at 623-889-0130 or go to lundmortgage.com.
Water safety is a critical issue, especially in our community.
Our team has to report on news every day that is often tragic, and water incidents involving children are some of the worst. We can't help but feel the pain parents and first responders go through when a child is found unresponsive in a pool. When we interview impacted families or we hear from firefighters, paramedics, and police who respond to these tragic events, we know they're going through the most difficult moments of their lives. As journalists, our goal is to inform and to give out critical facts that can potentially save lives, especially the lives of our children under our care. That's why we include water safety tips and reminders in all of our reporting. We want to tell fewer of these stories and hopefully none at all.
KTAR News, Arizona Sports, and Fulton Homes want to remind you that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. To learn more, visit Fulton2seconds.com. That's Fulton2seconds.com.
This is Greg Hagan. I want to put cash in your pocket. Have you thought about selling your home? Well, Inc. 5000 just named 72 Sold the #1 real estate firm in the state of Arizona. Why? More money for Arizona home sellers. Our competitors must wonder if we have a secret playbook to get more money for you. Turns out we do, but only for you and only at 72sold.com. Get more money for your home at 72sold.com.
We, the hungry of this burger-loving nation, deserve the Sonic Smasher. Always made to order and hand-smashed into greatness. America, today we smash free. One nation under melty cheese with liberty and a truckload of sauce for all. Meet our Smashinal burger.
The Sonic Smasher. Live free, eat Sonic. See menu for details.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, why is right now the perfect time to get a GMC Sierra 1500?
What's up, Dave? Whether you're hauling, towing, or cruising, the 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 delivers. It's powerful, loaded with tech, and built for any job. And right now, we have some of our best discounts of the year, like $12,250 off, or take advantage of 5.9% financing for 84 months.
Visit Liberty GMC or shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local Bashes.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
Diamondbacks baseball coming up next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Game 2 of the road trip. Game 2 of the series against the white-hot New York Mets. The Arizona Diamondbacks certainly could use a win to respond to the beating they took last night against New York. Today's pitching matchup is brought to you by the Window Depot. More than a window store, visit one of their 4 Valley locations where you can find everything you need for your home remodel. For the Arizona Diamondbacks, Corbin Burns, 0-1, still looking for that first win as a member of the Diamondbacks. He's rocking an ERA of 4.05. He gets the start tonight. He is opposed by right-hander Huáscar Brazoban, who is getting the start tonight for New York.
Yeah, Brazoban is not a starting pitcher. He's had one start. He's pitched in 13 games, so he's not going to be long for this game. This will be his second career start, second of the season. He pitched on April 16th against Minnesota. He threw 1 inning as the starter with a walk and a strikeout. So he's a relief pitcher, but that's the direction that they'll go in right now. He is holding batters to a 200 average, 12 for 60, and he's really good with runners on base. He's held hitters to just a 103 average, 3 for 29 with runners on base. But this will be a bullpen game for the Mets, as we're not expecting Brazoban to go very deep.
Yeah, and so perhaps that streak of the starting pitcher for the Mets getting 4 earned runs or less. Well, I guess it probably won't stop tonight unless he just gets absolutely lit up because he's not going to be out there very long. This was always going to be a bullpen game for the Mets. At least we knew it to be so a couple of days ago. For Corbin Burns, his last time out against Tampa, the first 4 innings he threw were probably some of the finest work we've seen out of Corbin Burns, outside of maybe the 2 that he threw in New York the last time the Diamondbacks were there taking on the Yankees. But he got into a lot of trouble later in that start, kind of lost his control, lost his command. When it was all said and done, 5 1/3, 3 hits, 3 runs, but only 1 was earned. He walked 3, he struck out 8. Part of the reason why for the discrepancy between the runs and the earned runs was his own defensive mistake. He didn't field the ball very cleanly on the pitching mound, and so because of that, he didn't get dinged with the earned runs. But it was really good stuff from Burns until it wasn't in the 5th and 6th inning out of him, and then things got sideways on him.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we look at Corbin Burns and say he's pitching poorly. It's just you look at the 1 win combined from him and Gallen over 13 starts. You're like, okay, what gives right here? But yeah, last start, 5 1/3 and 8 strikeouts, retired the first 9 batters of the game. But sometimes there's some bad plays behind him. He made the bad play. This will be his 6th start against the Mets. It'll be his 3rd start at Citi Field. So he's familiar pitching against the Mets, obviously in the National League when he's with the Brewers, and he's familiar pitching at Citi Field. So he's made a couple of starts there already.
Yeah, so, and you're right. He is not pitching poorly by any stretch of the imagination. This is where it kind of falls into the funny middle ground between, okay, you spend $210 million on an ace, you're expecting outstanding stuff. He certainly has pitched better than maybe we would suggest, but not as well as I think we were expecting when the Diamondbacks got him. And tonight would be a very, very good night for that to change, especially after what happened last night. Eduardo Rodriguez just got absolutely pummeled in that game. That thing was over, and it was over quick. The Mets flashed the leather. The Mets flashed the bats. And the Diamondbacks today going with a lineup that has left everybody a little less than inspired. Tim Tawa is batting leadoff. Corbin Carroll is hitting second. Randall Grichuk is back there as the DH hitting third. Then it's Suarez, Naylor, and Moreno. Gurriel Jr., Barossa, and Hampson. No Perdomo. He's getting the night off. I know there's been some reaction on social to a starting lineup that, at least on the surface, looks a little – it does not look like the lineup that will end this stretch for the Diamondbacks and get them a win against the Mets. It's certainly a little unconventional, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, listen, with Marte out of the lineup, we've seen this. Like, with no Ketel Marte, what was really good about the Diamondbacks, the 1-2 punch at the top of the lineup. But now you've got no Ketel Marte at this point, so Tawa and Perdomo have been – you've had Perdomo there. He struggled a little bit. So now Tawa's going to bat there. You go Carroll second. You go Grichuk, third. Suarez, your cleanup hitter. Naylor's 5. Moreno 6. Fine with that. Gurriel struggled. He's 7. Barossa is going to get an opportunity there, and Hampson at shortstop, giving Jerry the day off. So, the bottom of the lineup has been a problem for them a lot, and now you look at the bottom 3, Gurriel and Barossa and Hampson. What are you going to get out of those guys?
Yeah, no doubt. It certainly is unusual, to say the least. Today's injury report brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. We pass along, but I'll pass it along again anyway. The news about A.J. Puck. Last night it was announced after the game he will not require surgery. They're going to shut him down for a few more weeks, and then once he's asymptomatic, he'll begin a throwing program. But his season is not done, and he will not need season-ending surgery. And the expectation is that Ketel Marte will be back with the team sometime during this road trip, maybe in time for Philly. There's been no confirmation of that, but there's been no reason to think that he won't be either. The MLB standings, they're brought to you by Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less. The Arizona Diamondbacks, 15-14 on the season, 4.5 back of the first place LA Dodgers, who have won 4 straight games. They're 20-10 on the year. Giants are 19-11. The Padres are 18-11. The New York Mets, they continue to start the day with the best record in baseball, 21-9. Let's get you some keys to the game from the Keymaster here.
Listen, man, I need you to be the Keymaster. I am the Keymaster.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-backs keys to the game. Brought to you by G2G protein bars. Real food, real fuel, ridiculously good.
Here's your key to the game, Burnsy. Corbin Burns is holding the 1 through 3 hitters to a 184 average. That's right, 4 walks, 9 strikeouts. He's holding the 1 through 3 hitters to a 184 average. The 1 through 3 hitters for the Mets today, Francisco Lindor, 333 career average against Burns. Juan Soto, 400 career average against Burns. Pete Alonso, 400 career average, 3 homers, 7 RBIs against Corbin Burns. So something has to give here. The key will be how Burns fares against 1 through 3 in the Mets lineup.
That's a good key right there. That's going to do it for us. Diamondbacks baseball is coming up next. We'll see you tomorrow, straight up 2 o'clock, right here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Have a great night, everyone.
You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.
You've been listening to D-backs on Deck. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play.
3-2 swung on. That's it high. Deep to left.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
We, the hungry of this burger-loving nation, deserve the Sonic Smasher. Always made to order and hand-smashed into greatness. America, today